Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Previous name, Sosuke Aizen. Current name, Sebastian Citri. Mental age, unknown. Physical age, 18, by the start of canon. Soul appearance. Physical appearance. Soul race, Transcendent. Body race, Devil. New family. Father, Silver Citri. Mother, Serena Citri. Older sister, Seraphal Leviathan. Younger twin sister, Sona Citri. Status. Attack potency, solar system level. Speed, FTL+. Lifting strength, Class T, the weight of the heaviest mountains. Striking strength, solar system class. Durability, solar system level. Stamina, extremely high, nigh unlimited with the Hogyoku. Range, interdimensional. Intelligence, extraordinary genius. Arguably, the most fearsome trait of Aizen is his tremendous intellect. He is well versed in the history, strategy, and tactics of Soul Society, and is privy to knowledge unknown to many, such as the existence of the Oken, as well as the obscure method in which to create one. He has created several hollows and Erinkar while avoiding arousing any suspicion from the majority of his fellow Shinigami. For over 110 years, he had been engaging in experiments which involved unique and highly dangerous manipulations of Ryoryoku and Reishi, including experiments involving the hollowification of Shinigami, something which had never been done before. He has an innate knowledge of the Hogyoku, rivaling that of its creator, Kisukirahara. He even knows how to destroy it. He figured out the true nature of Shinji Hirako's Shurkai and deduced it produces an optical illusion, allowing him to counter its effect. He effectively deduces the true nature of the Hogyoku via trial and error of the situations which revolve around it. He was also aware of several events, which happened in separate dimensions, as he knew about Ichigo fighting and winning against Grimmjow and Ulquiorra, while simultaneously awakening a new power, despite being in the real world with the Espada at that time. Notable attacks/techniques. Shuinpa, a Shinigami movement technique which allows the user to move faster than the eye can follow. As speed is the main factor of the technique, the method is best characterized by how fast one can get from point A to point B in the least amount of steps. Shurkai, the initial release to a Shinigami Zanpakuto. It is activated by a command while declaring the name of the Zanpakuto spirit. It changes the shape of the Zanpakuto and or granting special abilities. Aizen's Shurkai is Kyuka Suijetsu, released on the command Shatter. Perfect hypnosis. Aizen can control the 5 senses of his opponents with the Shurkai of his Zanpakuto, who will be completely succumb to the hypnosis once activated. Bankai, the ultimate and final release to a Zanpakuto. The difference in power between Shurkai and Bankai is generally around 5 to 10 times more powerful. Even though Bankai is the final stage of a Zanpakuto, it does not mean the Shinigami's growth ends there. A Bankai, especially one recently obtained, can evolve even further as its Shinigami gets stronger. Aizen's Bankai is unknown. For now. Frager, Aizen concentrates a large amount of energy and fires it at his opponent for a massive AoE attack. Kido, spells cast by Shinigami with strong enough Ryoryoku and Ryoryoku control. Kido is divided into mainly 3 categories: Heido for attacks, Bakudo for battle support and Kaido for healing. The spells are ranking from 1 to 99, with 1 being the weaker and easier spells to cast and 99 being the most powerful and difficult to cast. Skilled users can use Kido without the incantation, however, casting without incantation does reduce the Kido's effectiveness less than a third of its third potential. El Escudo, a light green Reiatsu barrier that Aizen can summon around his person to block an incoming attack. Million Escudo, an advanced form of El Escudo. Million Escudo is simply a million El Escudo that Aizen can form around any part of his body for even greater protection. Bakudo number 26, Kyako, a spell that bends light in order to hide the caster, their Ryoryoku, Reiatsu, or their Kido. Heido number 63, Raikoho, lightning Ryoryoku is gathered into the caster's arm and released towards the target like a shock wave. Bakudo number 81, Danku, upon activation, the caster generates a barrier that is capable of the complete nullification of any Heido of the level 89 or lower. However, this barrier is not solely limited to Heido, as it can nullify the effects of abilities that are similar to Heido. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji, the target is sealed inside a large black coffin and are seemingly cut while inside. A large torrent of gravity is located inside that distorts space and time while restricting any chance for escape. Heido number 99, Goryu Tenmitsu, 5 large pillars of light are generated around the caster composed of Reiatsu that resemble large dragons. A forbidden Kido, as it not only destroys the surroundings, it absorbs nearby Reiatsu to enhance itself. Standard equipment. Hogyoku. Kaja negation, these cubes are capable of sealing away an enemy from the battlefield for a very long time, even foes that are far stronger, however the time limit for the stronger foes is much shorter than those on the same level as him. Ryatsu concealing cloak, a cloak created by Urahara which hides the wearer's Ryatsu. Aizen used this cloak to sneak up and attack Isshin Shiba. Aizen states it allows the wearer to blend in with the air around them by incorporating Kido into the cloak, almost completely concealing them from sight. Evil pieces, based on the game of chess, there are a total of 15 pieces, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns chess pawn that are given to high-class devils, king, with a peerage. These pieces are used to reincarnate other beings into devils and become servants of the high-class devil. Notes, both the Hogyoku and Kyuka Suigetsu are completely fused with his soul and cannot be removed from him. Though he can still summon the sword. Queen, Ophis, DXD. Bishop, Morgan Le Fay, Fate. Bishop, Semiramis, Fate. Knight, Tobio Accuse, /Dog. Knight, Jack the Ripper. Rook, Alucard, Helsing. Rook, Elatrian, Monster Hunter. Pawn x2, Ingramenu, Fate. Pawn x2, Valet Lucifer, DXD. Pawn x2, Beelzebub, DXD. Pawn x2, Cath Palag, Primate Murder. Ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. I had planned for centuries. I had the entire Soul Society fooled and wrapped around my finger. I experimented on multiple Captain-class Soul Reapers and no one believed them when they said that I was responsible. It was laughable how easy it was to gain the trust of multiple of the captains. Just by wearing a kind smile and helping here and there, they started to trust me with their lives. I planned the entire life of the man named Ichigo Kurosaki. Every battle and hardship that he faced was all a part of my plan. His mother's death. His meeting with the Soul Reaper, Rukia Kachiki. His first fight with a Hollow. His first battle with a Minos. Him raiding the Soul Society. Etc. It was all going to plan. I mean, how could it not? I gained ultimate power by using the Hogyoku and transcending the limits of the soul. I was about to stand above the very heavens themselves. Or at least it should have. It all came crashing down with one transformation from the very boy whose life I had planned. An unexpected power-up that should not have existed. Final Getsuga Tenshu. With this transformation, the pitiful cries of the weak pierced through the heavens themselves and brought down God from his mighty throne. I lost a majority of my power, but my desires remained and I continued to evolve. But I was betrayed in the end, when the Hogyoku rejected me and that bastard Kasuke was able to seal me. I was placed in the lowest depths of Mukin and I was left with my plans in shambles. Though not for long. I may have lost but my resolve remained the same. I dominated the will that exists in the Hogyoku and became immortal. My beloved Zanpakuto soon followed and now I existed without any weak points. I would no longer have to rely on anyone but myself. Then the sealed king returned and I finally had a visitor after so long. I was released from my prison soon after. I fought Yawach and tricked the Quincy king himself. Ichigo killed him and I went back to my prison. Why did I return to my prison without a fight? It's simple. Kurosaki was now stronger than ever and could fight me evenly. Along with Kasuke Urahara being there to seal me again. So knowing this I decided to wait and wait I have. For 2,000 years I have waited and there has not been an opening. When Ichigo passed on from old age he was almost immediately promoted to head captain. What makes it worse is all of his friends from all that time ago are right beside him as captains and let's not talk about his decedents. I close my eyes as I sigh. But I am patient and I will wait until the end of the world if I have to. Oh, but you won't have to. What? I try to open my eyes but I can't. Like the muscles are not there. I resort to using my senses and see that I am currently in a womb. I have been put into the body of an unborn child and from the looks of it I have a twin. This is most likely the work of the voice I heard. It was strange though. Like that voice was coming from nothing and everything at the same time. Whoever did this is obviously way above me in power. Meaning that they are not from the three worlds. I have to be cautious for I do not know if there are beings like that in this new place that is filled with many worlds. Splash. Did this women's water just break? It did. Oh my. My adorable little siblings are so cute. The first thing I heard was an annoying high-pitched voice. The woman that the voice belonged to was wearing a ridiculous costume that I have seen some of those mentally insane humans wear. You're quite right about that, Seraphal. But do be quieter, you could hurt their sensitive ears. This man is right because my seemingly twin sister is bawling her eyes out after that. This man seems to be my father. One of them is not crying, Silvers. Is my baby all right? The well-endowed women that the skin suit just popped out of screeched. Silvers, he's is all right Serena. Just a little quite is all. He then picked me up and brought me to this body's mother, and as soon as got me she hugged me tighter than this body should be able to handle. Not human, maybe. These people do have a strange energy, along with this Jigai that I will now use. Actually it seems that millions of people on this planet possess this energy. Interesting. Serena, you gave your mother quite the scare. I can see the intelligence in your eyes, so I will name you Sebastian. I prefer my name. I then used Kyuka to trap them in the complete hypnosis. Better safe than sorry. Yes. That is why I picked you. You reaching your full potential will be interesting to watch. So do entertain me. You again. What do you want from me? Why have you placed me in the body of a child? What do you gain from this? You will find your answers when you reach your full potential and only then. Annoying. Though I cannot do much about that in my current position. I do not know anything about this universe, so I will have to stay in the cover of this body for now. Though even with my lack of knowledge on my situation, I cannot hope but to be excited. Finally something new to do. While the location has changed, my goal still remains the same. The unbearable vacancy of the throne in the sky will soon be over. Seraphal, Satan, get back here. Ha 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 ha. I chase after my adorable little 5-year-old brother. He is so perfect. He is like a mini-me and I adore him. While Sotan is also cute, she is too serious and never plays with me. Satan on the other hand is a perfect child to my parents and me and Sona. Sebastian, he. You can't catch me, Levi Tan. We turn a corner and run into our mother. We're in big trouble now. Serena, seriously, how many times do I have to tell you both not to run in the halls? And Seraphal, why are you encouraging this? Hey. I forgot about that. As I was thinking of a way to defend myself, Satan ran up to mother and hugged her leg. Sebastian, we're sorry but it is fun. Can't we have fun, mother? He gives her the biggest puppy dog eyes that I have ever seen and mother instantly caved. Serena, you can have fun all you want, dear, but I am just worried about you. Can't a mother be worried for her baby boy? She reversed his tactic right back at him and he too fell for it. He looks like he fell into depression instantly. Sebastian, you can. I promise that I won't do it again, mother. Please don't be sad. Mother kneels down and wraps him up in a hug. Serena, it's all right, dear. Just make sure to play outside from now on, all right? Sebastian nodded his head rapidly in response. Serena, good. Now run along now. I things to do with your father. Sebastian runs and grabs Seraphal's hand before pulling her away. Sebastian, see you later, mother. Love you. A wave at him and reply. Serena, love you too, dear. When he turned a corner and disappeared, I could not hold back the sigh escaping my throat. Such a pure child. I can only hope that he can forgive me. With the Council of Elders pushing the clan heads to sign marriage contracts and secure the future of the underworld, there is not much that I can do. The least I can do is make sure that whatever be *tch that takes my son is worthy and not some snot-nosed brat. My darling boy deserves only the best after all. Citri Library. Currently the Grand Library of the famous Citri Mansion is in shambles. Not that anyone knows that, of course. If anyone were to take a look into the room, they would see that the place is in pristine condition as always. In truth, the library has been ravished and not a single book was left unused. Not single page left unturned. The man behind this slaughter was none other than the so-called perfect child. Sebastian Citri, or as he prefers, Aizen Sosuke. Utilizing complete hypnosis. He has not left this library since the age of 3. He has spent all of his time learning of the world and he was left impressed by what this universe offers. While his family plays around with a figment of Aizen's imagination. He has learned of many worlds and realms that vary in so many ways. A lot more interesting than the 3 worlds of his past universe. Instead of Ryuryoku, this universe has many different energies. The body that he currently possesses wields the energy called demonic power. Using this energy you can use your imagination and willpower to create. He has even taken its properties and added it to his Ryuryoku. When he learned of divinity and so-called gods, he was disgusted. These fakers do not deserve to be called gods. A god should stand above everything. To be the ultimate power. Yet these weaklings call themselves deities. Pathetic imitations. The only one that gained the interest of the Transcendent was the biblical God. A man that started creation and shaped the world. Now that is worthy of Aizen's respect. If only he was not killed, he would be of more interest. Though his creations are still here to experiment with. The sacred gears and the throne of heroes. Sacred gears are spiritual weapons that attach themselves to the souls of humans and allow them to reach greater power at the cost of being a target of the supernatural. It reminds him of Yawatch in that way. You gain power but lose a portion of your lifespan. I will have to research these gears in person. The throne is also of interest. If a human is remembered by humanity in some way, their souls are placed within this realm. Though because they are souls they cannot sustain themselves outside of the realm without being summoned by a master. It sounds like slavery with more steps to me though. Though the supernatural can visit this realm and interact with heroes of the past. They even have a king there. A man feared throughout the factions as the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. He is said to be the strongest human ever to live, and I will have to watch myself when around him. After all, I can sense his aura from here, and he is not someone to be trifled with. I can do nothing of it as of now. I cannot expose myself so soon with the threat of those fake deities and factions. As soon as my vessel grows up and I gain what is called evil pieces, I will be able to remake the Espada and begin my work. These devils sure are annoying though. The so-called 4 great Satans are jokes. They are the strongest devils and yet they follow the orders of the council. Once again another reminder of my old world. The captains could have leveled the Soul Society with ease and yet they let themselves be controlled by Central 46. Even Kurosaki listens to them now and it disgusts me. It is to be expected, I guess. Not everyone can live like I can. To be unbound be things like laws. This body's older sister and her comrades cannot exist without clinging to the laws made by those that are weaker than them. That is why they are weak. For laws only exist for the weak that cannot live without clinging to them. At least I do not have to pretend to be a kid and act like I love this family. All of them believe that I am the perfect child and that I could do no wrong. When I have not even looked at them in the past 2 years. Illusion always make everything easier. Oh well. Since I have finished learning of this world, I believe it is time to gain a closer perspective of it. I then disconnect my soul from the skin suit for the first time since arriving, and it felt like waking up from a nap. I then protect the vessel with multiple barriers made from my Riryoku. While it seems that no one in this universe holds their power in a separate dimension like me. The ones that are stronger than me should be able to perceive my power, so I will seal it with something that I have grown familiar with over the past millennia. Aizen, now let's go and see the universe with my own eyes. He then opens a Garganta to allow him to travel between the worlds and walks through it. For soon it will all belong to me. This universe is so much more interesting than my last one. These worlds are so unique and hold so much potential. Unfortunately, it seems that the inhabitants cannot see this. For they are blinded by their own lust. Like animals. The fictional characters of my past world are real in this new one. Though they hardly live up to those legends. The great god of wisdom Odin from Norse mythology is but an old perverted man in this world. The legendary tempter Azazel is similar in that aspect. So while this universe is interesting, most of its inhabitants are trash. Though some are able to shine like stars in the dark of this world. People that have made it past these morsels and have become something worthwhile. It is just unfortunate that a lot of them are humans that are now trapped in the throne of heroes. Maybe I could summon some of them. It might prove to be interesting. Those sacred gears have also caught my interest. Or rather the ones dubbed Longinus. They are said to be tools that destroy God, and with their functions I do not doubt it. They run off of the will and desire of the user, making its power fluctuate between users. It's similar to my Hogyoku in that regard. I believe that I will take one of these for myself. The one called Tell Us Karma. It has the ability to forcibly create and enforce options and choices that aren't possible normally, changing the possibility of certain phenomena into unexpected events. Using this in conjunction with Kyuka Suigetsu would prove to be most entertaining. Unfortunately, I do not know where the current possessor is. Even while being able to sense all the living beings of these multiple worlds, I still can't see the possessor. Whoever it is most likely using the Longinus to disrupt my senses. So I will wait. That does not stop me from getting my hands on another Longinus though. Their energy signatures are unique and easy to spot. Currently there is 10 Longinus on Earth, with one of them being in the possession of the vampires over in Romania. The Longinus each have their own special abilities. That are True Longinus, a bladed spear that is capable of killing gods and deals major damage against dark beings. Zenith Tempest, it has the ability to control the weather and its elemental attributes. Annihilation Maker, the ability to create any creature that the possessor can imagine. Dimension Loss, the ability to block any attack using the mist that it creates, and transport anything inside the mist to any location. Boosted Gear, the gauntlet has the ability to enhance the user's capabilities as well as transferring power to anyone or an object. Divine Dividing, the wings not only give the ability to fly but can also have the power from anything or anyone, which is then added to the user. Regulus Nemia, the ability break the ground in a single strike to splitting the earth in half if mastered. Its secondary ability protects the possessor from projectile-based weapons. Canis Lycaon, allows the user to produce blades in the shadows that are in the user's field of vision. This blades have the potential to cut all things, and can produce black and crimson cursed flames. Sephiroth Graal, grants the user power over souls and information on life. Incinerate Anthem, it has the ability to generate and control purple-colored holy flames that can incinerate devils. Absolute Demise, it wields immense ice-based powers, which is capable of freezing an entire area, turning it into a frozen world. At its maximum range, it can lock an entire small county within a crystal of ice as long as the user wishes to, befitting a Longinus. Innovate Clear, which has the ability to create an artificial pocket universe that can create and support life. However, anything created in there can only live in that universe. And Telos Karma, it is said to be able to warp probability, creating outcomes that otherwise would not be possible. In the past it has also been nicknamed History Breaker. Every single one of them is a work of art. They are all useful to me, with Telos Karma being my favorite. What makes it even better is that they all have souls that their power comes from. Souls that I can feed to the Hogyoku. But I will not. I do not know how these sacred gears truly work. That is why I am going to pick one up now. I will train the user and see firsthand how the Longinus works and if I can have the Hogyoku eat without fear of disrupting it. If the user proves to be valuable, I may keep them. Arriving at the closest Longinus, I find myself at a graveyard. A funeral is taking place and from the pictures it is elderly women. I look around and spot the user. It seems to be a young boy, grieving the loss of his grandmother. The Longinus inside of it is sealed away for some reason that I will find out soon. POV change, Tobio. My name is Tobio Accuse. My grandmother passed away suddenly. I could not understand the fact that she was gone. The only person who has ever taken care of me. The mother figure that I have known for the 7 years of my life died and left me with only my friend, Sae. But it seems that I have even worse luck than I thought and she died 3 days later in an accident. There was no funeral for my best friend because they could not find the body. Now the funeral for my grandmother is over. I stand in front of her grave and wonder on what I should do next. I have nothing. No will. No aspirations. No ambition. I have no reason to live. Child. I was startled from my thoughts by a charming masculine voice. I turn around and I am not gay, but how does this man have this much style? Where are your parents? You should not be out here this late. I look up to the sky and he is right. I guess I lost track of time. Tobio, I lost track of time, mister. Who are you? If you don't mind me asking. The man ignored my question and asked his own. Tell me. Do you believe in fate? Fate. Tobio, what do you mean, sir? The man was now standing beside me as we both looked at my grandmother's grave. Fate is the development of events beyond a person's control, regarded as determined by a supernatural power. Meaning that everything that happens has already been decided and you have no choice in the matter. So, do you believe in such a thing? If that is true, then that would mean that someone else decided for my loved ones to die. Tobio, I would hope that such a thing does not exist, mister. The man spoke again. No one does. It is a reaction that all humans have to things that they cannot control. The fear of the unknown. The fear of weakness. The only way to surpass fate is to be strong. For even fate bends to the will of the strong. I paid close attention to what he said. You could be that strong. I jolted in shock at his words. Me. I have always been the weak one. Sae always had to take care of me and I had to rely on her and grandma. Tobio, how could I be that strong? I am only a kid. The men smirked at me. Age is irrelevant in combat. Do you think that your enemy will care if you are a kid? No. They will strike you down. Only the strong can decide where they will die, and with that mentality you will only lose more of what you care about. I have nothing else but maybe. Tobio, can you help me gain this strength? To be able to protect what I care about. To never lose anything again. The men smiled. It was not a pleased smile or a kind one. It was a smile that conveyed his confidence. Like this was the only outcome of this conversation. That and so much more. My name is Aizen Sosuke, remember it. Also this may hurt a bit. Wah. My train of thought was interrupted when he was suddenly in front of me and his hand was an inch away from my chest. Then what felt like a pulse of energy flowed through me and I could feel something awaken within me. Pain surged through me as my body was covered with shadows. The shadows wrapped around me like a suit had formed 6 tails behind me and a dog-like helmet covered my face. I could not hold it for long and it soon dispersed. I could feel myself losing consciousness, but he spoke once more before I could. Aizen, balance breaker at such a young age. Simply amazing. Seeing your limits would be quite entertaining. Then I knew no more. POV, Tobio. I woke up with a start. There is this tiny puppy licking my face and my immediate reaction would be to push it away, but for some reason I can feel a connection between us. You're finally awake. Hearing the voice, I looked around at my surroundings. I am in a huge library in a room that is the size of a mansion. I then see man that I talked to before sitting on a chair and reading a book that he has not bothered to look up from. He said his name was Aizen, right? Tobio, what was that, sir? Those shadows. Aizen got up and handed me the book he was reading. Aizen, read this book and you will understand everything. The book talked of myths. Things that I know are just made-up stories. With everything that happened last night I cannot rule out anything though. It talked of a great war and the creations of the biblical god. Sacred gears. Weapons that some humans are born with. It gives them great power, but in exchange it involves them in the supernatural world. There is also the 13 Longinus. Weapons that can allow humans to kill gods. One of them has a check by it, so I read about it. Canis Lycaon, in the past, the god of the Bible used two individual sources for the Canis Lycaon. One of them being the king of Arcadia, Lycaon, who incurred the wrath of Zeus, causing the king to be turned into a wolf after being cursed, and Ain no Ohabari, the divine sword in Shintoism used to kill Hinokagutsuki. As a result of the distortion caused by the union of both, the sacred gear was turned from a wolf into a dog. Lycaon's curse also tainted the legendary sword, resulting in the blade losing its divinity and turning into an ominous blade. Is this where this dog comes from? Looking down at my feet from my sitting position, I can see the dog snuggled up to my feet. This is Canis Lycaon. When he said that I can be strong, he meant that I had the power to kill gods. The man in question then spoke up. Aizen, like I said, you can become powerful enough to control your own fate. To protect those you care about, and those you will care about in the future. Do you wish to know more about your power? I picked up the dog and quickly nodded my head. I will need all the knowledge that I can get. Aizen, very well. Canis Lycaon summons a black dog, which also acts as an independent avatar with its own instincts. Canis Lycaon can produce blades that are able to slice apart gods and Buddhas, as Ain no Ohabari is also inside of it. The blades can appear from the shadows in your Vysen or strike from the dog. Try it. I did as told and nothing happened. Aizen, sacred gears work off of your will and desires. You are not asking but telling your power to make the sword. You have to want it. I tried again and this time I was able to summon a black dagger from the dog. Aizen, good. The power will grow with you. So get acquainted with the dog. Your training starts tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon. I look down at my lap and see the dog looking up at me. Tobio, I'm going to call you Jean. Jean, bark. Time skip, 3 years. I walk down the halls of the Citri mansion. Even though none of the Citri know that I am here. My lord's power still impresses me to this day. To be able to control one of the 4 great Satans is no easy feat. I still remember his response when I asked him about it. Aizen, people believe what they want to believe. Seraphal Leviathan finds it easier to believe that I am the perfect child, and so does everyone else. After all, why would they want to believe anything else? His power to control them is impressive, but his swordsmanship is even more impressive to me. No matter how hard I train, I doubt that I will ever be at his level. Though I have improved myself. Jean has now grown up from a puppy to a fully grown hound. Aizen even trained Jean, which would have been hilarious to watch if I did not have to train like hell as well. Now that it has been 3 years of hard training, I can finally use my balance breaker for 10 minutes before I can't take it and have to power down. Aizen says that it is because of my age, but other than that he is impressed with my growth. Tobio is younger than this picture because he is only 11 currently. I continue to walk the halls before I arrive at the library that I know my lord spends most of his time in. I walk in and I see a small 8-year-old child seated on Lord Aizen's favorite chair. It was shocking to me that my lord was actually younger than me, but I know that mentally he is way above me. I walk towards him before bowing and then standing straight. Tobio, you called me, Lord Aizen. He then looked up from the book in his lap. Aizen, you have done well in your training and have showed your competence. You will soon be rewarded. I bow my head again to show my gratitude. Tobio, thank you my lord. Is there a reason for your current appearance, if I may ask? He then stood up and began to walk towards the door. Aizen, at the age of 8 all high-class devils receive their evil pieces. Wouldn't want them to hand the pieces to nothing now, would we? Wait here for my return. I nod my head and he leaves. I know that if I prove to not be weaker than I am right now that he would probably kill me. So I do whatever any other 11-year-old would do when they are praised by their parental figure. I break dance. The creation of Ajuka Beelzebub, the evil pieces, also known as the devil's pieces, are a set of 15 chess pieces given to high-class devils to increase their ranks by reincarnating other beings into devils. Aizen set his sights on these pieces as soon as he heard about them. It's not like he wants to turn people into devils or even change the races of beings at all. For he already has the Hogyoka that can break the limits of the races. No, what he wants them for is the strength the individual gains when they accept the piece, If he could remove the demonic energy from them and add the energy of the entire family is sitting down at the dining table. All of them are laughing and playing around. A heartwarming sight to all that look upon it. The twins of the family and sitting right beside each other as they wait for what they know will come. This is their 8th birthday after all. They have done all of this before. What they seemingly don't know is that this birthday is special. A day that changes the lives of high-class devils. Silvers, now children. You know what time it is. Both twins were practically jumping up and down with excitement. Both presents. The other 3 laughed at their sentiment. Unlike Rias Gremory, who is always gifted things by her older brother, Seraphal and her parents wait until their birthdays to shower them in presents. Sona and Sebastian treat all of them as a treasure. Serena, calm down dears. This time there is a special gift for the both of you. Both children's eyes practically shined in anticipation. Though Sona tried to hide it. And failed. Seraphal placed 2 cases in front of Sebastian and Sona. Seraphal, open them. They did as told and saw 15 red pieces inside. 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns chess pawn. Both of them gasped knowing what these are. Seraphal, see. Isn't your big sister the best? No one can compare to magical girl Levitan. Sona sweat dropped at her sister's antics while Sebastian nodded at Seraphal in agreement. Silvers, now. It was both me and your mother that helped as well, Seraphal. Anyway, all you need to do is coat the pieces with your demonic energy so they recognize you as the king. They did as told and everything went as normal. The family celebrated the achievement that marked the growth of their youngest family members. Though no one noticed that the real Sebastian swiped the real evil pieces the moment they were placed on the table. He replaced them with an illusion and left to his favorite place in the estate. Aizen began to work on removing the demonic energy from the pieces. Weakness is not something that he can just accept, so keeping the energy is not an option for him. They are made out of crystals that you can find on Agrias. These crystals can absorb energy and hold it in the body, forcing the body to change and match the energy inside the pieces, making the person change into a devil. When Aizen removed the demonic energy, it changed to a white chess piece. No longer with energy, they now are simply empty containers. Aizen then removed himself from his physical body and placed it in a chair so that he can begin the good part. He then began to draw upon the energy of the Hogyoku that is a part of him. The energy flowed into the chess piece and they started to glow. The energy seemed to power though when the pieces started to crack. It stopped when the energy responded to the desire of its master and made the chess pieces stronger. The pieces then became clear, allowing for someone to see the multicolored energy inside. Tobio, what can it do? Aizen smirked when he heard the words of his young apprentice. What they do is obvious to himself, but he might as well explain. He placed the newly made chess pieces and sat down across from Tobio. Aizen, they no longer change your race but evolve it. The holder surpasses the limits of their race. Things like age is of no concern to them. They will be able to never reach their strongest. Always growing stronger. Tobio was amazed at this. Tobio, if you can make this, does that mean that you can do that as well? Aizen simply picked up the knight piece and placed it down on the table in front of the dog. Aizen, I can do that and so much more. This is my gift to you. If you chose to take it, then you will serve me for the rest of your life. If you turn it down, well, you already know the outcome. Tobio gulped at his words. It seems his earlier thoughts are actually true. This did not scare him much though. He knows that Aizen is a very ambitious being. So ambitious that he will not let anything get in his way. Tobio leaving and having the chance of telling people of the men behind Sebastian Satiri is not something that he can let happen. Tobio also knows that there is no reason to not accept either. Aizen may be able to do anything to get what he wants, but he won't do things for no reason. The power that this small object brings is also no joke. He trusts Aizen more than anything, so the only choice was obvious. So Tobio picked up the piece and told Aizen his answer. Tobio, I accept, my lord. Aizen nodded and the piece flew out of his hand and into his chest. The piece then phased right into the middle of his heart and began to pump its own energy through his body. It mixed with his magic energy and evolved it. His physical body also changed into its peak condition. His power grew to brand new heights that a human has never reached before. A level of power that is not supposed to be obtainable. The strain of his body was too much for Tobio and he passed out. Aizen then took and laid him out on a table nearby as he taught on his new equipment. The functions of the chess pieces are similar to the Hogyoku, but it lacks in comparison. Instead of infinite energy, Tobio just gained fast mana regeneration. He is also not immortal but instead can regenerate as long as his heart is not damaged. He should also be able to evolve like Aizen but in a much lesser fashion. Possibly something like adaptive regeneration. I can find out when he wakes up. I then looked down at the 14 other pieces and could not help but laugh. With these everything will be easier. I will remake the Espada and this time they will not be so pathetic. They will be true representations of my majesty. Every single one of them. I have made some changes to the plot and looked over what I have done so far and decided to change one of the peerage members. Medusa in particular. Her character does not match with Aizen and she will hate him. Of course I could change that, but I like to keep my characters as close as possible to the original. She has been replaced with Jack the Ripper from Record of Ragnarok. I will try not to make any changes like this again. With that said, do enjoy the chapter. It has been 2 months since the ascension of Tobio Akiyu's and he has been living on cloud 9. With hyper-regeneration he can train for days at a time before he gets tired. He has been pestering Aizen to train him a lot more and Aizen agreed on the premise of seeing how the chess piece works. Aizen is proud of his work as well. Tobio has improved from being at high-class level all the way to Satan class in just 2 months. He was right about adaptive regeneration. Every time Tobio gets wounded it is a little bit harder to wound him the same way again. His skin gets tougher and he even gets smarter a lot faster than normal. Mentally, physically, and spiritually. All of these are being improved by the piece that Aizen has decided to call Predator pieces. So much in fact that Tobio has taken to reading multiple books on advanced topics like quantum physics. Now that 2 months has passed, another event is upon them. 2 months after the high-class devil's birthday they are all invited to a gathering. In the past this gathering served the purpose of the descendants of the 4 great Satans showing the other clans their places. Now though that the anti-Satan faction won it has been repurposed into a regular gathering. At least that is what they want you to think. In actuality it is a way for the Council of Elders to make sure that young devils stay to their roots. So that when they go out into the human world looking for servants, they remember that they have friends in the underworld waiting for them and they do not leave for long. Pathetic if you ask Aizen. Though that is just because he hates the weak trying to control those that are stronger than them. To try and latch onto anything to retain your position instead of relying on one's own strength. So now 4/5s of the Citri household teleport to the Gremory mansion. Seraphal has to be with the other Satans and they have to arrive as one. Showing their unity. Why the Gremory estate you ask? Well Surzex though that it would be the best place. Though we all know that this is just so his little sister can shine in the company of her own home. Instead of having to travel to someone else and be seen as a guest. A joke and a siskin. I can sense someone far below us. Deep in the ground is a high-class devil that I have not sensed before. There is a barrier that stops people from sensing what's inside but that does not stop me. If I had to guess then that is the first Gremory or one of the previous heads of the family. They are most likely sleeping and staying out of public in order to stay alive. Oh well it does not matter to me. Upon arrival at the dining hall I can see multiple heirs. Most of them are just average while others are better or worse. There is ones like Rias Gremory who were born with more power than others. They are Sikvera Agars, Diodora Astaroth, and Sona Citri. While ones born weaker are Zephyr Glaciolabelas and the unique case Serorg Bale. Right now the persons of interest are Sikvera and Serorg. Sikvera because I know that I will be forced into a marriage and she is the only good choice. Plus finding out how to use her time magic will be useful. Serorg is just for an experiment. I walk towards Sikvera while noticing my mother watching. I arrive at the edge of the dining hall where she is seated alone. I walk up to her before placing my left hand on the chair opposite her. Sebastian, you do not mind if I sit here do you? Just imagine her younger. You can do it. She looks at me with a calculating gaze and is about to nod but I sit down before she does. She became irked that this boy would do whatever he wants. Sikvera, it's rude to sit down without my permission you know, boy. I feign a look of surprise before scratching the back of my head and replying. Sebas, ah. I am sorry then. I did not mean you any disrespect. She giggles at his behavior. Sikvera, it's all right. Now why did you come all the way over here? The party only just started. I let out a sigh of relief before slumping down in my chair at her question. Sebas, I am not really good with interacting with a mass of people. I get nervous and believe that I may make a mistake that would shame my family. She nods in understanding. As the heir of her family she has a lot of responsibilities. Sikvera, I completely understand. As heiress and all. I would rather just stay at home and learn more about mechs. This caught my attention. Acting like a shy boy until she said something she is interested plan works every time. Sebas, mechs. I happen to know lots about them. They are just so cool you know. With this she practically lit up and she lost her previous cold demeanor and became extremely excited and enthusiastic. She literally has stars in her eyes. Sikvera, really? Tell me more. She demanded and thus started an hour-long conversation over mechas of all things. They would talk about their favorite types and almost everything else about them. After a while they had to separate and continue to get to know their peers, but it's safe to say that Sikvera made a new friend. This is all just a ploy for me though. He has no interest in procreation, for I have complete control over my body and desires, and no desire for an heir. So to keep up the front that I will get married and provide an heir, I picked Sikvera as a sort of cover. After all, I will be long gone from the underworld when the time comes for our marriage. I then headed toward my other target and found in a similar area to Sikvera. He is standing out on the balcony and watching the stars while looking depressed. Seabass, hello there. He looked back startled from the new voice and saw a boy a little younger than himself walk up to him. They looked similar, with both of them having black hair and purple eyes. Seabass, I am Sebastian Citri. You are? Seror did not answer. No one ever speaks to him unless they're going to bully him. Seabass, no answer. That's too bad. I then stood right next to him on the balcony and we stood in silence. Eventfully Seror could not take it and launched a fist to Sebastian's face. Though the boy just caught this. Serorg, why are you here? You are here to mock me like all the others, aren't you? Sebastian let go of Serorg's fist and asked. Seabass, why would I do that? The former Beal heir began to shake in anger. Serorg, everyone does. All you people care about is status. So there is no way that you would talk to me. I faked a sigh and began my plan. Seabass, tell me, have you ever heard the tale of Yuhabaha, the Almighty? Serorg became confused. He had never heard of that name or that title. But he's sounding strong. Seabass, I tell you then. Yuhabaha was a man born with nothing. He could not move. He could not see. He could not taste. He could not even feel. He did not feel fear though. The boy was strong-willed if anything. The boy used that. He gained things with his will alone. He gained sight, hearing, taste, touch and even sight with just his sheer will. He did not stop there though. He continued forward. He became known as the Almighty for his strength. This goes to show that even those that are not blessed are able to still stand at the top. Or would not be able to define the look the boy was wearing. He could not believe such a story was true, but by looking at the face of the speaker he could tell he was saying the truth. I then began to walk away before putting my hand on his shoulder and stopping. Seabass, are you going to let your curse hold you back, or are you going to prove all of these brats wrong? Keep this story to yourself. I then walked to the door leading back into the party but turned my head back to see his contemplative expression. Seabass, what would your mother want? He jerked his head up and looked at where I was, but he could not see me. He looked down at his hands before clenching them hard enough to draw blood. I then knew that my plan worked. By using a changed version of Yawach's story I have sparked a fire beneath him. Mentioning his mother made that spark a bonfire. I chuckled at what I have just unleashed upon the underworld. The Council of Elders will not know what hit them. I then sensed a Longinus user in the underworld. I seem to have missed him because of the strong ward over there. I should have paid more attention to it. Well, I guess it's time for me to acquire another one. I then used complete hypnosis on the entire party including the Devil Kings and led towards the energy signature. What one will it be this time? Well, it does not matter. They will all belong to me in the end. I can't show up as Sebastian Citri, so I should go drop off this body first. I shunted back to the estate and dropped the body off in a minute. Though it seems that a minute was too late. Another energy signature is heading towards the Longinus user. I can tell who it is and this will be fun. We both arrive at the same time and see a kid around the age of Sona asleep on the ground. He has multiple wounds that seem to be the result of torture. The man I know as Azazel did not notice my arrival and continued forward towards the kid. Aizen, I suggest you move away from the child. Azazel, startled from the voice, looked around and did not see anyone. He looked up and then saw him. A man standing in the sky without wings and making it look so easy. A spell. He could sense no magic from the man though. He could actually sense nothing from the entity. It reminding him of being born from the void. He is just floating there with his arms spread out like he is descending from heaven. Azazel, and who might you be? I don't think I have ever heard of a man with your description. Which is strange considering your level of power. His intellect is as good as I have heard. Because he cannot sense my power, he automatically assumed that I am strong. He will be useful. Aizen, I am the man who will be taking that boy. Try and stop me if you like. Azazel became alarmed at this. He needs this kid to continue his research on dragon-type sacred gears. With the kid's help he will be able to finish his downfall dragon spear. So he summoned multiple spears of light and fired them at Aizen. Aizen, so be it then. I then shunted past the spears and arrived right in front of Azazel. His eyes widened in surprise of my speed but did not get to react as lighting was already gathering in my palm. Aizen, Heido number 63. Raikoho. I slammed the side of my palm into his side and he was sent flying. He took minor damage from the attack but I got what I wanted. I picked up the kid and got out of there before he even got up from his landing site. What is better is that the lightning from my attack caught the attention of the 4 great Satans and they know that Azazel is within their territory. Of course Azazel could tell them about me but that is what I am counting on. I need them to be on the lookout for a new enemy while I complete what I need as Sebastian. This cover is very useful it seems. And entertaining. I arrive back at library and hand the kid to Tobio. He looks at the silver-haired kid in surprise before placing him on a sofa. Aizen, this kid is a Longinus user like you. I found him when he left a warding field. You will train him in how to use his Longinus and everything else. If he needs anything come to me and you have 3 years to make him strong enough to be a part of my peerage. Tobio at first was shocked that his lord found a second god killer but quickly composed himself. This is the first task that Aizen has given him and he will not fail it. Tobio, it will be done my lord. Little brother will reach your expectations. Aizen just chuckled at this proclamation. Tobio training the kid into something strong is just the beginning. After they get close to each other in strength they can then work off of each other and reach new heights. POV change, back with Azazel. Who was that? Thought Azazel as he forced himself up from the crash site. He did not even see him move when he was already in front of him before he realized it. That speed reminds him of Hermes and yet all Hermes can do is run. That lighting attack as well. He arrived at where the kid was and saw them already gone. He grit his teeth in frustration. Which turned into full-on grinding when he sensed the presence of Surzex and Seraphol. He turned around and faced them. Azazel, Surzex. Seraphol. What brings you here? Both of them have cold looks on their faces. That attack they sensed was no joke and from the minor wounds they see on Azazel it is clear that he is not the one who casted it. Surzex, you are in devil territory, Azazel. This is trespassing. Azazel grimaced at that. Knowing that a war could be started over this. So he explained. Azazel, I sensed a strong sacred gear here and came to take a look. Someone beat me to it and took the user away. Both the Devil Kings know that it was not the full story and pressed. Seraphol, and this person that beat you to it also caused this much damage to you. Who was it, a god? Azazel would like to know the same thing. Azazel, that's the thing. I do not know who it was. This confused them because every person that can harm someone like Azazel is widely know about. Seeing their looks Azazel continued. Azazel, it seems that we have a new player on the field if you guys do not know who that was. I promise that this won't happen again and do let me know if you find out anything about a man with brown hair and brown eyes that is covered in black ribbons. With that Azazel teleported away leaving the Devil Kings with a lot to think about. POV change, Citri Library. Aizen was reading a book that he has read multiple times in order to wait for the kid to get up. He has already applied Kido to the boy and all his wounds are now healed. He is now just waiting for the boy to get up. Tobio is also excited to meet the kid. No matter how mature he is still a child that enjoys the company of others. So this is a welcome addition for him. Finally the kid woke up with a start. He began looking around wildly in search of something and his eyes caught the figure of Aizen and became confused. These place and these people look nothing like what he knows. Did Grandpa not find him? Aizen, child. What is your name? The silver-haired kid started at Aizen for a while before responding. Valley, my name is Valley. No last name. Aizen nodded even though he knew that the kid was lying. Both him and Tobio can sense the immense demonic power within the child. Meaning that he can only be a descendant of the 4 original Satans. Aizen, alright Valley. My name is Aizen Sosuke and the child over there is Tobio Accuse. Aizen pointed over to Valley's right where Tobio was eagerly watching Valley like he was some kind of toy. Aizen, tell me. Do you want to be strong? Valley just looked at the floor. Aizen, you were covered in wounds. You came out of an area that is warded. If I had to guess then you got those wounds from a family member. Valley clenched his fists. Aizen, they harmed you. Your father. Valley's hands began to bleed. Aizen, your father. Are you just going to let him get away with that? He tortured you and you are away. Don't you want revenge? Valley started to shake with anger. Aizen, what about your mother? Valley then exploded with rage. White wings with blue energy formed on his back. Younger, Valley, ARRRGGGGGGG. He lunged at Aizen and threw his fist at him. Aizen simply caught his fist. Aizen, I am not the one you should be angry with. Tobio will train you. You will have your revenge. Aizen then knocked him out and threw him at Tobio. He caught him with ease. Aizen, set up his room next to yours. Begin training him tomorrow. Tobio nodded and went away to set up his room. A room that the Citri residence does not know exists. Aizen then laughed once again. The Longinus the boy has is not one of the ones that he wants. After all, why would he need to divide anything? That is below him. But it is not below Valley. So he will have the boy trained into something incredible. Someone worthy of his grace. A member of the Espada. POV, Valley. I never expected that anything like this could ever happen. My father abused me from a young age and all I had was my mother. She patched me up after the beatings and was the only one that ever showed kindness to me. It did not last. My father became more and more violent and the beatings increased. At some point my desire allowed to be able to talk to Albion. The vanishing dragon. He has been a good friend and partner to me. He could not help me because my father sealed my sacred gear to make sure that I could not use its power. Him just being there was enough for me though. Eventually my mother could not take it anymore and made a plan for us to escape. Albion agreed with the plan and we started our escape. Unfortunately my mother was caught by my father but I was able to escape. I ran for a long time before I gave out and passed out. When I came to I was in a library that I had never seen before. There was a kid about 3 years older than me and a man that looked at me with cold indifference. He provoked me and I fell for it. I figured out later that he was trying to bring out my sacred gear and see which one it was. I was scared of the man and would not go near him. Tobio was pretty cool though. He told me everything I wanted to know and trained me to become stronger. My goal is to get revenge against my father and grandfather. To kill them both and save my mother. My new brother's goal is to be strong enough to protect those he cares about. It makes me feel bad sometimes that my goal is so selfish compared to his. He treats me as if I am his little brother and I spit on his kindness like this. Tobio is also really strong. Albion said that he is on the level of the original Satans. That made me increase my training in order to surpass my older brother. I was even more awed when Albion told me that the man named Aizen is stronger than him. I then knew that Aizen could kill me whenever he wanted and I could do nothing about it. There was no reason to be afraid then. He obviously does not plan to kill me and has only helped me since I have known him. So I started hanging out with him and he is not that bad. He is very intellectual and I have learned a lot of things with him. Even more than with Tobio and he is a genius. It really shows where Aizen is at. I have gotten a lot stronger than I was previously. I can now enter balance breaker for 15 minutes before I have to deactivate it. I am also learning new ways to use my demonic power. Soon I should be able to face the past possessors of the divine dividing. Or so Albion says. It has been 2 years since I have arrived and I will now tell them of my past. I am now 10 years old. Tobio is 13 and Aizen's cover is 10. I walked into the library and Aizen reading a report on something. Tobio is playing on the floor with a miniature version of Jean. Upon smelling me, Jean ran up to me and jumped at me and kicked me in the cheek. Jean, DDIIIE Liliat is Azard. I was knocked on my ass and Jean continued to hit me, more like poke me, with his paws. Tobio, sorry about that Valley. I do not know why Jean doesn't like dragons. I sat up as I grabbed Jean by his front paw and threw him on top of a bookshelf. A blue light started glowing from my hand. Albion, Longinuses do not like other Longinuses. With Canis Lycoan's limited mental prowess he just attacks instead of ignoring it. Aizen looked up from the book he was reading when he heard the voice of Albion. Aizen, Albion. I need some information on a dragon after Valley has finished talking about what he wants to tell us. I did not react to what he said. I already know of how scary Aizen's intellect is. I sit down across from Aizen as Tobio pulls up a chair. Valley, as I am sure you already know. I am the descendant of one of the original Satans. My name is actually Valley Lucifer. I am the great-grandson of the original Lucifer. Tobio showed an understanding look at this fact. His little brother has shown some serious potential and this is why. Aizen on the other hand smirked. He can use this. Valley, another thing that you should know is that the original Beelzebub is alive. He left the Great War when he saw no more profit for him. He now just creates things and tries to find someone that can kill him. He wants to die in battle like his former comrades now. I have seen him twice in the Lucifer mansion and thought that you might want to know. Aizen can use this as well. Getting this kid is one of the best choices he has made since arriving here. Aizen, thank you for telling me Valley. You have 1 more year of training before you can join my peerage. Do not slack off. I nodded quickly. Training is fun for me anyway. The thrill of battle is my favorite feeling. Aizen, now Albion. I made my wings appear on my back so that Albion is able to talk easier. Albion, yes, strong one. Aizen set down the paper he was holding and a book soon replaced it. The title of the book was The Encyclopedia of Dragons. Aizen turned the pages and I could see how it named the races of dragons and even the evil dragons and dragon kings. Near the end of the book it talked of the heavenly dragons and the dragon gods, but on page was destroyed. It was basically ash. They was named though. No a title. Black Dragon. Albion let out a startled gasp when he read the name. Aizen, do you know this dragon? Aizen asked with a smile. Albion, I do. The Black Dragon is an entity that is above even me and Draig. He is said to be the dragon closest to the dragon gods. His name is Elatrian. The blazing black dragon. Aizen leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Aizen, I see. Is there anything you can tell me of his powers? Albion does not have a body, but I could feel the nod. Albion, he can control all elements. Fire, water, air, earth, light, and darkness are all under his control. Aizen was thankful for this information. He will make sure not to use such Kidos if they were to battle. He then stood up. Tobio, where are you going, my lord? Aizen just kept walking but said. Aizen, read the paper. We did as said and all we had to do was read the title. The Nico Show Extermination. POV, Aizen. I cannot believe how foolish these devils truly are. They would destroy an entire race just because that girl killed one of the pillars. They do not even know that the pillar in question was doing what some people would call inhumane experiments. Funny considering that I have done worse and they are devils. They did not even bother trying to learn of why the Nico Show named Kuroka killed him either. They just decided to eliminate a race that is not even under their jurisdiction. Though knowing how pathetic the leaders of this world are. The Shinto faction will most likely do nothing. An entire race that they are supposed to protect will get slaughtered by the devils and they will do nothing. They are scared. Scared of the powerhouse known as Surzex Lucifer. I would be cautious of that Siskin too, if it weren't for the fact that I know he is merely a puppet. A man that can become destruction itself allows himself to be controlled by the Council of Elders. His father raised him into a fine weapon indeed. Well, I do not care either way. This gives me the perfect opportunity to see what effect these different races will have on the Hogyoku. Will it gain more powers? I can't wait to see. Upon arrival I see an army of devils flying to the village where the Nico Show live. As they get closer the cats spot the devils. Makes sense considering that the Nikos can use senjutsu. A way of controlling nature. A power I will have. The cats try to teleport away but the devils put down an anti-teleportation barrier. Then the cats were slaughtered one by one. The army did not spare any mercy. Then again they are just soldiers. If they do not do as told they are expendable. Then the Reapers showed up. The workers of Hades that will bring these souls to the realm of the dead. Unfortunately for the Reapers. I am the only true death god in this world. So I made quick work of it and started to collect the souls. They are not much different than human souls. They seem to be warped though. To make these races someone, most likely the creator god, has manipulated these souls and gave them different outlets for the spiritual pressure. Making all these different energies that this universe possess. Fascinating. I then feed these hundreds of souls to the Hogyoku. Using my desire to attain the properties of senjutsu and yujutsu for myself. Ultimately I do not gain the energies themselves but their abilities. I now have the ability of controlling nature and strengthening myself with my Riryoku. This also means that my pervious ability to sense things in other dimensions has been upgraded. I can now tell how many devils exist within the underworld to the exact number. I can now better sense things that are connected to nature. I will have to thank those yokai for this when I go to Kyoto. Now what to do? All my plans are years from now. Well, I could teach Tobio and Valis some skills. I return to the mansion and sense that they are already in the training room. I arrive there and find them both hard at work. The moment they sense me they stop and give me their attention. Aizen, you have done well with your training so far, Tobio, Valley. Now I would like to teach you some skills that will help you in battling a stronger opponent. Both of them nod excitedly. Wondering what kind of overpowered techniques their lord possesses. Aizen, I will teach you 2 techniques. The first is called Ikatsu. Using this you can force the pressure of your attack into the opponent's body. The last is called Sakatsu. This attack is similar to the second but it uses 2 fists and can totally destroy your opponent in one blow. I expect both of you to master these skills in 1 year. Valley and Tobio were now practically jumping in anticipation. Albion is also thinking about how useful these attacks could be on bigger opponents. All 3 of them however did not know that it would normally take decades to master these techniques. Aizen, I will give a demonstration of both. You will be on your own from there. Aizen then grabbed 2 of the punching bags and placed one of them in the center of the area. Valley and Tobio stood off to the side to not get in the way. Aizen turned his body so that his left side is facing the bag. He then sent his right fist forward, and as soon as his knuckle touched the bag it exploded from the inside, leaving a huge hole around his fist, and went flying back and hit the wall. Of course Aizen was holding back a lot. Otherwise there would be nothing left of this room. The spectators became awed at this feat, knowing that their lord put hardly any force into the attack. They became even more interested in learning Theseus' moves. Aizen then brought the other bag to the middle of the room. He then walked away from the bag to a good distance. He then flexed his muscles, generating wind that almost knocked the observers off their feet, and appeared in front of the bag and launched both of his fists into it. The force of this technique disintegrated the bag, and the wall behind it was even damaged. Valley can't even damage the wall, and Aizen did that while holding back a lot of his strength. Aizen just kept his confident smirk on his face and walked past them. Aizen, mind over matter. With enough time even the weakest can become something terrifying. Both of the Espada candidates just stood there in awe. While Albion could not help but think of how a fight between Aizen and Elatrian would go. Will the Black Dragon of Destruction finally meet his match? As a dragon, Albion could not help but become excited. For their battle will be legendary. An 11-year-old Valley could not hold in his excitement. After a year of training, both Valley and Tobio mastered the two techniques that Aizen entrusted them with. Since then Valley's strength has grown leaps and bounds. He has now reached the level of ultimate class with the help of his balance breaker. He has even unlocked a new form that he is planning on surprising his brother with very soon. Speaking of his brother, his power has also grown. While Tobio does not have as much potential as Valley, he will not let himself be surpassed so easily and continues to ascend. If you were to make a top 10 strongest in this world, it would be something like this. 10. Fenrir. 9. Tobio Accuse. 8. The Super Devils. 7. Crum Crutch. 6. Indra and Shiva. 5. Aizen. 4. Elatrian. 3. Gilgamesh. 2. Tiamat. 1. Great Red, Ophis, Trihexa. Though this is a rough estimate. Albion says that Aizen has a lot of power hidden within him and he cannot see the limit of his strength. So he could be stronger than Elatrian and maybe even be able to fight a serious Gilgamesh. Well, we will have to wait and see. I arrive at Aizen's favorite place. The library. Though I do think he is getting bored of it now. I still sit down in front of him. Aizen, you have done well. You are stronger than Tobio was when he received his predator piece. I expect great things from you. So continue to reach new heights. I bow my head in response. To reach new heights is to fight more battles. Something that I can get on board with any time. Valley, I will not fail you, my lord. Aizen just summons 2 of the pawn pieces and they fly into Valley's chest. Who gritted his teeth in pain as his body and soul were forced to evolve. Divine Dividing formed a permanent connection with his soul. Meaning that for as long as Valley's soul remained he would possess the sacred gear. Soon the boy passed out and fell on the floor. Aizen just watched him fall and went back to reading a book that he has read 5 times already. Jean soon entered the room and upon seeing Valley he charged at him and collided with his face. He did not wake up, so Jean poked him a few times to make sure he is really asleep before he climbed on top of his face and went to sleep. Aizen just smirked. Later both Valley and Tobio stood across from each other in the training room. Both have battle-thirsty smirks on their faces. With Valley's evolution into a Transcendent, he now is way stronger than before. Tobio does not even know what will hit him. The fight starts and Valley instantly goes into balance breaker to avoid the blades that tried to pierce him from his own shadow. He then lunged at Tobio, but Tobio's superior speed is shown when he dodges all attempts at contact, knowing the power of divide. Tobio then summons Jean in his adult form and attacks Vale from his front and back, both wielding swords. Valley counters by sending a blast of demonic energy at Tobio, forcing him to block and grabbing Jean and using divide on him. Jean whimpers as half of his power leaves him but manages to cut Valley's wing with a sword summoned from their shadows. Valley throws Jean away and barely dodges an onslaught of attack from Tobio. He lashes out with a right hook that Tobio dodges. Tobio, having enough of this, turns Jean into a scythe that he uses to cut through Valley's balance breaker. Valley in response jumps back and heals the wound of his chest from the attack. Valley, that weapon is broken as hell. Being able to cut all things sure is a bitch. Tobio just laughed at this. Even Aizen got annoyed at his true weapon, but it is hard to use it against a man that controls what you perceive as reality. So Tobio knows what it feels like to fight against an overpowered opponent. Tobio, is that all you got? You have gotten better to force me to use this so soon, but is this it? Valley grinded his teeth together in annoyance. It seems that the gap between them will not close so easily. Albion, I would not be so sure, partner. It's time to show this mutt the power of a dragon. Valley could not agree more. He reactivated his balance breaker and begun his chant. Valley, I, who is about to awaken. Tobio reeled back in surprise of this chant. He said that he would never use the Juggernaut drive. Why is he using it now? Valley, I am the White Dragon Emperor who will take the law down into the darkness. No, this is different. Its power is through the roof. Tobio decided not to take any chances. Tobio, balance break. Night Celestial / dogs. He became shrouded in darkness once more. This time with his features more defined. His power skyrocketed as the shadows in the room lengthened and hundreds of blades could be seen within them. Still Valley continued his chant. Valley, I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure emperor of White Dragon, and I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and perfect evil ways. His form gained more and more, and certain parts turned gold while the rest turned silver. His height more than doubled while reimaging humanoid in appearance. His power reached heights that even made Tobio become astounded. Valley, Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. The room began to shake from the sheer pressure of his power. Tobio summoned his true weapon once again, but Valley was way ahead of him. Valley, Compression Divider. The blade seemed to disappear, but in reality it was divided into nothing. Tobio did not have time to react, as he too was then subjected to the attack. He resisted though, but he knew that he could not keep it up. So he too decided not to hold back and started his own chant. Tobio, Behowless the slaying of 1,000 more - enough. The words were spoken in a leveled voice, but the effect was instantaneous. Both Valley and Tobio powered down and faced their lord. The pieces inside of them responding to their father and stopped turned themselves off. The two did not have time to worry about this though when the death god himself stood before them. Aizen, honestly, I leave you alone for a few minutes and you cause this kind of damage. They looked around and the room was indeed ruined. Aizen, a room that I built with my own 2 hands. You both will fix this somehow as punishments for almost getting us caught. Do you know how bad this could have been for me if I had not been here to block your auras from escaping? Both of them looked down in shame. Aizen, well, you are children. So in order for this not to be a problem in the future, from now on you can leave the estate and do whatever you want. Just don't do something that you know I will not like. The next time you will not get off so easy, understand? Both of them nodded rapidly and Aizen then disappeared. It was only then that they realized that he never actually entered the room. In fact, he never left the library. He blocked their auras from escaping the room all the way from there. It was then that it truly hit them on how far they are away from Aizen. The top dogs of this world are no joke, it seems. Well, they might as well get to work. It's going to be a long day. This feeling. The aura of a predator. How long has it been since someone stood before me with the intent of hunting me? The behemoth stood up as the ground around him shook under his might. As he walked, the very elements seemed to bow to him. The monstrous force of power is heading straight for his challenger without an ounce of fear. As he exited the massive cave, it was revealed that he lived on a large mountain within the familiar forest. For he is the reason that the familiars seek refuge here. He is their protector. Another large blue dragon also sensed the predator in the forest, but she knows that she is no match for it. She can only hope that her lord Elatrian can deal with this threat. As the dragon walked closer, he could finally see his opponent. A ordinary-looking man, wearing what the dragon knows is seals, is sitting in a throne-like chair without a care in the world. Like this battle was won the moment he arrived. Maybe even before that. Elatrian grew irritated at his expression. So he fired a blast of fire from his mouth right at the men. The fire hit the men straight on and smoke filled the air. As said smoke cleared, Elatrian could see that the men protected himself with a green barrier. The men then spoke. Aizen, I see. You are as strong as Albion said. To be able to crack a Milan escudo with just a simple breath of fire shows your prowess. Then again we were both holding back. Aizen stood up from his chair that soon crumbled away while looking upon the dragon. Knowing that he cannot fight the beast out in the open like this, he started with that first. Aizen, there are too many people that could watch this, so I will be moving this battle to somewhere more convenient. The dragon just snorted at this claim. Like this man could force him to do anything. Or so he thought as Aizen summoned his blade. He brought his blade up as it began to glow with purple-colored power. This set off the dragon's instincts, but he did not get to react as Aizen swung his blade horizontally while saying, Aizen, Heido number 78. Zongaren. A violet ring of energy surged off of his blade and went straight towards the black dragon. The dragon tried to fly into the air to avoid it, but it followed and hit him all the same. It did not get through all of his scales, but the force of the blow was enough to send the dragon flying back into a just opened large garganta with Aizen jumping in after him. They arrived in a place filled with nothing but color. A place that allows nothing to exist. Of course, beings like these two can survive in this place easily. The dragon and men looked at each other before one spoke in a cocky way. Aizen, is this not better? This way no one will interrupt us. The dragon just stared at the humanoid before it spoke for the first time in a deep and menacing voice while wearing a bloodthirsty grin on his snout. Elatrian, I am going to enjoy this. He then charged at Aizen while firing multiple lightning bolts that Aizen simply dodged. Now close enough, Elatrian activates his ice form and encases Aizen within ice. He did not expect, however, to hear the man's voice behind him. Aizen, Bakudo number 79. Kyushibari. Multiple black holes enclosed on the black dragon, with one spawning directly on his chest allowing for no escape. The dragon roared in rage at this hindrance and spoke mockingly towards the men. Elatrian, do you seriously think that this will hold me forever? Aizen simply chuckled at this. Aizen, no. I just needed to hold you while I mock your very existence. I mean, is this all the fabled black dragon can do? Pathetic. The dragon became even more enraged than ever before. Not only did this man know about his control over the elements and avoids using them, but also would dare humiliate him like this. Him. The blazing black dragon. He will show this fool his true power and smash him under heel. He began to cackle with red lightning as his power skyrocketed. He raised his head up and roared as he broke free from his bindings. All Aizen did was clap his hands though. Aizen, this strength. You are strong indeed. Strong enough to join my Espada even without the predator piece. The dragon roared once again at Aizen, but this time fired the mother of all fireballs at Aizen. Aizen knew that this attack would actually hurt him, so he quickly put up a barrier. Aizen, Bakudo number 81. Danku. A clear barrier formed in front of Aizen that tanked the attack head-on. The barrier normally would have been destroyed by this level of attack, but Aizen's power is infinitely regenerating and as such he will never run out of power. So the barrier held up against the attack. Aizen though knows that this needs to end no. He acknowledges the power of Elatrian will make him a part of the Espada with force if necessary. Luckily dragons are known to submit to those that beat them in fair combat. So all Aizen has to do is defeat him now. Aizen, you will be mine from this point forward, Black Dragon Elatrian. The dragon knows that Aizen is truly strong and will most likely try to end this here. So he will respond in kind. One shall fall here today. Aizen unleashes his attack. Aizen, Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. Black masses of energy begin to enclose around Elatrian as he can feel the gravity push down on him. It's almost too much for the dwarf star-level dragon, but he pushes forward and unleashes his final attack right when the black coffin traps him in. From the outside, Aizen planned for this to go on longer. He suspected that this being has some kind of final attack that could deal serious damage to him. He was proven right when he heard the dragon's voice roar through the coffin. Elatrian, Eschaton Judgment. The coffin broke apart from the force of the attack, but Aizen just stood there and took it. The attack vaporized everything in its path and Aizen took serious damage from it. Though not for long. The Hogyoku was recently fed with yukais and used that ability to remake Aizen's destroyed flesh stronger and much more durable than before. This time Aizen knows that he can't be held back by his pride and will use anything to grow stronger. Even if it is little things like letting himself get damaged to reach new heights. Elatrian did not come out unharmed either. The black coffin caused numerous wounds about his body and he is almost collapsing from the strain. The fact that Aizen survived is astounding to Elatrian, but he knows that the cosmic being in front of him has truly beaten him. Aizen gets in front of Elatrian before speaking. Aizen, serve me and reach new heights. It was simple and short, but that's how dragons are. Power is everything to them. So it was no surprise when he answered. Elatrian, you have proved yourself stronger than me. So the answer is clear, my lord. Aizen just smirked before summoning his rook piece and sending it into the dragon's chest. The dragon's power rose and he has never felt so powerful, but he soon passed out from the pain and Aizen simply opened a Garganta and went back to the Citri estate. What both did not know was that an entity was watching their fight from the moment they entered the dimensional gap. You are perfect. With you I will be able to complete my goal. So I will be watching you, Aizen Sosuke. For you are destined for a higher purpose. The familiar forest suddenly erupted in chaos. Their lord and god suddenly disappeared and never returned. The Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat restored order soon enough, however, but she could not change what was already done. The Satan of Destruction soon arrived. The devils were informed of the disorder in the forest and was dispatched to learn the cause, and like the loyal dog that he is, he complied without question. Though he did sigh in frustration. After all, he was busy trying to calm down his beloved sister. Why is she distressed? Well, she is going to get married. All high-class devils are being forced into marriage contracts by the Council of Elders. Under the pretense of repopulating their race. The devils in question will soon be informed of this, with Surzex telling Rias earlier than the rest. The word spoiled does not do Rias justice. Anyway, he quickly arrived at the cave of Tiamat. He released some of his aura to attract her attention and soon she walked out of her cave in a humanoid form. The Dragon King. Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat. Tia, what could you possibly want here, slave? The slave gained a ticked-off expression as his aura rose and eclipsed Tiamat's. Surzex, you would think that you would know who your betters are, lizard. The lizard simply chuckled as she responded. Tia, I will admit that you are indeed stronger than me, but what would mother do to you if she heard your remark? Surzex started to sweat at the thought. No one wants to mess with her mother. The mother of life. With this dragon in front of him being her favorite child, no one would go against her either. Even though many could defeat her. Surzex, enough of this. I am here to see why this forest is in such disarray. Tiamat's expression remained the same, but on the inside she was a completely different story. After Elatrian went missing, she has been worried sick. Did that predator somehow defeat her lord? Is he now dead? She has so many questions but no way to get answers. Tia, I know not of which you speak. Leave now, slave. The men became startled at her change of tone and pace but did not have time to question it as she returned to her cave. Normally he would punish such disrespect, but the dragon's backer is no joke, so he returned back to the capital without a fight. Citri Estate. Aizen, so, do you have a human from? Standing before the Citri mansion is a man covered in bindings and a large black beast. The beast is so large that he would not even fit in the courtyard of the estate, so now Aizen is thinking of other options. Elatrian, no, I have never felt the need for one. Aizen sighed before responding. Aizen. I see. Then you will have to go back to. He was interrupted by the dragon. Elatrian, wait, I do have a way that I can fit, but it might cause a problem. Aizen looked at the dragon interest and the dragon looked slightly uncomfortable. Elatrian, I can fuck it, I will just show you. The dragon roared as it suddenly glowed in a black light that made seeing him impossible. The light started to shrink and seemingly the dragon disappeared. Aizen though could sense him and looked down at the small thing he became. Aizen just started at it as the little beast started back adorably. Aizen. What is this? The Spyro lookalike smirked childishly as it roared and did a backflip. Elatrian, I am the de-aged version of Elatrian. My smallest form. This will work, right, my lord? Aizen still just started at it. He understands that the problem that large Elatrian spoke of is the childish mentality, but why did he turn into this form? He could have just went back to his cave, but he turned into this. Aizen sighed before speaking. Aizen, it will, small one. Let's get going. He picked up the small dragon before holding him under his arm and shunpoing to the library. Upon arrive he was met with his eagerly awaiting peerage. When they saw the baby dragon in his arms they became confused, but Aizen simply plopped small Elatrian down in the lap of Valley as he went back to reading like normal. Valley, my lord, what is this? He spoke while pointing to the dragon in his lap, which caused the said dragon to jump and bite his finger off. Valley, ahhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Valley screamed in pain, but the missing finger quickly healed and he glared down at the dragon as the dragon licked its lips. Elatrian, you taste of something far greater than a devil, what are you? The dragon spoke without a care to the person he just took a bite of. Valley sighed. There is reason no for him to stay mad at the dragon his lord brought. Valley, I am Valley Lucifer, the white dragon emperor and the pawn of Lord Aizen. The dragon nodded its head in understanding before speaking in a much more energized tone than Valley. Elatrian, I shall introduce myself as well. I am the blazing black dragon Elatrian. A rook. This information shocked the knight and pawn, not only them but Albion as well. They could not help but think of why he was in a baby form like this, but did not have much time to think about it as small Canis Lycaon lunged at small Elatrian and they began a small brawl. Though Elatrian was holding back by a lot, otherwise the dog would not stand a chance. The other person in the room watched this events with a plain face while thinking of the future. Currently there are 5 people that are stronger than him in this world. People that he cannot hope to defeat as he currently is. Especially with the power of the Hogyoku as weakened as it is. Well, there is no use in worrying about it. After all, with his plan, winning is a guarantee. Aizen chuckled at the thought of losing again. Since everything that has happened since his arrival has been all according to his plan. The night soon arrived with Aizen not moving once from his chair. Valley and Tobio have already went to their rooms for some sleep while Elatrian is now sleeping on top of Jean like some pedestal. They were both holding back a lot, but the fight was still amusing to watch even for someone like Aizen. Though he has bigger things that need his attention. Like fixing the Hogyoku and beating Gilgamesh. Well, there is not anything truly wrong with the Hogyoku but more per se with Aizen. Ever since he was defeated by the final Getsuga Tenchu his desires have shifted. He went from wanting to transcend all to desiring to survive. So he gained immortality and infinite energy, but in exchange he lost the transformations. No longer can he evolve at any moment. He can still use the power of the Hogyoku and produce miracles, but its core function will always be to keep Aizen alive. For the moment that is fine, but later down the line he will face the strongest powers in this world and he will need all the strength that he can get. Gilgamesh is another problem altogether. He does not bother to hide his power so Aizen can see it as clear as day. A massive force that makes a Latrian look like a puppy in comparison. A power that even if Aizen were to release his seals, he would still lose by a long shot. The only logical conclusion was reached by Aizen. He needs to allow the Hogyoku to gain enough power to be able to transcend him up to Gilgamesh's level. Only then can he achieve his goal. But where could he gain all of these souls? The amount needed would be around 300 million human souls after all. Well, Aizen already has a plan for that. Next day. An important day has arrived for the young high-class devils of the underworld. The time has come for correlation. The young devils will now be betrothed to their future spouses. A day that Aizen has been waiting for. So every young high-class devil must gather in a single estate. This time the mansion that they are going to is from the Astarath pillar. Which is conveniently the pillar that birthed the current Beelzebub. Though unlike Surzex, Ajuka actually did not want this to take place here. Well, he doesn't really care about his family anyway. Aizen hopes that one of these fools will do something interesting, otherwise this will be very boring. After all, tricking the Devil Society is nothing compared to the thrill Aizen felt when he tricked the entirety of the Soul Society for centuries. Aizen still looks back to his betrayal with a smile on his face. What a day that was. It is hilarious that those old fools in the Council of Elders are throwing a party for this. A party. Most of these devils have been dreading this day for the majority of their lives and they throw them a fucking party. Diabolical. So as Aizen sits amongst the crowd at this party he can't help but feel the urge to chuckle. Those old fools are nothing but leeches on this society. He picks up his drink of fruit punch and drinks it as a familiar person sits beside him. Seekvaria, hello Seabass. Aizen just side-eyed her before smiling in amusement and replying. Seabass, you know it's rude to sit down without my permission, girl. Seek blushed in embarrassment as she tried to piece together a retort but Aizen kept his act and chuckled. Seabass, it's all right Seek-chan. I just could not resist you know. Seek playfully hit him on his arm as she spoke. Seek, have you heard Seabass? Aizen raised an eyebrow so she continued. Seek, Rias Gremory has already acquired a rook and her queen and a knight. We are not even allowed to leave the underworld until we turn 15, so how is it possible that she got a hybrid, a cat, and a sacred gear user when she is not allowed to leave this realm? Aizen has heard of this. The dog went above and beyond for his Riatan and once again showed favor towards her. The only one of these so-called Satans that should actually lead the devils is Ajuka Astarath. A man of intelligence and a true mindset of a leader. The rest is a siskin, a sloth, and a woman with PTSD so bad she no dresses up as a magical girl of all things. They are children. Kids that were forced to fight in a battle that they did not truly understand. And after the war, did they get to rest? No, they did not. Instead they were forced into positions of power that would bind them to the underworld and allow no escape. Ajuka though can leave anytime though. After all he cares about no one that the elders could threaten. Anyway Aizen still spoke. Seabass, it's called favor Seek-chan. It's unfair but the weak have no opinion in things that truly matter. Seekvaria was surprised by the dark truth of her friend's words. She looked down at her lap as she contemplated them. Seek, that is true. Before she could think on it more and do some ridiculous training montage Aizen spoke. Seabass, it seems to be starting. Seekvaria looked up and what he said is indeed true. The men know as the great king stepped up to the stage of the dining hall that they sat in. His name is Zekrom Baal. The first great king. The progenitor of the Baal clan and the shadow of the devils. The oldest devil in existence. Zekrom, welcome young devils. I am sure you all know who I am so let's get straight to the point, you are all required to produce children to help further the devil race. Among the crowd people began to shift nervously. For they know what will come next. Zekrom, as such, you will all be getting married. Your spouses have already been chosen. Then he started naming off new couples that had varying reactions. Some were lustful. Others were calm and some, Rias Gremory, were crying their eyes out. When Aizen's fake name was called out along with another he knew that his plan worked. Of course it did. Zekrom, Sebastian Citri and Seekvaria Agars. You are required to produce at least one child. Seekvaria gained a shocked look and started to pale. Her only friend has been forced into a marriage with her of all people. What if he hates her? Take out his lack of freedom on her. Her thoughts were interrupted when she felt a hand on her shoulder and looked over at Aizen who wore a kind smile that said, everything will be alright. Seabass, it's alright Seek-chan. While this is unfortunate, us being forced, but I promise you that I will never do something that you do not want. So what happens from here is all up to you. He smiled reassuringly before he removed his hand from her shoulder. Sikvaria also gained a smile. They could still be friends after all. There is still a long time before they have to get married. Seek, thank you, Sebastian. I am very lucky to have you instead of him. She said with a laugh as pointed at a spectacle across the hall. Aizen looked and thought of how something interesting did happen after all. Rias, I will not marry you, you scum. The crimson-haired girl stated as she emptied out her drink on the blonde devil's face, who looked absolutely livid. Aizen then looked to Wersona Citri, his so-called sister, was sitting while she thought of ways to get out of her marriage. Knowing her she could do it, but it would have lasting repercussions. Well, she will learn that when the time comes. Luck. Why would anyone rely on such a thing? Why would I rely on something as fickle as luck? When everything is a part of my plan. How could this be happening? Everything was going as planned. Everything. That stupid dragon was giving us unimaginable power. The power that we needed to take back what was rightfully ours. Only for her and any trace that she was helping us to disappear. It all started when groups of us were wiped off the map. Entire legions of devils just disappeared one after another. We originally thought that this was those fakers doing. They must have finally decided to end us once and for all. The higher-ups were not as scared of the super devils as we probably should be. So we're more than ready to take this to them as well. We gathered our armies and sent them forward in battle against those usurpers. Except they never seemed to have made it. They were erased in an instant. It was then that we realized that it was not the new Satan faction's doing. After all, they are too weak-willed to slaughter their enemies in such a fashion. This had to have been someone else, but who? We do not know. All of us are nervous, but I, Shalba Beelzebub, will not stand for this. We are the descendants of the original Satans. It is our right to rule this world. We will not lie down and take this. I demanded of Ophis to give us more power. Power we could use to defeat these fools. Ophis closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them she showed the first every emotion that I have ever seen from her. She smiled, not just any smile but a smile filled with smugness before she just left, and with her all the power she gave us. I screamed in rage at this. How dare she just leave? I then calmed down and realized our situation. We no longer have the power Ophis, and we still have to combat this new enemy. Both Cruzri Asmodeus and Kateria Leviathan could not see how fucked we are. Still I summoned them, and the only person that could help us. Rise of him, you would dare summon me? Well, it better be interesting. Ha 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 ha. Rise of him Levon Lucifer, the only son of Lucifer. The Prince of Devils. He has been called the crystallization of malice. A man that tells jokes that hold no weight and are full of ill intent. Someone that I would like to stay away from, but he is needed now. Shalba, you and every other old Satan faction member is being targeted by an unknown force. We must band together and fight this enemy. Cruzri, I still can't believe that we are giving this so much attention. We are superior to every other being in this universe. There is no way we could lose. Kateria, I hate to admit it, but I agree with him. Rivavim just laughed at their ridiculousness. They dared to order him to be here when they're not even on the same page. What a bunch of jokes. Rise of him, you really are testing my patience. You summon me here and you do not even have the same agenda. Fools. The man was about to punish them when he felt a change in the space around them. A barrier was placed down. Not just any barrier, but one that stops people from leaving. Rise of him began to emit a bottomless and creepy aura that caused the three descendants to feel dread. Rise of him, you dare try and trick me. You have the audacity to go against me. Me. He goes to destroy them, but suddenly the mansion they were in was blown up. Rubble fell on them, but Rise of him just smacked it out of the way. He looked up at the source of the attack and cursed himself for the mistake that was before him. Rise of him. Your time is over. There, flying in the air before him with his blue energy wings, was none other than his bastard grandson. Yet for some reason he could not sense his energy. Why was that? Rise of him, yo brat. Look how big you have grown. Valle scowled at his words and replied. Valle, I have come to get my revenge, grandfather. Would you mind telling me where Raisvin is? He will soon join you. Rise of him let out his 12 devil wings and flew up to Valle's height with a smirk on his face. Rise of him, that disappointment. I killed him. Once again Valle was disgusted by the man's words. To kill your own son without an ounce of regret. Fitting for a man that calls himself the Tour Devil. Valle, it seems that you have just made things easier for me. I would tell you to say hello to him in the afterlife, but you will never make it there. Rise of him wondered what he meant by that, but his attention was then caught by something else. A man wielding a shadow scythe appeared and cut down the three descendants with ease. Well, he was going to kill them anyway, so it does not matter. His attention was taken back to his grandson when he entered Balance Breaker and used his immense speed to grab the head of Rise of him and throw him into a nearby mountain before he could even use his canceller. Rise of him stood up from his crash site and dusted himself off before using his own speed and appearing in before Valley once again. Rise of him, that was not very nice of you. Children that disobey their betters need to be punished. He then used the Sacred Gear Canceller on Valley, but before it could work Valley used his own ability. Albion, Reflect. A skill that Albion perfected in his battle with Drake. The ability to send any attack back at the sender. Though his own attack did nothing to Rise of him because he has no sacred gear. Rise of him, how? That's not possible. Tell me how you did that. Valley laughed at him. Valley, what need would a dead man have of that information? Valley then rushed at Rise of him, attacked him with multiple punches and kicks. Normally the Super Devil would have no problem dealing with Valley, but with the Predator pieces in him, he is an apex predator to every other being. A unit of infinite potential. So this fight was not exactly in Rise of him's favor. Every blow he landed was instantly healed and adapted. Meaning his attacks were becoming less and less effective as time passed. Who allowed a being like this to exist? But that was not even the worst part. Every time Valley landed a fit on him he would divide his power. Knowing that this battle would end soon with his loss, he flew up into the sky and threw most of his energy into one final attack. A massive ball of energy formed in the sky and the power emitting off of it was intense. Rise of him, damn you. I will destroy you here and now, abomination. Valley knew that tanking the attack would hurt like hell and maybe even kill him in this from, so he used another ability. His wings began to glow and emit energy that blanketed the surrounding area. Valley/Albion, half dimension. The surroundings and the attack was then halved at an astonishing rate. The ability to half the matter of everything that is not living is fearsome indeed. Rise of him, no. 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 Valley then lunged at Rise of him and punched him into the ground and followed up with Albion, divide. 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 With that the rest of the true devil's strength was taken away. He lied there on the ground, no longer having the strength to even move. Valley the deactivated his balance breaker and landing in front of him. Valley, this is the end. My entire life I have feared you. Hated you. You tortured me along with your son. But now I am free of you. You have no control over me anymore. Rise of him just lied there. Valley, I have one last thing to ask of your grandfather. Where is my mother? Rise of him laughed. Rise of him, you're right, this is the end, isn't it? Well, at least I can hurt you one last time. She's dead. I killed her. Valley's power began to flood out of him. Rise of him, you want to know how it went? It was lick. He did not get to finish when Tobio appeared and knocked him out. Albion took the chance to calm down his host. Albion, partner. I could sense that he was lying. Your mother is out there somewhere. You should ask Lord Aizen to help you. He could most likely find her. Valley's power returned to his body at the dragon's words. His mother is still out there. His mother, who he owes a lot to, is not dead. Valley, thank you, Albion. Let's get this scum back to Lord Aizen. Tobio had already destroyed the base and the rest of the old Satan faction, so their mission here was complete. So Tobio took his scythe and sliced through space, and they walked through the newly made portal with Rise of him in tow. With Valley feeling more at peace than ever before. Finally. Vengeance has been served. For years have passed since Aizen and Seekvaria became engaged. Since then many things have happened. Sona Citri has gotten out of her arranged marriage by using a game of chess. Now she can only be married to someone that beats her in a game of chess. What she does not understand is that now she is open to individuals that are way older than her. There are multiple terrible people in this world that could easily beat her in chess. Way worse than the one she was engaged to before. Well, she will understand further down the line. Aizen has used this time to further his power by feeding devils that have clan traits to the Hogyoku. He has gained the clan traits, time, power of destruction, crack, worthless, and whole. He used these new abilities to enhance his Kidos, allowing him to use them in new ways. Rias Gremory still whines about her marriage. Though she does nothing to change her fate. She does not plan. She does not get stronger. She does nothing. Just whines to whoever will listen to her. Her potential is wasted. Valley and Tobio have improved during this time. They can now go to Elatrian's mountain and train against him, so they no longer have to rely on Aizen for that. The only problem was that Valley was being held back by his past. Fear is necessary for evolution, but irrational fear will get him anywhere. The fear that one can be killed at any moment is important, but Valley should not fear someone that he can defeat. To show him this, Aizen decided to deal with the old Satan faction now and have Valley fight and best Rise of him. Of course Aizen knows that Valley also has attachments to his mother that may jeopardize his loyalty. That's why Aizen already checked on her and was happy to know that Raven removed her memories and she now has started a whole new family for herself. Now Valley can let her go and stay focused on the mission. Speaking of Valley, he has just returned from his quest of vengeance and is now kneeling in front of Aizen. Valley, I have succeeded, my lord. Aizen nods as he looks at the battered form of Raven. Aizen, so it would seem. You are free to leave. But Valley does not. He stays while looking at the ground. Aizen raises an eyebrow at this. Aizen, is there something that you need? Valley nods his head. Valley, yes Lord Aizen. I want to know if you know where my mother is. Aizen nodded before closing his eyes and acting like he is trying to locate her. Aizen, I found her. She lives in America, specifically in the state called Nebraska. Go there and you will find her. You will know what to do when you see her. Valley pressed his forehead into the ground as he exclaimed. Valley, thank you, Lord Aizen. He stood up and went to teleport away, but Aizen spoke up before he could. Aizen, I have decided that you and Tobio are ready to show the world the might of the White Dragon Emperor and the fallen dog god. Valley grinned accidentally at this while Aizen continued. Aizen, so once you finish your business with your mother, return here to meet the new peerage member before heading out again to gain experience. He was confused on who this new peerage member could be but just nodded and teleported away. Aizen looked at the men on the floor and without mercy he fed his black soul to the Hogyoku. He then removed all of the evil from his soul using his desires and added what he wanted to the Hogyoku. The Sacred Gear Canceller. Aizen did not stop there but used his desires to evolve it past its previous limits. No longer does it work off of the creator's system and just cancel sacred gears. Now it cancels anything that could be considered borrowed power. He now has the Chariot Canceller. With that done, Aizen decided to go get the new peerage member. Aizen went to the location of Valley's battle and looked up where the person of interest was at. A man with black hair and red eyes looked down at Aizen with an unhealthy amount of curiosity. Aizen shunped behind him and spoke. Aizen, so you are the one they call the Priest of Gluttony, the Lord of Flies, and the Ruler of Evil Spirits. I have also read that you were once called in the Philistines, the God of Darkness. The men turned to Aizen while showing no shock of him suddenly appearing behind him. Beelzebub, quite the knowledge you possess. Yes, that is who I am. Am I correct to believe that you are the leader of the kid that just defeated Raven? Aizen nodded as he used his new and improved energy to make a table and 2 chairs. Aizen motioned to them and both of them sat down. Aizen, that I am. What do you want with the kid? The men called Anathema replied with a crazed smile. Beelzebub, I wish that they would fight me, and finally kill me. Aizen needs him to change that objective so that he could be of use to him. So he manipulates him a little bit. Aizen, but that not what you truly want, is it? Beelzebub signals him to continue, so he does. Aizen, you do not just want to die but die in a glorious battle. You are too weak as you are to actually give any of my subordinates a true fight. The man nods depressingly. That is indeed what he truly wants, otherwise he would have just killed himself. The problem is that everyone in this universe is either laughably weaker or ridiculously stronger than him, allowing him to never find the perfect opponent. Aizen continues. Aizen, so how about this? You join my peerage and reach new heights that you previously thought unattainable. Then when I no longer need you, you can fight a subordinate of mine of your choosing and fight them to the death. Beelzebub thought about it. For once in a long time he has hoped that he can finally fight the perfect opponent. Beelzebub, I have waiting for centuries. What is a few more years? Aizen grinned as he summoned 2 pawns pieces and they flew into the one of the original 4 Great Satan's chest. Unlike all those before him that passed out when accepting the piece, understood its function and fed it his energy without a second to waste. By the end of it he was still panting from the evolution, but he stayed awake and his exhaustion was instantly fixed by his predator piece. Beelzebub, what an interesting device. It was obviously made with the help of my successor's evil pieces, but this energy is so unique. Aizen knows that this man is responsible for the stray function of the evil pieces. After all, this man loves trying to make monsters that can hopefully beat him in battle. None have succeeded, as you can tell. Aizen, let's get doing then. He then opened a garganta and both of them walked through it. They arrived to see all of Aizen's peerage sitting within his library. Valley looked equal parts happy and sad. Happy because his mother has moved on and created a new life that she should have had, while he is sad because she forgot about him. It is better this way though, for her not to be involved in his dangerous life. All of them looked towards Aizen and the black-haired man, knowing that this man is their new comrade because Valley already told them and they can sense the pieces inside of him. Valley, already having seen this person before, walked up to him and stuck out his hand. Valley, we have met before, but I do not know if you remember. Beelzebub looked at the 15-year-old child and now understood why he looked so familiar when he was battling. Beelzebub, so you are the grandson of Raven. You definitely have become something else. Valen nodded in appreciation before both of them sat down with the rest of the peerage with Aizen in front of them. Aizen, I would like you all to welcome Beelzebub as your comrade. He will be fundamental in my plans in the future. So please treat him well. Tobio looked at the men and asked. Tobio, do you not care that I killed your descendant? Beelzebub looked at him with the same crazed smile as before. Beelzebub, the weak die, simple as that. Tobio could not understand how he could be okay with his child dying but just nodded. Aizen, now. It is time for both Valley and Tobio to leave the nest and spread their wings. Do not return until I tell you. They both nodded with equal excitement. Valley wanting to fight interesting new opponents and Tobio was thinking of starting a bar in the city of Ko, knowing that his lord would be there in 3 years. Plus he really wanted to run a bar. Both then left to start their journeys. Aizen then looked at the black-haired men in the room. Aizen, how about we build some monsters? It will be fun. Beelzebub then knew that the last few years of his life would be the greatest he ever experienced. He grinned in excitement and started to gather his equipment. Aizen leaned but into his chair as small Elatrian jumped into his lap. Aizen then started to pet the cat-sized walking disaster as he thought of all the things he could do in the next following years. After all, he has 3 years to kill. Everything was going perfect for the being known as Issei Hayadu. His ordinary life was not the best to begin with. He was hated and despised by the female population of his school for being an infamous pervert. He was beaten physically and mentally by them every day. That is not to say that he did not deserve it for peeking on the club bathrooms when the girls change after school. It still hurts though. A few days ago something strange happened in the life of the perverted boy. A girl asked him out. Now being used to the scorn of the female gender, he jumped on this chance and instantly agreed. The date they had was wonderful in the eyes of the boy, and when it ended the girl asked him to do one thing for her. A boy became excited and all kinds of perverted fantasies began to form in his mind. That all ended when the girl spoke her request. Would you die for me? His perception of reality was twisted in the following moments when the girl's form changed and she sprouted wings that were oddly familiar to that of a crow, and she threw what looked like a spear made of light right through his chest. The boy of course did not even try to move because of the indecent clothes the woman was wearing, and he could literally not look away from her to save his life. He fell to the ground thinking of another girl that he was having interested in right after his breakup with the girl that just flew off. Not even a day and he is already thinking of another woman. Well, this quality saved his life when the girl he was thinking about suddenly appeared out of a red magical circle and spoke of how unfortunate he was and that he would live for her from now on. She then pulled out a pawn piece that she seemed to have ready for this moment. The crimson-haired girl became surprised when it took 8 pawns that even mutated to revive him and started to sweat at almost losing her key to freedom because of her carelessness. She smiled proudly that her plan worked in the end though and teleported herself and the boy away from the area. No one noticed that a man in the sky watched the entire event. The man who possesses brown hair and brown eyes was smirking. Maybe he could use the red dragon as entertainment before things truly kicked off. That sounds lovely indeed. How come no one remembers her? Not even my best friends Matsuda and Motohama remember her anymore. I thought that they were just messing with me, but no one remembers her. I walked around school in between classes in depression. I am absolutely sure that nothing that happened was a dream. I went on a date with a beautiful girl and she turned into a creature with wings and killed me with a spear made out of light. I remember dying on the ground while lying in my own blood when the most beautiful girl in school appeared and I blacked out. Now that I think about it, none of that can be real, can it? Issei, ack. I suddenly ran into something that felt like a brick wall. I landed on my ass and looked up at the cause of my fall and saw a man that everyone in this school knows. Seabass Shitori. The older twin brother of the student council president, Sauna Shitori. He is known around the school as the Shining Dark Prince for his contrasting dark appearance and his kind personality. If there was a protagonist in real life, then it is him. He does not even have to wear the uniform. He is kind to everyone, even me. As shown when he reached down pulled me up off the ground. Seabass, sorry about that. You should also watch where you are going so that something like this does not happen again. I scratched the back of my head in embarrassment. Issei, sorry about that, man. I was just thinking, Abu, wait, do you remember my girlfriend? Seabass looked at me with interest. Seabass, girlfriend. I do believe I would remember if you had one. After all, you would brag about it all day. I did do that. I bragged to him nonstop even though he himself has a peerless beauty as his girlfriend. I have only seen her a couple of times at events. Issei, why yeah, I guess so. Well, see you later, man. I then walked past him but his hand landed on my shoulder and I looked back. Seabass, remember this, Issei. Never trust anyone. Not even me. With that he let me go and walked away. I do not understand what he meant by that, but I will keep it in mind, I guess. School bell. Well, school is already over, huh? Well, might as well get going. So I left the school to walk around town and think about my situation. Not even knowing that I was walking into my second close encounter with death. Seabass, did you honestly think that all of this was a good plan? I asked the woman sitting across from me. Even now she is unfavorable company. That is why I only show up at school during the days when new students arrive. Otherwise I would probably go insane over the idiocy of these humans, my supposed sister, and this spoiled girl. Rias, of course. Now when I tell him that I saved him he will have a lot more motivation to help me with my problem. A problem that you could easily solve with some training. Well, it works out better for me this way. Seabass, I see. Just do not let another human that we are supposed to protect die. We are on thin ice already due to the last ruler of Kuo's actions. Rias grimaced. She knows all too well that the last ruler fell in love with the exorcist leading to both of their deaths. If only she knew that it was her ancestor that staged the whole thing. Rias, I know. You do not need to remind me like some kid. We then sat there for a while, until Rias was notified by Kaneko, who was spying on Issei, in a much similar fashion to how he does to women, spotted a fallen angel attacking him. Rias then bolted up before quickly speaking. Rias, something urgent has come up so you will have to see yourself out. I just nodded as she teleported away. I thought about the wielder of the boosted gear and what will soon become of him. I personally do not need the power of the boosted gear in most of my plans. In only 7,845,596 iterations of my plan do I need its power, and that is only 4% of all my plans. What? Did you think I was just reading books all this time? Well, anyway, soon I will have to deal with the hero faction and the another unique individual. Well, that is a little while from now. For now, Issei Hayadu. Entertain me. Seabass, so the boy almost died not even a day after he was reincarnated. The women I was speaking to nodded. I already knew what was going to happen though. Nothing happens on Earth that I do not know about it. Sona, yes. It would seem that Issei Hayada was reminiscing his close encounter with death and went back to the park where he met another fallen angel who believed him to be a stray. I just nodded along. The boy will soon learn of his new life and he will be a magnet for trouble. Power attracts power after all. That is why I store mine in a separate dimension. Seabass, what do you think about all this, dear sister? This area was originally going to be yours alone, and yet Lucifer intervened so that his beloved sister could feel special. In all intents and purposes you are the rightful ruler of Ku, and she just let one of your citizens die. Sona leaned back in her chair with a frown on her face. She is smart. Not on the level of Beelzebub, not even close. She is not mentally challenged though. Sona, I will talk to her about it. You never did tell me why you wanted to live here with me. Changing the subject. That love she can feel so easily toward people is what makes her weak. Rias would throw her under the bus at every turn, and yet she still holds onto the childhood friendship. Seabass, what, can your beloved brother not spend time with his sister? She blushed at my question. I remember all the magical girl costumes that my illusion had to witness because of Seraphal. She looked like a tomato when she last wore one. Sona, oh of course brother. Anyways. I have work to do and my peerage will be here soon. I pushed myself off the wall I was leaning on when I sensed her peerage walking towards the student council room. The room that we are in. Seabass, they are already here. She did not even look shocked at my words. I have played the part of my being gifted in the art of sensing, so this is not a surprise. Soon all 7 of her peerage walked through the door that was opened by her queen Tsubaki. Children. All I can say about them. Only Tsubaki has formal training by a pro and she relies too much on her sacred gear. Seabass, I will take my leave, dear sister. With that I walked out the door while hearing Sona sigh as I left. She is embarrassed way too easily ever since we arrived in the human world. I can be entertaining though. I then shunped over to the old school building. As I walked in, I though of Valley and Tobio. Both have made names for themselves. Names that I can use to my advantage. I make my way through the building before arriving at main room that Ria seems to like and open the door. Inside was all of Ria's peerage and herself. Ignore the nun that stopped Issei from getting laid more times than I can count. They looked over from the noise of the door opening. Issei became shocked that Seabass was here. Issei, Seabass. You are a devil too. I just nodded and sprouted the wings of this disgusting body. I don't believe I have ever stated my dislike, but being in this skin suit is the most uncomfortable experience I have ever had. It's more of its weakness than anything though. Seabass, yes I am. I am terribly sorry for lying to you yesterday, but it was not my place to tell you of your new position. I hope that you can forgive me. He nodded, dumbfounded that all of the best-looking people in his school are actually devils. I can't blame him. Devils and the rest of the three factions are infestations that use humanity as slaves. Rias took this time to speak. Rias, this is Sebastian Citri, the heir of the Citri pillar. He is a high-class devil like me. I sat down next to Issei, who finally recovered from his shock, to ask more important questions. Issei, wait, so that means that you have a peerage as well. How many girls are in your harem? I shook my head at this, while on the inside I grinned. This boy is perfect for wielding a sacred gear. I have never seen anyone with as much lust for the human body than him. That desire could lead him to reach the full potential of the boosted gear. They run off of desire after all. Seabass, I do not possess a harem. I believe that my fiancé is more than enough for me. Issei was both happy and depressed at this. Happy because there are more women for him. Depressed because he wanted to learn the secrets of harem building. Issei, I see. Well, I can't fault you for staying faithful to your future wife. Rias then spoke. Rias, so have you come here just to talk to my new member, or is there something else? I shook my head in negative. I only came here to kill time before going to a certain bar. Seabass, no. That was all. I wish you're in your servant's luck, Rias. She nodded as I teleported to the bar I thought of. The women of this world are fake, Issei Hayadu. Every single one of them is attracted to power. So when you show them that power, they will become attracted to you, and they believe that it is love. In actuality, it is little more than their instincts to bred and produce powerful offspring. You may have a good relationship for a while, but what happens when someone stronger than you arrives? What do you think will happen then? Well, it's not my problem anyway. I have little interest in sex thanks to my perfect control over my soul and desires. I open the front door to the bar called /Dog and see Tobio working at the pub with his back facing the door. Ring ring. Hearing the bell on the door ring as I entered, he turning around spoke. Tobio, welcome to the /Dog bar. What it is you, Lord Aizen? I nodded as I took a seat in front of him. Aizen, it seems you have made quite the name of yourself. Same with your brother. Tobio smiled proudly at my words. Tobio, yes, from here I run a bounty hunting business in the back. I get hired to kill most of the rouges from each faction with a 100% success rate. I have heard that Vale was able to slay the resurrected evil god Baylor and became famous as a god slayer. I have heard of this already. Both of them have grown but do not truly know that there are actually multiple people out there that can fight them and give them a challenge. Heroic spirits. Tobio, Beelzebub has also made headway with one of your monsters. He said it would be done in a month at most. That is where I would rather be than here, but I would attract too much attention if I kept going back and forth between the underworld and Earth. Aizen, which one? He put down the glass and put his hand on his chin in a thinking pose. Tobio, I believe he called it Project Doomsday. How sad. How truly sad. I have been thoroughly underwhelmed by this. Of course this was always going to happen. If this part of the plan was not so boring, I might have not even bothered. Issei Hayadu showed true potential. His desires are strong. Stronger than even Vale. Meaning that he should be the best candidate for a sacred gear. His lust for the female body is unmatched. He could use that lust and become one of the top 10 strongest in this world. He could be the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Yet he does not. His lust for the female body is too much, it seems. It makes it to where he cannot see the bigger picture. You want your master for yourself, do you not? Then take her. All you would have to do is train for a few weeks and you could easily sway her with your power. But you do not train. You work on those foolish contracts instead of gaining true power. True power that would allow you to have almost any girl you wanted. Yet you do nothing. Where is your greed? Your pride? You call yourself a devil. No, you call yourself the Red Dragon of Domination. What a joke. Even with all of his flaws, he could still prove to be an interesting project if he was anything like Ichigo Kurosaki in his potential. If he showed that kind of latent ability, then all of his flaws could be ignored. But no. He is just scum in the end. Not even comparable to Kurosaki's growth. Well, I guess this is what I get for putting so much hope in him entertaining me. If I really wanted a true opponent in this world, I would have molded him from a young age into the perfect mindset for what I needed. Like having his family killed while he witnesses it. Maybe then he would be able to fight like Ichigo. It does not matter in the end. It was just a simple game of seeing how far he could get in a small amount of time. First he met a nun. Then he battled an insane ex-priest. He met his killer again. Tried to convince his master to save the girl. After Rias realized that the girl has a sacred gear, she went along with her pawn's idea and they raided the church. Then Rias got a new bishop. All in all, he sucked. Under all that stimulus he did not even achieve balance breaker. I mean, it did take Valley a year to be able to use his correctly, but he was way younger than Issei. Also Ichigo unlocked his fake Bankai in 2 days, so Issei with all of his perverted desires should have been able to do something similar. In the end he was just a disappointment. Currently I am standing on top of the Empire State Building waiting for on Beelzebub to arrive. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Beelzebub, my lord, I have come to give you my report. I sat down on the ground with me feet hanging over the edge. I signaled him to do the same. Aizen, tell me everything. He nodded and began. Beelzebub, I will start with Project Doomsday. One of the experiments made to mass-produce the abilities of the Hogyoku. As of now there is 5 of them. They possess the ability of adaptive regeneration. Like every member of your peerage. What makes them special is that this quality has been enhanced to newfound levels. I have tried everything on them and they have yet to truly die. If they do get injured enough to die, then they will get knocked out, and when they wake up they cannot die that same way again. What makes this even better is that they have no soul. Meaning that they can only truly die if every single one of their atoms are erased. Nothing short of oblivion can keep one down for good. They only have the destructive power of a minor god though. That is all. This is good. While I can kill them with full incantation Black Coffin, not many others could. Making them the juggernauts of my foot soldiers. Unkillable beasts that take more time dealing with than my enemies can spare. Aizen, and the last one. At this the black-haired man gave an excited smile. Beelzebub, this one is my favorite. They are weak currently, around the strength of a low-class devil, but their potential is limitless. I call them Taken. They have your ability to absorb souls. Every opponent they defeat will only add the adversary's power to them. With enough time and resources they could climb up the totem pole and become strong enough to fill my spot in your peerage when I die. This is getting even better. I had Beelzebub join me not for his strength but because he is known for creating monsters. His knowledge on biology is truly something else. So I did not mind that he will die at the end of this. For when my plan succeeds I will be able to create any beast I so desire with the snap of my fingers. Aizen, you have done wonderfully. I am almost finished in Ku and then we will get to the fun stuff. What I need you to do is contact Valley and tell him that he has something to do in the Norse. They are a stubborn bunch and they won't back down to simple threats. So we will have to force their inaction. Beelzebub nodded and spoke again. Beelzebub, it will be done, my lord. He then teleported away, leaving me alone. After this marriage I will get rid of Hero faction and gain their Longina sacred gears. After that I will no longer have to hide within the skin suit. And from that point forward, I will stand at the top. Riser, you belong to Riser. Currently in the Occult Research Club room a fight has broken out. A man from the underworld called Riser Phoenix has arrived and demanded that their marriage be sooner rather than later. Maybe he understood that his future wife has a lot of untapped potential and if she were to use it, she could beat him and escape him. Probably not. Rias, for the last time Riser, I will not marry you. Their yelling was beginning to annoy the calm and reasonable Aizen that no one knows is in the room. How do they not know? It's simple really. All Aizen did was cast Bakudo number 26. Kyako, which bent the light around his body making him invisible and no one here can sense his aura, not even the strongest queen, so no one noticed him. Riser, oh, but you have no choice. The elders have decreed that they want a devil with both the clan traits of the Beal and Phoenix pillars. Stop trying to deny your duties as heiress Gremory and return to the underworld. That's also true. The Gremory family needs this, yet Rias would rather have her family be demoted to extra demons. You see, they are no far and wide as being extremely nice to their servants. Which is not a bad quality for humans, but they are devils. Creatures of sin. This fact makes them a laughingstock to other devils, and unlike how the Citries run the main hospital in the underworld, they have nothing like that. If this marriage were to fail they would almost instantly get demoted from their rank of Duke. Luckily for them though, Rias Gremory has secured the Red Dragon Emperor as a tool for the devils, so this won't happen. Finally the only visible mature person in the room spoke. The one that has a fetish for wearing a maid outfit. Graphia, Lord Lucifer knew that this would happen. She gained everyone's attention with her words. Aizen just rolled his eyes while thinking, here we go. Graphia, since Rias Gremory shows no intention of cooperating, it has been decided that a rating game will be held. The winner of this rating game will decide how this marriage will proceed. Rias practically jumped with joy. Not even realizing that she has no way of beating Riser. Riser, ho ho, why do you look so happy, Rias? Do you honestly think that you can beat the great Riser? The girl in question smiled smugly. Rias, of course I can. Riser just shook his head with a smirk on his face. He then snapped his fingers and 15 magic circles appeared. Out of those circles appeared 15 women. Of course Issei's nose began to bleed at the sight of them. Though Aizen was uninterested. He is no stranger to the pleasure of the flesh. Having used seduction to get what he wanted back in the Shinigami Academy when he was a lot weaker. Riser has a full peerage, while yours looks like someone has done half of the battle for me. Rias's face turned as red as her hair in anger. While Riser finally noticed Issei looking at him in pure envy. Riser, dear Rias, why is your pawn staring at me in such a disturbing way? Rias sighed in depression. Rias, his dream, is to be the harem king. The man gained a dumbfounded face before he smirks. Riser, is that so? Yubaluna, come here. The queen did as told and Riser forcefully made out with her. Not like she seemed to mind. Issei on the other hand seemed to mind quite a bit from the enraged and envious look on his face. Issei, damn you. He rushed at Riser but Riser called on one of his pawns and Issei was met with a staff to his abdomen. Issei, ack. He was then flung to the wall and the girl returned to her previous position. Asia, Issei. The girl then healed him but she could not heal his pride. Riser, I will give you all a week to prepare for Riser is generous. They then teleported away. Graphia, I must inform Lord Lucifer of this development. She then teleported away as well leaving Rias and her peerage alone. Aizen almost sighed in relief. Soon this will all be over. Time skip, 7 days. After 7 days and 7 nights, the fight finally started. Aizen has spent this time getting his family's acceptance of him going on a trip away from Ko. They did not like it at first but they folded after seeing their beloved son's insistence. With this Aizen can leave and get some sacred gears without risking a new entity coming into town and seeing the illusion. The battle started and Aizen's disappointment is immeasurable. Issei Hayato did not only barely improve, which was expected because unlike Valley he cannot hear his dragon and never learned that dragons train in a different way from humans, he made the most heinous spell Aizen has ever seen. Dress Break. A magical spell that breaks the clothes of those he can touch. He did not make it to where it breaks the skin of those he touches. Oh no. He had to make himself look even more like a fool. At this point Aizen thinks that it would be mercy to feed Draig's soul to the Hogyoku. The rest of Rias's peerage was just as bad. Her queen could have beat Riser with ease if she used her fallen angel powers. He would not be able to regenerate if he was hit with holy power. But no, she hates her father for something that he could not help and now will not get over her petty grudge and save her master. Her rook Kaneko will not use her Nico powers to help her master either. Aizen can understand this one though. She believes that Senjudas will drive her mad and no one has told her otherwise. Aizen remembers that her sister has been accepted into the yokai faction, a faction that Aizen has little interest in. The knight has an unbearable hatred for an inanimate object. Enough said. Her new bishop Isa has no combat prowess and her enemies has phoenix tears so they cancel out each other. Honestly Aizen is only interested in one of her peerage members and unfortunately he has been sealed away. Too bad really, otherwise Aizen would have already taken his sacred gear. The power to stop the time of anything within his sight is not something that he will pass up. Thankfully in the near future he will have it. Now the battle draws to a close with all of Riser's peerage being defeated except himself and Rias has no way of getting past it now that Akino is defeated. So the game soon ended with Issei being humiliated and Rias throwing herself at Riser. Seabass, that was disappointing. As he was in the student council room watching the game his sister spoke. Sona, she did well for her first time. Riser has a lot more experience than her and more peerage members. Making this game look more like Riser's defeat than hers. Aizen just nodded before speaking. Seabass, I am leaving right now so I will see you sometime later. She became surprised at his words. Sona, right now. You are not going to the wedding. Aizen just walked away while answering. Seabass, I want. I already know what will happen. Lucifer will play favorites once again. Sona just shook her head as Aizen left. She hopes that one day she will be able to match her big brother in intellect. Aizen on the other hand teleported away. The time has finally come for the hero faction's extinction. Chow chow, this should be where we sensed it. Within an open field in the middle of nowhere, the ones known as the hero faction have arrived. They have come here because they sense the use of Longinus class sacred gear and could not let this chance slip by. They need more power if they wish to eliminate all non-humans. George, this could very well be a trap so be on the lookout. The sub-leader of the hero faction is right. All of the other members knew this. Yet they held security in knowing that their leader is here. A man who is capable of fighting faction leaders. If this was a trap then they would be able to escape. Hercules, you are right about that, but who could possibly beat all of us? Ha ha ha. As if egged on by his words they heard footsteps behind them. They turned and witnessed a black-haired man walking up to them before stopping a few meters away. None of them could sense anything from him except Chow Chow. But it was not power he sensed but a feeling of anger from his spear upon his appearance. Who is this man? Chow Chow, who are you? You are not the one we sensed. The man in front of them looked at them blandly. Like he was looking at ants. Beelzebub, my name is of no concern to you. What you should be asking is why I am here. The hero faction became irked at this. This man is obviously not human. Just looking at him reminded them of Ophis. For she too holds her power in another dimension. After all, infinite power would surely cause a lot of problems in this dimension. George, then why are you here? Why lead us here? Beelzebub moved his cane in front of him. Beelzebub, to kill you of course. My lord has ordered me to showcase my strength against you all. So do entertain him. He pointed to the left and all of them saw a man with brown hair and eyes with his head leaning into his palm. He stared at them and had the audacity to wave at them with that damnable smirk on his face. This enraged the group. How far can they be looked down upon by these nobodies? Beelzebub, your names are Chow Chow, George, Jean, Siegfried, Leonardo, and Hercules, right? This shocked the group. How did this man know that? Well, the answer is that Beelzebub likes to do recon and researches his enemies before he fights them. What he gained on them was Chow Chow, the descendant of Chow Chow and possessor of the first and strongest Longinus, the true Longinus. He created the hero faction to challenge various supernatural existences and protect humanity from them, seeking to find out how strong beings can become. He is also extremely racist to non-humans. George, the descendant of Johann George Faust, the human who contracted with the legendary devil Mephistopheles, as well as the possessor of the Longinus, Dimension Lost. Originally a top class from the Magicians Association. He was later scouted by Chow Chow and left the association to join the hero faction. He is currently their second in command. Jean, the inheritor of the spirit of the Maiden of Orleans, Joan of Arc. She is the possessor of the sacred gear, Blade Blacksmith, which has the ability to create various holy swords with different elements. Hercules, the inheritor of the spirit of the Greek mythological hero, Hercules. He is the possessor of the sacred gear, Variant Detonation, which allows him to generate explosions on anything he comes into contact with. Siegfried, the created artificial human from the genes of the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried in the Nibelungenlied. He owns the sacred gear, twice critical, and a collection of swords including the legendary demonic emperor sword, Graham. Leonardo, a boy that came from a small village that was persuaded by Chow Chow to join the hero faction. He possessed the fourth strongest Longinus, Annihilation Maker. Beelzebub wants this sacred gear at the moment so that he can more easily create monsters for his lord's army. Information gathering is one hell of a skill. While they were all shocked by his information, he used this to appear behind Jean and his hand seemingly vibrated before he was able to push his hand through her body with no resistance and pierce her heart. She died without even knowing how. This is the true clan trait of Beelzebub. The clan trait, King of Flies, was actually made by his son who died a long time ago. This ability is called Palmyra, Beat of the Devil's Wings. Beelzebub's innate ability to vibrate his body at high frequencies. Seeing the death of their comrade shocked them, but they regained their composure knowing that they would die next if they didn't. Hercules rushed at Beelzebub and tried to land a fit on him. Desperate to be able to activate his sacred gear, but he just dodged his strikes before stabbing him with his cane straight through the heart once again. Finally, Leonardo made multiple monsters to attack Beelzebub and keep him occupied while they regroup, but all he did was gather his vibrations into the skull part of his cane before slamming it down onto the ground, which sent a shockwave that destroyed all of the monsters in an instant. Sorithvav, fallen angel of gluttony. Beelzebub applies his vibration to the skull part of his cane before swinging it down. If needed, Beelzebub can increase the magnitude of his vibrations to make the attack more devastating. Seeing how weak the monsters were, Beelzebub spoke. Beelzebub, the monsters made by Annihilation Maker have infinite possibilities. The creatures are made from the user's imagination, as such the being's level of power reflects the user. What I am saying is that you are not worthy of its power. And before the boy could respond, Beelzebub's cane pierced his head, killing him instantly. The rest, seeing that they are being picked off one by one, decided to go all out and activate their balance breakers immediately. Except Chow Chow, because he does not believe that this being can actually fight him. Siegfried's balance breaker formed 4 extra arms of his body that Beelzebub didn't much care for, but George's balance breaker is what triggered a reaction out of him. The ability to create an entirely new dimension is impressive, but Beelzebub does not know if Aizen would still be able to grab their souls or not, so he targeted George. As he went to attack him, a powerful blast of holy energy headed his way, to which he responded by applying his vibrations to his cane, forming a barrier that blocked the attack that was sent by Chow Chow. Sorith Samek, Gates of Hell. Beelzebub applies his vibrations to his cane to create a vibrational barrier that can block attacks. Beelzebub sighed in annoyance. His skill set does not fit fighting groups like this. He is an assassin. Luckily, Aizen also wants to see a certain beast in action, so he might as well use it here. He sent out a pulse of his aura that seemingly did nothing to the hero faction. That was until the ground began to shake and break apart. Something seemed to be clawing its way out of the ground, and what they saw terrified them. A huge grey beast with glowing red eyes was staring them down. Beelzebub, kill them, Doomsday. The beast rushed at them before jumping in the air and slamming both of his hands into the ground, causing it to break apart, and the hero faction was sent flying from the shockwave. Dust filled the air, and the beast did not see the spear heading its way until it was too late. The spear of destiny pierced straight through his body and seemingly killed it. Chow Chow gained a cocky smirk at this, but was filled with dread with his spear was forced out of its body from it, healing the wound at an astonishing rate. He tried to stab it again, but this time the spear only went half as far into it. The men then came to a horrifying realization that the beast just adapted to his spear. Chow Chow, what kind of monstrosity have you unleashed upon this world? Siegfried tried to slash it with his swords, but switched to Graham when he realized that they did not do anything to it. Graham was not faring much better though, because every cut he made was healed. The beast got annoyed at the fly's constant attack and grabbed his real arms and broke them with ease. He then ripped out the bug's fake arms and left him on the ground, knowing that it needs to kill the one wearing glasses first. But he did not need to when Beelzebub appeared behind George and broke his neck. The beast, seeing this and seeing the barrier fall, knew that he could kill the rest, stomped on the head of Siegfried and killed him instantly. Knowing that he would most likely die if he did not activate his balance breaker, Chow Chow started his activation. Chow Chow, Polar Night Longinus Chuck, Ack. He did not get to finish when Aizen appeared and wrapped his hand around his throat. Aizen smiled coldly as he crushed his windpipe. Aizen, I can't have you do that, you see. Every faction on this planet would be able to sense it. Aizen then collected the Longinus dimension lost and fed it to the Hogyoku. He felt his overall strength increase while also gained the gear's abilities. He was about to absorb the true Longinus as well when he felt something. The soul that powered this gear was abnormally strong. So strong and so bright that Aizen knew who it was instantly. Aizen, so this is where you have been this whole time. Sealing your soul into a weapon. I guess I overestimated you. Luckily for you, I have a new plan that involves all of the holy Longinuses. So I won't be absorbing you just yet. He then took the sacred gear and left it on the ground. It would no longer get a new user as naturally as it once did, but it would not be here for all that long. Aizen, now Beelzebub, I am impressed by your power and this beast, so I will give you Annihilation Maker. I believe that your intellect is only second to mine, so you will be able to use this gear better than anyone before you. Use it to build me an army. The devil knelled and he spoke. Beelzebub, thank you, my lord. Aizen then connected his soul with the sacred gear, and then both of them and the beast left, having no need for any of the other sacred gears present. An hour after they left, a female with hair as dark as night arrived. Her blue eyes stared down at the spear of destiny in surprise and greed. She looked around at the destruction around her and could not help but wonder who caused it all. Well, it did not matter much to her. With the spear, all of their plans became much more easier. She then teleported away with the spear, not notice the brown-haired man watching. The only thought that went through the man's mind was, just as planned. Kokabeel, let's have a war, sister of Devil King Surzex Lucifer, Rias Gremory. The leader-class fallen angel then made a magic circle that launched dozens of light spears at the group. Rias, Sona, and Aquino made barriers to protect them, but dust still filled the air, and when it cleared, the fallen angel was nowhere to be seen. Issei, where did he go? The one who answered him was a lowly Kaneko. He went that way. She pointed towards the academy. Kaneko, toward Ku Academy. All of them gathered at the edge of the cliff. Issei, those guys are really going to destroy the academy. Sona went to speak but was interrupted by a familiar voice. Seabass, no. They said that they would start there. A leader-class fallen angel could destroy this entire town with a single light spear. You should count on the fact that he will do that. They turned around and saw Sebastian Citri in all of his glory. Sona, brother, you have returned. He nodded before stepping up next to Issei. Seabass, he will destroy this town without a second thought. Your parents and all of your non-supernatural friends will die. Will you allow that? The weakest red dragon emperor trembled with rage. Issei, how dare he? How dare he think that can get away with this? His master placed a hand on his shoulder. Issei looked at her and noticed her expression. Rias, we won't allow him, Issei. We will work together and bring that warmongering crow to his knees. The rest of them had similar outlooks on this situation, and they teleported to Ku Academy to begin preparations for the attack. Aizen, on the other hand, chuckled at how quick Rias changed after she was saved by Issei. She always does think of herself as a princess, so Issei is like her knight in shining armor. Aizen has already thought about what would happen if Issei somehow learned that Rias is the reason he died in the first place. In the end, he decided against it. After all, he will die soon anyway. There is no need to torture the perverted fool like that anyway. After all, Aizen is a kind man. Now at the famous Ku Academy, both peerages and Zenobia got to work on making sure of two things. The first was that they would be ready for the fight, and the second was to make sure that no bystander was caught in the fight. Of course, this was not actually going to be a fight. While Kokabeel is the weakest cadre, he still is one. Meaning that he has the power to back up and can destroy this entire town. Against that power, both of them and their peerages will be easily killed if he goes all out. Though that is pathetic to someone like Aizen, who can blow up a planet with a single Frager and possibly the universe if he has enough time to charge it with his infinite power. That is why only the likes of Great Red, Ophis, Trihexa, Tiamat, and Gilgamesh can defeat him. Aizen decided not to fight in this battle and went with Sona to make the barrier. After all, he is not going to let some crow throw him around just so he can keep the cover of only having the strength of a high-class devil. So yeah, making a barrier is what he is doing. As they were setting it up, the only men in Sona's peerage asked Aizen a question. Saji, hey Sebastian. Why do you have no peerage members? If you do not mind me asking. All of the other members of Sona's peerage paid close attention, as they too wanted to know why. Aizen acted like he was thinking before he replied. Sebas, I just do not like the system. It feels like slavery to me. You know, now that they think about it. Sona, that is my brother for you. The kindest of us all. Wouldn't hurt a fly, some say. Her peerage agreed with that. It is not slavery. Sebas is just too nice. Finally the enemies arrived, which consisted of the fallen angel Kokabeel and both of the insane priests. One is just a doctor and the other is a wannabe swordsman. You know it's not a good look when both of your subordinates are mentally insane. It makes it seem like you are the bad guy. Which you are. The men named Valper Galilei brought out a machine that would fuse the Excalibur pieces that are present into one blade that they would then use to in the war they wish to create. Rias and her servants knew that they would certainly lose if the men succeeded. Though Aizen cannot believe the idiocy of these fools. He knew about Kokabeel's plan for years now, but knew he would do something stupid like this. This why the mentally unstable never win. After all, who in their right mind would start a battle before their weapon is even complete? And to do it right in front of your enemies just shows their foolishness. The battle started with the Fallen summoning two Cerberus to fight the Gremory group. As Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko moved to fight the first Cerberus, the second one jumped at Issei to attack him, only for Zenobia to slay it with Excalibur destruction. Issei used his gift ability to increase Rias and Aquino's powers, who used it against the first Cerberus as Kiba came and restrained its movements with his demon swords before the Cerberus died from the onslaught of Rias and Aquino's demonic powers. Rias then attacked the fallen angel in the sky, but he merely shrugged it off and continued to stay in the sky and do nothing as his subordinates are defeated. What a great leader. Valper was finally able to fuse 4 of the Excalibur into a single sword. Freed then used the blade to challenge the Gremory group. Kiba and Zenobia teamed up to fight Freed while Valper mocked Kiba about his past friends and how he used them as lab rats. He then tossed the last light container at Kiba. As Kiba grieved the lose of his comrades, their spirits emerged from the container and encouraged their only living friend. Kiba then absorbed the light container and was able to achieve his balance breaker, Sword of Betrayer, which allowed him to make holy demonic swords. This should not be possible, but Aizen knows that because the creator no longer has complete control over the system, things like this can happen. Another show of incompetency in Aizen's eyes. Now with his balance breaker in hand, Kiba is able to fight on par with Freed and his weapon. Zenobia decided that she would use her true weapon that she was born with affinity to use, Durandal. Using it she was able to shatter the fused Excalibur, with Kiba defeating Freed after further shattering the Excalibur. After Kokabeel killed Valper after he figured out that the biblical god was dead, he mocked the Gremory group and the battle continued. After they were not able to do any significant damage to him, he chided them and revealed that it was not just the 4 great Satans that died in the Great War but their creator as well. Everyone was shocked by the revelation, as Asia even lost consciousness due to shock. With the majority of the group in despair, Issei was determined to keep fighting, as his determination was able to rally the others to fight as well. Rias, in some weird way of encouraging her pawn, she offered her body to him by saying that he could suck on her breast. Issei then was able to use his latent desire and power himself up with the boosted gear as Aizen originally wanted him to. Too bad he already lost interest. But before any of that could happen, the barrier that they had set up around the school was broken by a figure made out of darkness. This being is Tobio Accuse, who is faking the use of his balance breaker to make it seem like he needs to use it to take down a leader class being. Kokabeel/dog. Do not tell me that Azazel paid you to take me down. The being did not answer him, and he appeared behind the crow and summoned his all-cutting scythe and cut off all of the crow's wings. Tobio, I am a bounty hunter. Why else would I be here? His voice is distorted thanks to the shadows that surround him. He then hit the fallen angel in the head using a good amount of strength, which knocked out the bird and sent him to the ground. Then, without even speaking to the bystanders, he formed a magic circle and teleported away with Kokabeel. Issei, who was that bastard? He stopped me from reaching heaven. Rias on the other hand knows exactly who that is. Rias, he is man that goes by the titles, /dog. He is the most famous and trustworthy bounty hunter than the factions have ever seen. He has completed every task given to him and is the reason that most strays never make it too far away from where they begin. He is also the wielder of the Longinus, Canis Lycaon, and is said to be its strongest user. The host of the dragon did not care that much for all of that information thanks to the very little he knows of the supernatural. While the red dragon himself understands the significance of this information. Of how strong this being is. It's just too bad that his host is so terrible. Otherwise he would enjoy a battle with /dog. Like any other dragon. With everything over, both of the groups got to work on rebuilding the damage to the area and making sure that everything is alright. While Aizen himself is genuinely happy that this is almost all over. Soon he will not need to put up this act and wear this wretched skin suit. Soon he will claim the position that he will undoubtedly have. He will be the one above all. A few weeks have passed since the battle with the fallen angel Kokobile. The school has been repaired and the exorcist Zenobia has joined Rias's peerage as her second knight. Issei Hayadu has not trained a single bit, even though he personally saw the gap in strength between him and the fallen angel as well as the void between him and the /dog. Yet he still does not train to be stronger. To protect his new family. Truly a fool. Aizen, under the persona of Sebastian Citri, is with the Gremory group as they unlock the seal that holds her first bishop captive. Let's be honest though. How did Rias get to vampire territory and get this guy? Better yet, why would they seal him away instead of training him to control his power? After all, who knows, one certain kind-hearted man may use him for his plan. Issei, so the bishop is in here? They all stood in front of a door that had caution yellow tape on it. Though if people did not understand the construction tape, there is also a huge chain on the door that will keep absolutely no one over the strength of a high-class devil from getting in. Honestly, is probably only there to keep the poor kid trapped in the room. Rias, yes, this is the place. Akino, help me with this. They began the process of removing the seal on the door while Aizen used this time to start another part of his plan. Aizen put his hand on Issei's shoulder and entered the mindscape of the red dragon of domination. A giant red dragon the size of an island lied asleep in a realm of flames. These flames would burn any being below the realm of Satan class to nothing but ash. The only land in this place is what looks like the ruins of an old castle that the dragon currently sleeps on top of. The dragon was awoken when it heard the footsteps of a being that it did not sense. Knowing that this could not be his host, the titanic dragon raised its head and looked to where he heard the footsteps. He was met with sight of a man with brown hair and brown eyes looking straight at him with no fear. This being stood in front of him showing absolute confidence. Drake could tell why as well. He cannot sense this being and yet his instincts told him a completely different story. He lowered his head down to the humanoid's level and spoke. Drake, greetings, strong one. The men smiled at this one's common sense. He won't have to educate Drake of the distance between their levels of power. Aizen, greetings to you as well, red one. I cannot help but notice that you are dissatisfied with your current host. That would be an understatement. Drake has raged within his mindscape for months over this pathetic excuse of a host. How dare this being destroy his name and titles with his actions? He is the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination, for fuck's sake. He can understand his host's lust. Hell, he would even promote it as a dragon. But he is supposed to be a fucking dragon. Dragons take what they want and hoard it away from the rest of world. This sorry excuse of a host is nothing like a dragon. He is disgrace to his name. Nothing more than a simp. Drake, that would be a gross understatement. This host is pathetic. Aizen nodded his head in agreement. Aizen, I agree full-heartedly. Now the reason that I have come before you is that I too am disappointed in your host and want to help you get a new one. You see, I have the perfect person on my mind that I am sure you could get along with. He is a man that is only guided by his pleasure and displeasure. Just like you once were. That offer is appealing. It has been far too long since I have had a proper host. Most of them do not understand their insignificance, and the ones that do nothing to change that. If this new host is as he says, then this might be worthwhile. Aizen, also, who knows how long it will take before the supernatural starts referring to your host as the Boob Dragon Emperor with how much he enjoys those. He did not get to finish before the dragon went to his knees and shoved his face into the ground right in front of Aizen. The dragon would not allow that to happen. Drake, I agree. Anything but that. Even if my next host serves you, I still agree. I will not have my pride shattered like that. Aizen smiled in satisfaction. Drake would help well with a gamble he is going to do later. This gamble is simple. To see if hollows can be made in this world where spiritual pressure does not exist, and there is one human that shows the most potential in becoming a hollow. Even though he is dead. Aizen, good. I will remove you from your host during the gathering of the three factions. I do not need any more attention on Academy before then. The dragon nodded and Aizen left the mindscape. Meanwhile Drake sighed in relief. He would probably go into depression if he were to stay with his current host. Issei, you need something Seabass. Aizen faked a kind smile and said. Seabass, no, sorry about that, I just lost my balance for a moment. Issei smiled back and just nodded. Not even knowing that his fate is now sealed. He will die and not even the fates of Greek mythology can change that. Rias, alright, it's open. Aquino and Rias have now removed the seal on the door. Aquino, now everyone should proceed with caution. Gasper-chan gets spooked very easily. They did as told and made sure not to make any sudden movements as they entered. They saw what looked like a coffin in the middle of the room and heard a muffled voice speak from inside it. Gasper, go away. I am dangerous. Though the being sounded much more scared than it should have been to make such claims. Rias, Gasper, it is me, Rias. We have been given the go-ahead by my brother to release you. Aizen could practically hear the half-vampire tremble in fear from the implications of her words. Gasper, no, and Rias continued forward despite his vocalized protest and opened up the coffin. Inside was a small girl that is wearing the female Academy uniform. Issei, wow. I did not know that it was cute girl. Zenova, being a woman that uses blunt words, shattered his reality with just a few words. Zenovia, she is actually a he. Just like Issei questioned his life choices up until this very moment. Gasper on the other hand could not take all of this commotion and accidentally froze the time of everything within his sight. Causing everyone present to be frozen, except Aizen, who merely faked it. Yes, he will have that sacred gear indeed. Dealing with fodder will be much more easier. This vampire is not worthy enough to wield it. It has so much potential just for it to be wasted on Gasper. Just like Issei and the boosted gear. Time then resumed with Issei freaking out over what just happened while Aizen excused himself. They can deal with the boy for now. After all, he won't be alive for long. Aizen chucked at the thought of what will happen at the peace treaty. It will, ironically, be the beginning of his war. Soon everyone's reality will be shattered. The sun set as darkness descended upon Ku Town. Earlier in the day was the open house of Ku Academy, where all of the students' family could show up and see how they did in school. The Gremory family showed up with the exception of Venelana Gremory and Milicus Gremory. Surzex used this time to tease his little sister and even asked Issei hi to what he thinks would happen if he used boost of his sister's bust. Let's just say that Drake erased any doubts in his mind about Issei gaining the title Boob Dragon. How lucky he is that Aizen appeared and saved him from his cruel fate. The Citries also showed up with the Serena gushing over his youngest children and Slivers trying to calm her and Serafall down. Serafall also gained quite the following in the gym. Now though it is time for the meeting for peace. The three factions have come together to discuss the actions of Kokobeel. While Azazel offered a peace treaty to show his unwillingness to go to war. Aizen has great plans for this day and finally he will no longer have to act and can finally get along with his plans. The world shall witness his greatness at last. The student council room has been remodeled to a more appropriate place for a meeting. All of its furniture has been removed and now in the middle of the room is a large table with 4 tables placed around it. On one side of the table we have 2 great Satans. One of them being Surzex Lucifer. While the other is Serafall Leviathan. Both of them being the big siblings of the high-class devils present. With them is Graphia Lucifuge, who is known as the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. On another side is a blonde-haired man with green eyes that possesses 12 gold wings on his back. Showcasing the fact that he is the leader of heaven. With him is Irina Shidu, a newly reincarnated angel who is able to express and feel lust without falling. I do not know how that's possible. Finally we have the man that Aizen has met before. The leader of fallen angels, Azazel. He possesses 12 jet black wings that have been described as never-ending black. With him is none other than the slash dog himself, Tobio Accuse. As the leaders sat and waited, with their bodyguards standing behind them, the doors to the room opened with Rias and her peerage, along with Sona and her peerage, and Sebastian entering the room. Surzex, now it looks like everyone is here, so why don't we begin? The others agreed and the meeting for peace began. Aizen watched as Surzex and Michael pressured Azazel on the actions of his subordinate. He claimed that the Fallen was not working under his orders and was doing that all on his own. After all, he would rather be researching sacred gears, and if a war started he would not be able to do that. Rias Gremory was then asked to give a report on the battle, which was basically them getting smacked around until Slash Dog showed up and saved their lives. The leaders thanked Slash Dog for his actions. If it were not for him then they could very well be at war at this time. Tobio laughed it off and told them that he was just doing his job. Inwardly he was laughing at the thought of him being the one who helped prevent a war and then helped start an even bigger one. After some more information was passed around, they ultimately decided to sign the peace treaty. Yet as they were finishing up, suddenly all of the weaker people in the room were frozen in time. Except Issei and Zenobia, who were protected by their weapons, and Rias, who was holding onto Issei's arm. Aizen made himself look frozen thanks to an illusion. Rias, what is this? She looked around in shock as the leaders sensed within the barrier surrounding Ku Academy and sensed a small army outside. Those outside could not fight back as they are frozen by Gasper's ability. They need to fix that quick. Azazel, it would seem that we are being attacked. Surzex looked over at Rias and spoke to her. Surzex, the person responsible for this has used your bishop as a way to get the jump on us. I need you to go and save Gasper while we deal with this army. Use castling to get to him. Rias nodded her head. Rias, thank you, big brother. No one messes with my servants and gets away with it. Those still moving in the room smiled at her enthusiasm. She then completed that ritual and both her and Issei were teleported away. Just as they left, as if it was timed, the wall was hit with a blast of energy which destroyed it. As the debris cleared, they were met with the sight of a silver-haired man floating in the sky. He did not appear to have wings or a spell, and yet he floated there. It was as if the very sky bended to his will. Valley, so you are the leaders of the three factions. I expected something less pathetic, to say the least. The said leaders narrowed their eyes at this man. They know this being is the White Dragon Emperor of this generation. Known for hunting down strong individuals and defeating them. The Godslayer. The strongest white dragon in history. They have never seen him in person, but here he stood. And why did Azazel find him familiar? Azazel, and why is the legendary white dragon doing here? If it's to fight the red one, then we will have to intervene. Valley laughed at this. Oh, how wrong they are. Valley, you could not be more wrong. I care little for that worm who calls himself the Red Dragon. I have been promised a true rival. Now if you would simply look down, then you could easily know why I am here. If you don't know already. They put the information about a true rival away for now, as they did as they were told, and they almost wished they didn't. The small army was not as simple as it seemed. Around 100 beings made out of darkness that shinned with an ethereal white light were before them. Their auras are that of a hollow beast. Starved for food. Yet their hunger does not appear to be so simple. No, each one of these beings are empty. They barely even have a soul, if it can be called that. Valley, do you like them? I find them to be quite interesting. They can be brutally injured and still fight like they are in perfect condition. They do not stop for anything. Once they are given an order, they will do anything to accomplish it. He snapped his fingers. Valley, like this. Kill them all. The beasts did as told. They charged at all of the time-stopped soldiers and began slaughtering them and taking their power. Trying their hardest to sate their hunger. Knowing that they could not allow this to continue, the leaders began to act. Azazel, so you command them, huh? I wonder what will happen when you die. The rest of the leaders began to fight the beasts and found them quite weak. Yet they could see them getting stronger with each opponent they killed, so they worked as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Azazel was about to fly up to Valley when he felt something pierce his heart. He looked down and saw the blade of a shadow scythe in his chest and looked behind him to see Dog. He just chuckled despite it all. Azazel, so you are on their side, huh? Tobio nodded and Azazel smiled. Azazel, I see. He then began laughing. Not out of spite or fear. No, this was the laugh of a satisfied existence. Azazel, ha 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 ha. Well, what can I say? It was a good life. The strongest fallen angel then died. He lived his life doing what he believed was right from start to finish. In the end, he died with zero regrets and a smile on his face. Even in the face of betrayal, he was carefree. Tobio then lowered him to the ground and lied him down after unsummoning his weapon. They did not know each other long, but they were at least friends. But in the end, Aizen's orders are more important to him. So he killed him, but he will bury him somewhere. Azazel's body was then teleported away and Tobio went to go help his lord, but as he did, another explosion went off in the old school building and the power that was freezing time was put to an end. Out of the flaming building walked a black-haired man with red eyes that is carrying two other beings by their throats. This man is Beelzebub and in his hands are Gasper Vladi and Issei Hayadu. Both appear to have seen better days as they have injuries all over. Everyone that was previously frozen and those that were not watched this spectacle. Especially the faction leaders, as they know the being holding the other two. This was shown when Michael spoke one word. Michael, brother. The devil looked at his brother with indifference. Beelzebub, it's been a while, hasn't it? A couple centuries, give or take. Though I must say that gold does suit you, older brother. He then threw both of his charges on the ground without a care. Surzex, on the other hand, was trembling in rage as the power of destruction rolled off of him. Surzex, where is my sister? If you hurt her I will destroy you. Now he could make good on that threat. Even though Beelzebub has been enhanced by the predator piece, Surzex still has his human-shaped aura of destruction, form that could annihilate this entire planet if giving enough time. Beelzebub, Rias Gremory. The girl that looks like Rinia's. Yeah, she dead. But too bad for Surzex because that's exactly what they want. And just like they wanted, Surzex began to activate his true form from just pure rage alone. Now this is what they want. Just not so quickly. The main show has not even started after all. Wait. Suddenly Surzex was stopped. His instincts telling him only of death. He looked back along with everyone else and could see that Sebastian Citri is walking towards him. He was about to tell him to get back when he felt that dreadful aura. An infinite amount of power crushed down on reality that caused the weaker in this place to be crushed and die. Both of Rias and Sona's peerages died in an instant as well as Sona herself died. The skin of Sebastian began to crack. Seraphal looked on at her little brother in shock as he looked her way and smiled. Sebas, Seraphal. You should know that I am not impersonating your brother. It's just that the Sebastian Citri that you know never existed to begin with. This shocked Seraphal, but Aizen is not the same man he used to be. He will not sit here and waste time by telling someone who is about to die his whole plan and how they lost. No, he will not lose again because of his own hubris. So he amped up his aura, and the skin suit that he got to know over the past 18 years was destroyed, and I stood in its place. Both Seraphal and Surzex widened their eyes in recognition. They must know me from a description that Azazel gave them. I must say though that Azazel would have been a good subordinate if he has a different personality. The free types are always the hardest to keep down. Aizen, my name is Aizen Sosuke. The one who will stand above all. After my declaration I summoned my sword and killed the still stunned Seraphal and absorbed her soul, gaining her affinity for ice magic in the process. I then let my spiritual pressure that is on Surzex go, and he could not stop his transformation into his true form. A human-shaped mass of destruction. He cannot control this form, so he killed everyone in the barrier, except the strong ones and the two I am protecting, and even destroyed the barrier and destroyed this town in an instant. All of them died just like that. Michael was still trying to stop the Taken from killing his angels, but was being held off by one particularly viscous Taken that absorbed more souls than the rest. When Surzex's true form went off, he was not able to save his angles and even got injured from the Surzex, who is currently 10 times more powerful than Lucifer. The stronger Taken also barely survived while the others died. That one shows true promise. I will add you to my plans. Michael was then killed by Valley, who was tried of doing nothing, and he followed up by dividing the power of Surzex until he was weakened and Beelzebub killed him. I absorbed both of their souls and gained light and holy manipulation from Michael and Surzex's power of destruction. Of course I also saw Michael sending out a message with his perspective of this meeting in it to heaven. I need for them to know who did this so that I can continue my plan. I then went to the two on the ground and took Drake from Issei, which killed him, and absorbed the forbidden Baylor view from Gasper, which killed him as well. I then tired out its ability and my eyes glowed an unnatural shade of yellow before everything stopped in my field of Vysen, even my peerage members. Drake, that was quite the show you put on, my lord. You and your peerage are powerful indeed. I chuckled. Aizen, if you are wondering if your next host will be able to fight your rival's host, then the answer is yes. I can feel the excitement from Drake's soul. Dragons truly do love strength. Aizen, let's go. We have things to do. I opened a Garganta and walked in while being closely followed by my future Espada and the last Taken. What a peace meeting that was. Though it's ironic that a meeting for peace is what marks the beginning of my war. How could they die so easily? That is not my son. This cannot be true. This has to be some sick joke made by those angels. The men know as the smartest devil could not believe this outcome. A video arrived from heaven that showed Michael's memory of the peace treaty. No peace was made. Apparently this entire time a man named Aizen Sosuke has been impersonating Sebastian Citri. Aizen is strong enough to easily dispatch his comrades and rival. He made it look like nothing. He also has the strongest White Dragon Emperor, the original Beelzebub, and the most famous bounty hunter on his side. If that was not bad enough. He got ambushed the leaders of the 3 factions and killed all of them. Now every faction is in disarray. They have no leaders and are panicking. Ajuka can't help but admire the intelligence of Aizen. His plan is flawless. They will surely lose if the man was to start a war. Hell, he already has. But that doesn't mean that they will just roll over and accept this. That is why when Ajuka stood up in the council room they all went quiet. All of the clan heads are looking upon him with desperation and a glint of hope. Can he come up with a plan to save them? Ajuka, I know that everyone is shocked at this turn of events, but we must stay calm and collected. We must accept the fact that Surzex, Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan are dead. We gain nothing by lying to ourselves. We need everything we have if we are to fight this new enemy. We cannot waste even a second of our time. This is war. The clan heads heeded his words and calmed down. The man is right. Even though the Citries and the Gremories do not want to believe what has happened. The lose of all of their children. They must not lose any more. So they will stand strong. Ajuka, now the enemy is unknown. No one has ever seen this man before, and all we know is that he is incredibly strong and smart. He knows our weaknesses and our strengths. There is not much we can do against such a foe. But have you all forgotten that we have one more card up our sleeve? He cannot be serious. That was the thoughts of every clan head in the room. To even mention that man is forbidden by multiple laws. That monster cannot be trusted. Ajuka, I know what you are all thinking, but this is our only option. If we do not use him, we will fall to Aizen and his army. We must use every power we have against him. Or do you all want to die? This swayed some over to the idea, but some were still reluctant. I mean, who wouldn't be? They are talking about the Lord of Darkness himself. Yet they all agreed when one man voiced his approval. Zekrom, I agree with Beelzebub. We must use every trick in and outside of the book in order to best such an enemy. Even if we must use the most disgusting devil that the underworld has ever produced. With that, Ajuka left the building. His destination being far beneath the ground. He arrived in front of an old door that has multiple Satan-class seals on it. He thought about the being that is held within. A low-class devil that lived on the streets of the capital city. He possessed immense latent ability and was taken in by a high-class devil. Yet that devil tortured the boy and molded him into the perfect weapon after committing unspeakable horrors upon the boy. He was then sent out as the representation of the clan during the Civil War and quickly rose the ranks of the army. Until one day he was bested by a descendant of Beelzebub, his son to be exact. He resorted to eating his own army and becoming a monster just to beat the son of the Lord of Flies. And now he is here. Trapped away for his evil deeds. Even though he practically won the Civil War for them, he is dangerous and unstable. So he had to be locked away. Ajuka then removed the seals on the door and opened it. Inside was a room covered in blood with what appeared to be a corpse lying against the wall. The dead body was covered in seals that looked like a modern-day straitjacket. Ajuka walked over to the being and raised his hand and cutting it with his demonic power. The blood then dripped down onto the corpse and it began to change rapidly as the corpse started to look alive. Of course it did. After all, this man is the one known as the demon, the devil, the monster, the bloodsucker, beyond evil, the unholy king, the true successor of Lucifer, the madness, the nightwalker, the king of vampires, the ultimate vampire, true immortal, the monster whose powers radiate with a darkness that casts a shadow over darkness itself, and finally. Ajuka, get up, Alucard. You have work to do. The no-life king. Alucard, ha 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 ha. So you have come running back for my help. So tell me. What has happened since I last fell asleep? Gabriel cried for the first time since the death of her father at the news of her brother's death. It was all so sudden and unbelievable, but she had to accept the truth. The man named Aizen will kill more of her siblings if she and her brothers do not act fast. The angels are in chaos after the death of Michael, and some have even fallen already. This must not continue. They have to stay in order to fight their new enemy. Yet there is no one in heaven that can take up the throne. Michael was the only one. That is why they will summon the only man that can help them. Raphael, are you ready, sister? She nodded with her eyes closed as always, and they began the summoning. It would normally be impossible to summon this man thanks to his vast power, but with them using heaven as a power source it is possible. As the room was filled with golden light, it ended when immense pressure crashed down upon them. Her brothers were forced to the ground, but she remained standing. The symbol of the back of her hand showing that she is the master of this man. You would summon me, mongrel. Well, at least you all know your places. The light cleared and a golden-haired man with red eyes stood there. His presence is godly and unmatched by normal means. This man is a true king. The king of heroes. Quite the problem you all have. Do not worry. Ha 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 ha, that mongrel stands no chance against me. Gilgamesh. Everything is going according to my plan. The devils responded as I thought, and they brought out Alucard. My future rook is an interesting creature. Millions of souls exist in his body, and the way he uses them is unique. Well, he will join me soon. Heaven has also reacted as planned and summoned Gilgamesh. I can only guess what they are doing now, thanks to the barrier placed by Gilgamesh does not allow me to sense inside. I have no doubt that they are proceeding as I planned and are summoning an army of heroic spirits. Now I must summon my new subordinates as well. I have studied all of the legends of humans and have picked out the ones that I need for my plan to reach supremacy. The wise queen of Assyria, the most infamous criminal in human history, the witch queen, and finally the most interesting, the root of all evil. Currently I am at the mansion that Valley has been using in between his fights throughout the years. I have already set up the summoning circles and begun to power them while keeping their legends in my mind. Soon the room was filled with light as the legendary heroes from history itself arrived. The first is a man that can be physically described as a gentleman. He is dressed in cloths hailing from the 19th century of Britain. This man is more than meets the eye, however. In reality, he is one of the most evil men to ever walk the earth. For he is the most infamous serial killer in history. Jack the Ripper. The next is a woman that can be described as a depraved beauty, and a peerlessly beautiful woman wrapped in a dress as dark as midnight, who emanates a pleasing aroma. She is said to have killed her husband with poison in order to become queen. This being the oldest case of murder by poisoning in legends. She is called the wise queen of Assyria. Semiramis. After her is another woman who has long blonde hair and light blue eyes. She is the legendary witch said to rival the Magus of Flowers and the mother of the infamous knight of betrayal Mordred. She is the fairy queen and the witch queen. Morgan Le Fay. The last is a man without form. Just as massive energy. This being is not no far and wide like the other three. This man is weak, to put it simply. No grand feats and no heroic acts. He is simply a man that was chosen by his villagers to be all of their problems. You see, they were facing disaster and after disaster and decided to place the blame of all of this on a single person. He was their scapegoat and designated as a demon. They continuously tortured him until he went insane. They captured him, beat him, carved every word that cursed mankind onto his body, forced every sin imaginable upon him, took out bits and pieces of him slowly, defiled his mind with absolute evil, and held him responsible for all of it in the world. They would not allow him to die until he succumbed to old age. He had a curse put on him as a result, one made of the great evil that he was to represent. He was shocked at first at the senselessness of it at all. Eventually he started wondering who it was he should hate. However, he himself only felt anger and hatred towards the world and the people that mercilessly executed him. He is a being that perfectly represents hatred and malice in a way that Aizen could not ignore. The mass before him is the perfect person to become the first hollow of this world. It is as if he was born to be the perfect candidate for becoming a Vasto Lord. Ngramenu. They all looked around before they spotted me, and I brought my spiritual pressure into this dimension in a show of superiority. After all, these people are not the loyal type. They will search for any way that they can to betray me. So showing them the gap between us in the beginning will help quell those foolish thoughts. They were instantly brought to knee and became unable to move. As their minds raced with awe and fear of my power, I spoke. Aizen, welcome. I know that this is not the way you would standardly greet someone, but you know how you all are. All of you have great ambition, and I just want to make it clear that I will not tolerate insubordination from you. You either work with me and achieve all of your dreams, or you work against me and I still use your power and you will gain nothing. This sent their thoughts spiraling once again. Semiramis seems to understand that she cannot go against me, and as the clever woman she is now trying to find ways to make the most out of this. Jack is grinning, most likely bloodthirsty at the feeling of my power. Ngramenu is still drowning in hate, yet seems to understand his powerlessness in this situation. Morgan, on the other hand, spoke up. Morgan, and how can you give us all what we desire? The things I want are not so simple. She spoke through gritted teeth. Even thought they are stronger than most beings in this world, they cannot stand in the presence of a portion of my power. Aizen, I know that all of your dreams are unrealistic and seemingly impossible. Yet at the end of this world I can grant all of your wishes with a snap of my fingers. Everything is possible when one is almighty after all. Your dream of becoming ruler of an already destroyed kingdom is easily attainable with absolute power. The conviction in my voice awed them. I spoke as if my fate has already been decided, and me being above all is simply the nature outcome of all things. Even Ngramenu rage subsided from my words as he spoke a question in a disembodied voice. Ngra, then the destruction of all things is something that you could grant? Are you planning on being some kind of god? I did not let it show on my face, but this irked me. I was already a god back in my old world, and when I arrived in this one I outclassed most of those fakers that call themselves gods. I am far above a simply god. Aizen, some kind of god, you say? I do not plan on claiming such a title. The only plan that I have is transcending all things. If others wish to call me that, then that is fine. And you say your wish is the destruction of all things? I do not believe that to be true. I can feel the confusion roll of him. After all, he stated his wish, and yet I would deny it. Aizen, what you truly wish for is power. You have always been the weakest. Picked on and tormented by other weaklings for no true reason. I will grant you the power to do as you wish. To no longer be bound by the laws that others would bind you with. I will unlock you untapped potential. I looked at the others and asked. Aizen, Ngramenu is the weakest out of you. If he becomes stronger than you, will you finally stop all of your hesitations? Will you follow me? They thought about it, with Jack speaking first. Jack, as long as I can still delight in the true fear of others, then my allegiance is of no question. I nodded. That was expected. Morgan, if you truly does rise in strength so easily, then I have no doubt in your ability to grant my dreams. Semiramis spoke next. Semiramis, it does not matter either way, does it? Plus I do not wish to die so easily. She is right. The symbol on the back of my hand is proof of that. My 3 instances of absolute control over them. If I wanted to, I could command them to obey me and they would have no choice. Yet slavery is far below me and I would rather not have to deal with their side remarks and threats during our partnership. Aizen, excellent. I then arrived in front of the formless heroic spirit and thrusted my hand into its chest, easily reaching his soul and using hollowification on it. The effects were instant as his power skyrocketed and his formless state began to change. He began to form into a dragon of all things, making me chuckle at how well he will work with Drake. Him instantly becoming a Juches is promising. I then gave him one of my pawn pieces that allowed him to evolve once again into a Vasto Lord. He emitted power that knocked back the other heroic spirits and would have destroyed this mansion if not for the barrier that I put up. His current form consisted of a massive 4-armed creature with a dragon-like claws and tail. His hollow hole being directing where his heart should be, making him be the only one of my peerage that does not have the weakness of not being able to heal from an injury to the heart, and with his instant regeneration added to the adaptive regeneration makes him almost as immortal as me. I then gave him a second pawn piece which gave him more power than he could handle. Which is exactly what I wanted when it reached up and ripped half of its hollow mask off. Becoming a Arinkar and regaining his sense of thought. His form changed once again to a man with 4 arms and 4 eyes. He possessed pink hair and red eyes. His form is covered in markings that most have remained from his past life, and half of his white hollow mask still being there. With him now having 4 hollow holes on each of his arms. Engra, ha 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 ha, yes. This is what I have been starving for. Finally. He then looked at me with a large amount of bloodlust. I see. He now behaves more like a dragon and will now challenge me for authority. Very well. I will just beat this foolishness out of him right now. Aizen, what are you waiting for, beast? Approach me and fight me. I will correct the pride I sense in you and show you your place. The said beast smiled and looked at me in excitement. Like a dragon tasting battle for the first time. Aizen, let me show you. True power. Engra, heh. The dragon then lunged at Aizen, who merely sidestepped the beast. He then hit Engra straight in the back and sent him flying out of the mansion from the force alone. Aizen then shunped and appeared before him. Aizen, I can't have you destroy the place. Out here I can see your full strength. Engra got up from the ground without a scratch on him. In fact, he looked better before. Not because of adaptive regeneration either. Engra then pointed his hand at Aizen and with pure instinct alone he fired a Siro. A ray of dark red energy was sent at Aizen, who reinforced his hand before slapping the Siro away, causing it to disperse. Aizen wanted to see how many other hollow abilities he could use, so he shunped and grabbed Engra by the face and slammed him into the ground. Aizen, show me more. Otherwise I will force it out of you. Engra himself was looking up towards the sky in shock. He was able to regain reason after he hit the ground. He then grinned at the thought of battle thanks to his new dragon instincts. A buzzing sound was heard and then he appeared across from Aizen in an instant. Those that are watching became surprised by this. Morgan, did he copy Master's technique? So easily. The white dragon responded with a look of excitement. Valley, no. What he did is called a sonido. They are similar, but only the beings that Ingramanu now is can do it. My blood pumps at all the cool abilities I have heard they can use. My rival will surely prove to be a worthy opponent. Both Semiramis and Morgan made sure to remember to learn about that. The battle now looked like a blur. Both Aizen and Engra continued to use their movement techniques, with Aizen leading the battle. Thanks to Engra's new natural hardened skin caused by He Arrow, he can tank Aizen's attack, yet he can feel his new leader holding back, which annoyed the new dragon to no end. Engra, give me everything. I must know the gap in strength between us. Only then will I allow myself to follow you. This reminds Aizen of the Sexta Espada Grimjao Jaeger Jaquez. Even though Ingramanu is far stronger than him, they are similar in these aspects. So Aizen smirked and decided to show the dragon his place as he once did to the panther. Aizen, then allow me show you. Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiho. Multiple balls of purple light appeared around Aizen that caused Engra to feel fear. Fear that he has not felt in a long time. The purple light then fired at Engra at a speed he was no able to evade, so he crossed all 4 of his arms over his chest. The lights then connected with his arms and caused a large explosion. Aizen just stared as the dust cleared. There lying on the ground was Engra. All of his arms have been destroyed and most of his body. Thanks to not having a heart or body, the predator piece is fused with his soul much like Aizen and allows him to regenerate as long as a single piece of his soul remains. Aizen walked up to him before looking down at the dismembered hollow. Aizen, you did well. You will be rewarded for your power as long as you devote yourself to me. He then heard Engra say something that he did not quite catch. He went to one knee and asked. Aizen, what did you say? Engra coughed a few times before he spoke. Engra, I am not done yet. Die in reverse. Vergavesta. Aizen widened his eyes in surprise before jumping back. But that is not how this attack works. Vergavesta is the ability to return all the damage you have taken back to the person that caused that damage. Normally this would be weak. After all, you have to get injured and the chance of dying is high. Yet now that Engramenyu now has an insane healing factor, all of this ability's risks are taken away. Meaning that every single injure that Engra gained in this fight is now being reversed back to Aizen. So when Aizen felt himself lose most of his soul's volume, he was surprised. He expected Engra to have a noble phantasm that would be weak. Yet this one works perfectly for not only his plans but for Engra himself. So he quickly desired his soul to be restored, and it instantly was. Engra was now the surprised one. His new master is truly something else. Aizen, you have proved yourself, Engramenyu. I have big plans for you. And even though he no longer had any wound, Engra is still mentally exhausted, so he passed out. Aizen then picked him up and threw him over his shoulder and shunted back to the mansion. Aizen, Valley. Take your new rival to a place where he can rest. I will give him then boosted gear when he wakes up. Valley did as told and took the men from Aizen and walked into the building. Semiramis then spoke up. Semiramis, is there anything that you need us to do, Aizen-sama? Aizen knows her personality. Now that she has seen his power, she knows that she cannot defeat him. So she will now try to gain his favor and make sure that she is worth something so that he does not find the need to replace her. Aizen, actually I need Morgan to help me locate a future ally of ours. What you can do is take care of this guy for me. She wondered what he was talking about before Aizen held his hand out and a small dragon appeared in his hands. The dragon stared at Semiramis as Aizen smiled at her dumbfounded look. Aizen, I just need you to watch over him while I am gone. Then without her being able to respond, he pushed small Elatrian into the hands of Semiramis and left her in shock as he walked with Morgan following him. Semiramis looked down at the dragon, who tilted his head cutely at her, causing her to hug him and run away with him. Elatrian will surely be embarrassed when he returns to his adult form for being cuddled like he will be. Aizen and Morgan now walked down a fall and she curiously asked him. Morgan, who is this future ally, my lord? Aizen smiled. Aizen, he is an animal. Someone that can give Gilgamesh a great advantage in our war if he was to join his side. That is why I will recruit him first. You and people from your era know where he is. No one else does. So tell me. Where is Kath Palag? This shocked Morgan. For Aizen to even know of the beast is impressive, but to know that she knows where he is something else entirely. It shows his knowledge. The white beast is the son of Gaia. A creature born with nothing that humans have. No sense of self, reason, family, anything. Thus he envied humanity and killed all of the humans that he saw. How dare such weak beings have what he desires and yet overlook it so easily? It infuriated the beast, and eventually the beast was defeated by the Knights of the Round Table and forced to flee. Only Morgan, her sister, and Merlin know where it no rests. And no Aizen will know too. Morgan, the beast rests in a separate dimension. A place that he was able to reach by clawing its way through space and time itself. A feat that it would show regularly. I can show you the entrance he left if you so wish, my lord. Aizen opened a garganta while shaking his head. Aizen, that will not be needed. Follow me through here and think of the place where he rests. I will do the rest. She did as told and they soon arrived at the said dimension. It is a place filled with wildlife, wilderness, and open fields. It seems that the beast known as primate murder likes these types of things. Even with its limited mental prowess. Aizen, you can leave now. I will return shortly and all of you shall be given the power you need to realize your dreams. She bowed her head and went back through the portal. Aizen will have to set aside some time to make sure that all of his new peerage members learn to get along. Otherwise the risk of infighting at the wrong times is high. Aizen then shunted over to where he sensed the beast. The said beast lying down on a large hill asleep. A mix between a fox and a wolf with claws sharp enough to cut reality. Aizen, my. What a interesting power you possess. The beast's eyes snapped open and looked directly at Aizen before standing and roaring with enough force to uproot all of the trees for miles behind Aizen. Aizen, so loud. The beast that charged at Aizen with enough force to break the ground around him. Aizen met him with an empowered fist to the face that knocked him back a bit. Kath then swiped his tail at Aizen, who was not expecting it to grow and wrap around him, trapping him in place with the beast. The beast then tried to bite down on him with its claws, but he merely spoke. Aizen, Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. A black box then entrapped them inside, and the gravity it produced caused the beast to stop its actions. Then blade-like structures then pierced through the coffin and caused multiple wounds on the beast that made him let go of Aizen. Aizen, unlike Elatrian, you do not possess logical thought. I will have to completely dominate you. Aizen then raised his right hand towards the beast and a dark red energy formed. This energy being the power of destruction that he gained from Surzex and other minor Baal clan members. Multiple beams of destruction then surged towards the white beast. Cathpalag, who has already healed from his injuries, knew the danger of this attack and took off and ran away from them. Yet they followed him while matching his speed. Using his instincts, he dodged them as he ran and used his tail to smack them to destroy them. When he had finally destroyed the last one, he looked around for Aizen but did not see him. He then used his superior sense of smell and located him, but it was too late. Aizen, who was floating above him, thrusted his hands forward and spoke. Aizen, Heido number 57. Daichi Tenyo. The ground broke apart as the beast lost its footing. He looked up at Aizen, who was smirked at him. He watched as Aizen clasped his hands together as all of the surrounding rocks began to condense on one spot. Kath tried to escape by clawing his way out, but the rocks are being reinforced by Aizen's power, which took the beast too long to break as he was sealing in a compact sphere. Then Aizen shunted beside the small planetoid and purple energy began to gather around him. This energy then shaped itself into 5 dragons that radiated with incredible power. Yet Aizen was not finished. The dragons then gained a red HEW to it as added the power of destruction to it. The destructive damage that the dragons can cause being increased 100-fold. Aizen, Heido number 99. Goryu Tenmitsu. The 5 dragons then converged on the planetoid and wrapped themselves around it. Their power destroying it and reaching Cathpalag. They went further and enclosed primate murder in themselves. Then they exploded, causing the dimension itself to crumble. An entire planet being destroyed. When the dust settled, Aizen floated where he sensed the severely weakened beast. He is missing 2 entire legs and an entire side of his face. His tail, which had been wrapped around him, being almost completely destroyed. Yet the beast remained awake and watched as Aizen approached him. He tried to move. To get away from the being. Thinking that he will finish the job and he will die. His injuries were too potent and he could barely wither in pain. Aizen stood right in front of his large eye and stared into his soul. Aizen, submit yourself to me. You will soon die from your wounds. Serve me and you will never have to lie beaten like this ever again. You will gain all of that which you envy from humans. The beast could not understand the man's words. Yet he did know that he will save him if he followed him. The man's intent is as clear as day after all. Those dragons did not kill him on purpose. So he simply closed his remaining eye and Aizen got his answer. He summoned 2 pawn pieces and they flew into the beast's chest. His injuries began to heal but his form shrank. He now resembles the size of a baby cat and is asleep. Aizen picked him up and let him rest in his hands as he spoke out loud. Aizen, I see. So your desire to understand humans has led you to restart your life. So as you age you will acquire the intelligence of men. Aizen then opened a garganta as the dimension around him was finally destroyed as he left. Aizen smirked at his achievement. Soon entire multiverses will fall just like this universe. Aizen will have achieved his ultimate goal. 2. Transcend all. The underworld has been through a crisis that caused a lot of chaos to spread throughout the entire world. 2 of their leaders died after all, leaving only the slothful general and the genius himself to rule. Thankfully Ajuka stepped up and took control. Now all of the chaos has been quelled and order has taken its place. Everyone is preparing for Aizen's next move, causing them all to be nervous at first. Now though 3 full months have passed without a single sign of Aizen and his subordinates, causing the devils to rejoice. That does not mean that all is good for the underworld though. The most feared devil, Alucard, is now out and about doing practically whatever he wants. Thankfully he cannot massacre the devils like he wants because of the seal placed on his hand. Which, much like the command spells, does not allow him to break curtain rules placed upon him. He still loves to mess with the devils though. Other than that everything is going good. The Gremory and Citri families are getting over the loss of their children and Seekvaria has finally left her room after spending an entire month in depression. Everything seems to be turning around and looking up for the devils. That was until a flying fortress suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And from it thousands of Taken descended upon the underworld and began their slaughter. Ajuka responded to this by sending out the devil armies and Alucard, starting the first act of the Second Great War. Entire cities were destroyed in a matter of minutes. Families were slaughtered without a second thought. Ajuka cannot be everywhere at once. He can only watch as his people are killed. As he fails to protect them, rage builds in the heart of the devil. And finally, the destruction and ruin that the Taken bring reach the capital. Now Ajuka can do something. Yet as he went to intercept those monsters, he was the one who was intercepted by a man dressed in attire that he once saw being worn a century ago. Without a doubt this man is a heroic spirit. Who is singing? Jack, London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. The men before him looked at him with bloodlust and pure malice, reminding Ajuka of Alucard. Ajuka, who are you? Do not stand in my way. Jack simply chuckled at his words. Jack, my. You know that it is polite to introduce yourself first before asking someone to do the same. Have you devils lost your class? How sad. Then suddenly Jack was in front of Ajuka without making a sound. He just appeared there. Jack, people that do not know how to act are nothing more than animals. I will rip you apart like an animal. For I am Jack the Ripper. This information shocked Ajuka. Around 100 years ago Jack was the talk of the underworld. Every high-class devil wanted him in their peerage. Yet none ever came back if they went to search for him. This shock allowed for Jack to pull out throwing knives and throw them before Ajuka even noticed. He quickly made a barrier to block them, but they went right through it and stabbed him. This surprised him, but he quickly healed himself as Jack spoke. Jack, my lord knows all about the Kankara formula. The ability to control all forms of energy with calculations and formulas is an incredible power. That is why Lord Aizen has sent me to deal with the annoyance that is you. Ajuka expected that. Aizen has lived in their society for a long time and his ability is not exactly a secret. But how did those knives get through his barrier so easily? Not even the true Longinus can do that. Jack, you want to know, do you? I will tell you as a parting gift. My noble phantasm allowed me to turn anything I touched into the pinnacle of human craftsmanship. This alone is amazing ability, yet my lord is a seeker of perfection. So he made me even stronger when I decided to serve under him, and now I can turn anything I touch into a divine artifact. Dread enclosed around Ajuka at the mere thought. Divine artifacts take years, centuries even, for the gods to make, and yet he can do that with a simple touch. Impossible. Such a thing could never exist. Jack can see his emotions thanks to his soul eye. Jack, so you do not believe me, eh? Then allow me to show you as I dye you in my favorite color. Thus his onslaught begun. Every attack Ajuka sent was blocked by Jack's cloak that he had turned into a divine artifact, and every attack Jack did was unable to be blocked by Ajuka because of their power. In the end Ajuka laid on the floor from all of injuries that laced his body. Too exhausted to even stand. He can only wallow in hate as he knows that Jack was just playing with him. All of his attacks being non-fatal. Jack, done already. I would have thought that your wound have lasted longer. Then again, you rely way too much upon your calculations. Thus I am your worst nightmare. He then walked up to the green-haired devil and grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off of the ground. Jack, it's time to end this. He then thrusted his hand towards Ajuka's heart but was stopped by a voice. The voice that could only belong to Aizen Sosuke. Aizen, you did well, Jack. Jack dropped the devil and instantly knelt to Aizen. Jack, thank you, my lord. I do not deserve your praise. Aizen smiled at how much the serial killer has changed. When he first arrived he watched Aizen closely with eye. Seeing his emotions that lie on the inside and if they matched with the ones he shows on the outside. The only time they did not is when Ingramenu asked him if he wanted to be a god. After that they always matched. Something that Jack respects. He could see that Aizen held no disgust towards him for his past actions and only held the highest of expectations for him. Like a father would to his son. This caused Jack to become the most loyal of Aizen's peerage. Excluding Valley and Tobio. Aizen, never mind that. Why, Ajuka, are you staring at me with such hate? What have I done to you? Ajuka gritted his teeth in anger. This man just committed genocide and yet he would speak so calmly. Ajuka, don't you dare act like I have no reason to be angry. You have killed all of my people. Massacred countless innocents that have no place in this war. You have destroyed the underworld all because of your greed. You are a monster. How could you do all of that with a smile on your face? Answer me. Aizen just stared at the devil on the ground and chuckled. Aizen, murdered countless innocents you say? Innocents? I did not see any such people when I arrived here. You are devils. Creatures of sin. You are the scum of the universe. If anyone else held my power then they would have destroyed you as well. Do not act like you are the ones in the right. Devils massacred the Nico shows over the simplest of reasons. Not caring that you guys were the ones in the wrong. Every faction hates your race. They just can't do anything because of the power you held. But I could. After years of having to live amongst filth I am finally clean. With your death the devils will no longer exist and I will have cleansed the universe. Ajuka could not even deny it. He just closed his eyes as he died, having to accept the nature that all devils are born into. Jack, what now, my lord? Aizen looked off into the distance where a battle is taking place. Aizen, we wait. Falbium was making his way towards his fellow Satan when he sensed his friend facing a strong opponent but was stopped when a woman with black hair and yellow eyes appeared before him. Semiramis, I have been ordered to kill you. Sensing the danger, Falbium instantly activated his absolute defense, but it is pointless. Suddenly their surroundings became filled with a purple mist. This being Sikara Yuzum Semiramis's noble phantasm, which originally could only be used within the throne room of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, but thanks to the Predator piece she is no longer bound by that condition. So when this mist touched the absolute defense, Falbium demonic power was turned poisonous against him and he instantly died. Another terrible matchup that led to an easy win. The assassin sighed at how easily it was. Semiramis, I bet Morgan is having more fun fighting that Alucard fellow. It must be something. A battle between the Witch Queen and the true vampire. Alucard ran through the army of Taken like a madman. Never before has he faced enemies like this, and it is thrilling. Finally, after centuries of inaction, he can finally taste the thrill of battle. So he tore through these demonic creatures with ease. Normally that would have bored him, but their sheer numbers are more than enough to keep him entertained. That was until he heard a feminine voice. You truly are a monster. At least you have the power to back it up, the voice said. Alucard turned towards the voice and found a woman with pale blonde hair and blue eyes. She is wearing a black dress with a veil and a crown. She wields a long spear-like structure that Alucard knows is dangerous. And who might you be? Ajuka did not mention anyone that has your appearance. Then again, Aizen could have more servants that he has not showed, he said. Though Alucard does find her appearance familiar. He can't remember where from though. The women then appeared a few meters in front of him while still having an expressionless face. I am Morgan Le Fay. My lord has ordered me to defeat you. I will not fail. The newly named Morgan spoke. That is where he remembered her from. So Aizen has the Witch Queen herself working for him. That's quite the feat, a woman that would kill anyone and commit countless atrocities just to get what she wants. She would not easily allow herself to be ruled over. Aizen must truly be something else. I see. It's a pleasure to meet a woman of such renown. I am Alucard Helsing. But of course you already know that. Let's just get down to business. Shall we? Alucard said while making a let's get on with it motion. Thus the fight began with Alucard rushing at Morgan with the shadows dancing around him. As he reached her in less than a second, he thrust his hand forward to pierce her heart, but a magic circle appeared and blocked his attack. The circle then rotated and a blast of force hit Alucard and knocked him back. I hate magic, he said as he cracked his neck. This time he reached his hand forward and used his telekinesis to try and bring Morgan towards him, but he never reached her. Alucard then realized that the barrier around her is always active, and what knocked him back was the kinetic energy from his punch. What he did not know, however, is that Morgan did not just stop there. She actually has multiple barriers set up within 11 different dimensions. Each of these barriers are stronger than the last and store the energy of the things that attack it and send that attack back at the sender. Alucard broke through 2 of these barriers with his punch, but they have already been repaired. Well, you are not the Witch Queen for nothing, it seems. He spoke as he tried to find a way around this. He quickly did. Deciding to go all out, Alucard released the seals holding back his strength and smiled at Morgan as he raised his hands around his left eye with his index fingers touching his thumbs. He then closed his eyes, but when he opened his left eye again, multiple shining red eyes formed on his body. Disgusting, Morgan spoke as she watched his body morph and change into numerous creatures that rushed at her. She just stood there as they were destroyed by her barriers. Yet she became surprised at the sheer numbers. Hundreds of beings chipped away at her barriers even though they destroyed themselves with their own power. Eventually Alucard was able to break Trough thanks to the barriers not being able to rebuild themselves fast enough. So he formed his main body again, and this time his was able to land a hit that sent her a few feet back. Impressive. To be able to distinguish that my barriers are made more for one-on-one fights and not multiple people shows your intelligence. But I am afraid that I will no longer hold back. She spoke as she dusted herself off like the attack did not faze her. Alucard was not ready for a magic circle to appear under him, but was still able to move partially out of the way. A beam of magic cut through half of his body. He quickly began to regenerate from the attack when a red and black energy took the place of his former flesh. To survive fatal injuries by burning away the souls in your body like fuel. I can see why you are so formidable, she spoke and then suddenly teleported before Alucard and forming a magic circle in her hand that hit him with enough force to send him thousands of meters into the air. Alucard did not have enough time to react as she once again teleported, but this time behind him. She threw her spear right his energy-like body, causing him to be propelled back towards the ground with enough speed that caused the ground to break around his landing point. He tried to get up but the spear did not budge and held him to the ground as he looked up towards the floating Morgan who charged up her magic with a large magic circle. All he could do was chuckle as a massive ray of energy slammed into him and his surroundings. Morgan looked on as her spell destroyed her opponent and the surrounding kilometers of land. She figured that this would be enough to make him stay down, so when she landed on the ground she became surprised when she heard the sound of footsteps. She looked at the direction and was shocked at what she saw. Alucard was not just energy, as all of his body has been destroyed by that attack, leaving him in this form as he slowly repairs his body. Morgan was once again surprised when she heard him laugh. Yes. Excellent. I have not had this much fun in ages. Give it to me. Destroy me down to my last atom. Stop holding back. Use your noble phantasm. He spoke in a voice filled with ecstasy. Morgan shook her head at his words. If this man wants to feel such pain in order for him to submit, then she will do as he says. Energy built up in the space around them as Alucard laughed like a madman. Fine then. Bow your head. There is no fear, nor is there hope. Simply, die like a sinner. Behold, lordless Camelot, yelled Morgan as a throne appeared behind her as she sat down. Then multiple blue spears embedded themselves in the ground all the way from her to Alucard. Alucard looked up as a pillar of blue energy descended upon him and destroyed him. His body burned as many souls as possible to keep him alive, but when it ended he was nothing more than a small mass of red energy. He had to sacrifice 1 million of his 300 millions, leaving him satisfied from this battle. Morgan walked over to his prone form as Alucard could see the amazement and respect in her eyes, causing him to chuckle. He would not be moving for a while, it seems. This is the most damage that he has ever taken before. For a monster you are indeed formidable. If only you were stronger, then that immortality of yours would be quite the nightmare. For people on my level it is just annoyance. It's like hitting paper that won't break. Alucard laughed at her words, causing her to look at him with that dead stare of hers. You call me a monster? Have you seen yourself? Ha 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 ha. You are the true monster with that strength. Makes me wonder how strong your leader is. Alucard spoke in amazement, as he values power above all else. You find out in the future. Lord Aizen has plans for you, and after he is done you will know the one called death, Morgan said. This caused Alucard to feel every happy emotion on the spectrum except love. He can expect to fight strong people and even grow stronger, which is one of his favorite things. Yet his current self has wanted to die for a very long time. Having to live with all of his sins eating at his mind is torturing him. So in the end he gets both of the things that he wants. They then suddenly heard a sound that caused them to look over and spot Aizen, who was clapping. What a marvelous battle, Morgan. You as well, Alucard. It was quite the spectacle. Aizen spoke in his usual voice that practically oozed his superiority as he walked closer to them. Thank you, my lord. Morgan spoke as Alucard decided to remain silent. Aizen then arrived next to Morgan as they both could see the rook piece in his hand. She speaks the truth, Alucard. I need you to get stronger and fight some of my enemies before you will finally get the death that you so crave. This rook piece will allow you to stay alive longer and not be paper, as Morgan put it. Serve me well, said Aizen. Alucard looked at the chess piece for some time before nodding. This is his chance to be more than he currently is. To have some form of comradeship before death. So he did not even flinch when the piece entered his body and consumed his energy and evolving his flesh and the potency of his demonic power, making him something more. Welcome, Alucard. We must now regroup at the Hanging Gardens. It's best not to keep the others waiting, said Aizen. Alucard regained his body thanks to the piece speeding up his regeneration, and all of them were teleported away by Morgan. As they arrived, Aizen could not keep the smirk off of his face as he thought of what comes next. Finally, after so many years, it is finally time for the reformation of the Espada. Notice, should I continue to use this new writing style or return to the old one? I want your opinion. Welcome everyone, said Aizen. All of his peerage members gathered in the throne room of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, looking up at their lord as he sat upon the large throne, each of them standing directly before him. With Alucard we finally have all of our members. Tobio Accuse, Vala Lucifer, Elatrian, Beelzebub, Jack, Morgan Le Fay, Semiramis, Angra Mainyu, Kath Palag, and Alucard Helsing. To celebrate this I have decided to give all of you ranks. Numbers. These ranks will determine which among you are the strongest and who has more authority. Aizen spoke. Hearing this they all grew excited to know who was truly the strongest, while both Valley and Angra wanted to know which of them is stronger. Keep in mind that this ranking only ranks the amount of power you have. So with the right conditions the weakest could kill someone above them. The numbers can also change. If you get stronger then your number will reflect that. I hope that this will motivate you to do just that. Aizen said with a tone of voice that told them that they will train to get stronger. It's not a suggestion. You will be ranked from 0 to 9. 0 being the strongest. Now let's begin, said Aizen while his peerage stiffened, awaiting their numbers. Number 9 is Semiramis. Aizen stated as a number 9 appeared on the back side of her left hand. Aizen sent her a look that she easily interrupted. Semiramis could easily kill the next few rankers with her poison, but her power level itself is much lower than them. Semiramis just smiled at Aizen, making sure that he knows that she does not care for her rank. Number 8 is Beelzebub, he said as a tattoo of the number 8 appeared on the left side of Beelzebub's neck. Another instance where Beelzebub could defeat those higher than him with the demonic beings that he can create with Annihilation Maker, but one-on-one he would lose. His intelligence more than makes up for that in Aizen's mind. Number 7 is Alucard Helsing, Aizen said as the number 7 showed up on Alucard's tongue. This one was close. Both Beelzebub and Alucard could easily be switched around, but Aizen decided that Alucard's immortality puts him above. Number 6 is Jack the Ripper, Aizen said as the number 6 appeared on the right side of Jack's lower back. Jack's power was hard to place. But with all of his personal skills and his ability to make divine constructs, he has been placed at number 6. Number 5 is Morgan Le Fay, he said as the tattoo showed up on her left shoulder. Thanks to her EX rank Noble Phantasm and her outstanding magecraft, she deserves this number. She could at least incapacitate the ones below her with her Noble Phantasm for a long time. I am looking at you, Alucard. Number 4 is Cathpalig, Aizen said as the tiny beast responded with a foe, as the number 4 appeared on his right hip. Aizen smiled as the beast did some kind of dance. Now that he will have human intellect, the beast will be able to use his power in new ways, allowing for him to rise up on this list later on. Number 3 is Tobio Accuse, said Aizen as Tobio smiled, his tattoo being on the middle of his back. With his all-severing scythe and his cursed flames, he is easily qualified for this position. Not to mention his final form that he has yet to use. Aizen knows that he will have to use it soon. Number 2 is Engra Mainyu, Aizen said as the number 2 appeared on the abdomen of the hollow. Thanks to his instant regeneration that allows him to heal faster than any of his comrades and his hollow skills, he has been placed here. His Noble Phantasm could allow him to defeat beings far stronger than him as well. Number 1 is Valley Lucifer, Aizen said to the shocked Valley as the number 1 appeared on his left pectoral muscle. While normally Valley would have been lower on this ranking, he has recently unlocked a new form that he has not told anyone about. Though he should have known that his lord would have already known before even he did, causing him to sigh in acceptance. Now finally, number 0 is Elatrian, Aizen stated as the number 0 appeared on his left horn. He truly is the strongest. His final move could kill Alucard in one hit. Even Aizen does not want to get hit by it again. Now, from this point forward you will all be known as the Espada. My enforcers. My swords. Does anyone have any complaints? Aizen stated and then asked. They all replied with negatives and Aizen smiled. Now there's something else that he needs to deal with. In the future we will be facing the god of evil, Engra Mainyu. In order to make things easier, can I give you a new name, Engra? Aizen asked. I do not care. This name was given to me when I became the root of all evil. Change it to what you wish. Engra spoke in a bored tone. Now that he knows that he is below Valley, he wants to go train with Drake in order to surpass his rival. Excellent. Henceforth you shall be known as Sukuna Ryaman, the king of domination. I hope you like it, said Aizen while not seeming like he cared if the hollow liked it or not. He really didn't. The newly named Sukuna just nodded his head. Good. All of you may now continue with your own devices, he said as they all bowed and started to leave. Semiramis picked up small Elatrian and cuddled him as she ran off to her room. Morgan just left with Kath jumping up onto her shoulder. Beelzebub left to start making a lot more Taken and Doomsdays. The rest left to go training or to went to their rooms. Aizen sat on his new throne with a smirk on his face. It seems that Gilgamesh does not care about the underworld. It was expected but not certain. It is still Aizen's turn to move a piece then. The King of Heroes will most likely respond then. With his infinite amount heroic spirits he does not need allies, but it would be good to show the other factions that they should not get involved in this war. Aizen will have to show all of them his power so that they know their place. Destroying the Greek sounds like a good way to show them. Aizen then released the seals, holding back his power for the first time in many years. He sighed. He made new cloths that matched the old ones he wore during the Winter War. Soon he will have to absorb Alucard in order to be able to compete with Gilgamesh. But for now he will allow him to grow stronger in order for Aizen to gain more power when he does absorb him. Either way his victory is certain. Gilgamesh is his last opponent. He will fall, and when he does this universe will with him. Even his clairvoyance will not be able to save him. For Aizen's intellect is high enough to predict the future. Aizen sat upon his throne as he used his senses to see everything that is happening within the underworld. You may have expected Aizen to rebuild all that he destroyed and maybe make a new race, but that is not the case. In fact, the underworld is more destroyed now than when Alucard was defeated. It is a wasteland filled only barren land. This was caused by the army of Taken that Beelzebub is making. The Espada and Aizen live in the Hanging Garden, so the planet on the ground is of no need to them. So the Octava Espada has been releasing a countless amount of Taken on the land and ordering them to fight each other. This entire layer of the underworld is now a battlefield where the battle never stopped. They have been ordered to ignore the familiar forest because of the daughter of Tiamat. If she dies too early, then Aizen will not be ready for the primordial mother and will have a huge setback in his plans. Other than that, though, they can fight anywhere. This allows for them to get stronger by killing each other and eating the fallen souls, allowing for them grow infinitely stronger while there are no enemies around. The only problem that it brings is the noise and endless battle always blaring in Aizen's senses, but he has learned to tune out most of it. There is one Taken that Aizen has been watching closely. It is the same one from the peace treaty. The monster has been fighting for the longest and yet he is still alive. He has shown to be the apex predator of what Aizen is now calling the pit. He has even grown strong enough to take fight one-on-one with a doomsday and come out alive. Yes, Aizen is enjoying his feats. If everything goes according to plan, then that Taken will soon be on the level of a Espada. Aizen then removed his senses from the underworld and focused on the new powers that he has gained from taking over hell. The boy that he had manipulated in the past came into the possession of Regulus Nemia. He was defeated though when Tobio appeared before him, allowing for Aizen to claim the soul of the lion, gaining immense physical strength and protection from projectiles. The later being something that will help greatly in his fight with Gilgamesh. Aizen also gained the Kankara formula and absolute defense from the two Devil Kings, making magical attacks fundamentally useless against Aizen and physical attacks not being far behind. Though these will be practically useless against Gilgamesh thanks to the fact of him having weapons that affect causality. In the end, this has helped Aizen a lot, and soon Aizen will show the world his power once more and quell any forces that would dare to interfere in the battle between two kings. The mere thought of it would be synonymous with suicide. Impossible. How could you find the Spear of Destiny just lying around? That makes absolutely no sense, yelled a voice filled with disbelief. The one that the voice belongs to is a massive demonic-looking entity, having two long horns jutting out of its head and having no facial features besides two orange glowing eyes. Fire appears to spew out of its back that is full of spikes. His body gives out an aura that would cause many to go insane. Well, you are just going to have to believe it. My luck is supreme, brother, spoke a cheerful but haughty voice. The speaker has the appearance of a beautiful young woman with the cute face of a child that has long black hair and with pointy ears. Her blue eyes shine with pride. She wears a cute frilly dress that has a corset jumper skirt. Her body also gives out a tremendous dark aura. Nix, Tartarus is right. This is most likely bait. For what I do not know, spoke a calm and regal voice. Yet you could hear his unease in his voice. The voice has the appearance of a tall skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests. He gives off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets can glow to give the appearance of eyes. He is obviously the leader of the group, as they all paid attention when he spoke. One man, however, voiced his opinion. That is true, boss. But this is exactly what we need. All we have to do now is acquire the two other sacred gears and then we will be unstoppable. If this is a trap, then it is a poorly made one. I say we take this chance. The men spoke in a calm and collected manner. He man has the appearance of a young man with two blue and black horns. He has multiple tattoos on his body and possesses blue eyes much like his sister. He gives out a dark and twisted aura. The others in the room thought over the man's words and most believed that he was right. Especially his sister. Finally, the last member of the group spoke up, his voice being rough and deep. Erebus is right. Hey, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. The only people that could defeat us do not interfere in this world. We are gods. In the end, we will always win. Not even that Aizen Sosuke guy can stand against gods. His voice dripped with malice at the last part. The man has dark skin, black hair, gold eyes, and glyphs tattooed all over his body. His clothing consists of a tattered red waistcloth, a bandana of same color, and black bandages on his forearms and shins. He gives off a chaotic aura. His words caused the others to agree. They are prideful evil gods after all. Then we will quickly secure the other holy sacred gears and release the beast. The alliance of hell shall soon stand at the top. Hades yelled as the others roared in agreement. The soon got to work of locating Incinerate Anthem and Alpheka Tyrant. With both of them and the true holy spear, they will release the beast of apocalypse, Trihexa. They will control it and become the strongest force that this universe has even seen. What they did not know, however, is that they have been caught in a spider web that allows no escape. These gods are merely pawns of a higher being and they do not even know it. How could they when they are so weak? What is this? Who would dare? A voice filled with pride yelled out. On top of a gigantic mountain that is invisible to humanity there was multiple divine beings. Some of them being a lot weaker and some of them being a lot stronger, but in the end they are all deities. They are the gods of Greek mythology. The one who yelled being their king, Zeus. The Olympians were having their annual meeting upon their thrones when a purple mist suddenly encased all of Mount Olympus. The goddess of wisdom could tell that someone has created an entirely new dimension with them in it, and she knew of only one thing that can achieve such a feat with ease. Dimension lost. So she came to the logical conclusion that they are being attacked by humans. She was about to tell this to her king but was interrupted when the mountain began to shake. This caused all of the Olympians to walk to the edge of the mountain to see what caused this. What they saw surprised them. Millions of creatures that appeared to be made of darkness are climbing up the mountain. The sun has been blocked out thanks to the new dimension surrounding them, so the ethereal light that shined off of the monsters made them look much more terrifying. What the hell is that? Yelled the goddess of love herself. Terrified by the abominations. Yet that was not all. Another type of creature is amongst these creatures of darkness. A large behemoth in the shape of humanoid with multiple spikes coming out its body. Its red eyes filled with uncontrolled rage staring straight into their souls, causing all of them to recoil. Zeus finally gained his wits and bellowed. These beasts dare go against the mighty Olympus. Fine then. Let's show them why we are gods. Hermes smirked and ran down the mountain with his immense speed, catching their attackers off guard and running straight through them. This caused thousands of the taken to blow up. Hermes phased through them and killed them instantly. A feat that attracted the attention of a certain taken. The rest of the gods watched their fellow Olympians deed and smirked. However, that soon changed when a blur caught their vision and suddenly a figure arrived at the summit of the mountain. This man being Sukuna Ryaman. His appearance has changed since he gained the boosted gear. Thanks to him being a soul without a body, the sacred gear has nothing to house itself within. As such, the Vasto Lord and the Heavenly Dragon are slowly but surely becoming one person. As such, Sukuna eyes have become like that of a dragon, and if you look closely you can see that his skin is actually made up of small scales. I was expecting you all to be stronger. Well, whatever. As long as you all do not die instantly. He spoke in a degrading tone. This enraged all of them, with Artemis notching an arrow on her bow. She gathered a good amount of divinity in her arrow and was about to release it when she suddenly found herself headless. It was there and suddenly it disappeared. At least that's what it seemed to the other gods. This scared the gods, but they understood that they could not be careless. This foe is the real deal. So they quickly buried their emotions deep within themselves. Zeus quickly called some of the minor gods, hoping that they could buy them some time to come up with a plan. As such, the god of strength Hercules instantly answered his father's orders and rushed at the four-armed men, his large body towering over the hollow, and he launched his massive fist towards his foe. However, as he hit Sukuna with all of his strength, nothing happened to the Espada. The ground behind and around him broke apart, but he just stood there like nothing happened. Is that really all you can do? Man, you sure are boring. I guess I should not have expected much from false gods. Spoke Sukuna with a sigh. His arrow not even being scratched thanks to his new humanoid dragon body. As the Segunda Espada finished speaking, the former demigod upper body was cut to pieces, as if he was sliced multiple times in a single second. In the end he completed his mission and bought time for his father and others. Demon! I will tolerate your insolence no more, yelled Zeus as the clouds around Mount Olympus began to gather. As his brother continued to gather, the sky itself, Poseidon rushed at the demon. He could not land a strike, however, as Sukuna dodged his blows with ease. Getting bored of this, Sukuna once again attacked with his unique move, but Poseidon turned into water as the multiple slash-like attacks hit him. This allowed him to survive. Sukuna smirked at this as the sea god took this chance and gathered divinity in his right arm and sent a wild haymaker straight at the third strongest Espada's face. The strike never landed when Sukuna disappeared along with the sea god's arm. Looking around frantically, looked around and spotted Sukuna sitting down on a rock to his left while holding his right arm in his hand. The demonic being smirked in sadistic glee at Poseidon. Even a god would miss their arm, right? Ha 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 ha. Laughed Sukuna. Poseidon could not stop the pure fear from coursing through his veins. His shoulder dripped golden blood as he took a step back. However, he stumbled and fell when he realized that he no longer had legs. They lied on the floor beside him, having been cut up by Sukuna while he was in shock. That is just the type of person that Sukuna Ryaman is. Being all the world's evil is not something that should not be taken lightly. Sukuna embodies all of humanity's evil and as such finds joy in doing evil acts. He is both a sadist and a masochist. He would commit every evil act without a second thought. So using every advantage in a fight is simple to him. Thankfully Aizen keeps him on a very tight leash, making sure that he and Jack do not do anything too horrible. After all, even Aizen Sosuke has standards. Sukuna then continued his massacre by stepping on Poseidon's head and crushing it under heel and walked towards the rest of the Olympians. Knowing that Zeus still needed more time, his son Ares rushed forward towards the four-eyed demon. Sukuna barely gave to war god a glance before he was reduced to a gold mist, being cut up so much that only a small amount of his blood remained. Apollo, who is already enraged at the death of his sister, fired a beam of solar energy at Sukuna, who simply held up one of his hands. The beam hit the palm of his hand and scattered around him. In retaliation of this attack, Sukuna finally used his own immense speed and arrived before Apollo and slammed his head into the ground with enough force to crack his head open and shake the foundations of the mountain. With Apollo dead, Sukuna was about to increase his body count but was stopped when vines wrapped around his body and held him in place. The joint effort of Demeter and Dionysus being enough to hold him down for long enough for Zeus to finish preparing his attack. This is the end, monster. No longer will you hurt my family. Fall. The god of lightning roared as the enormous cloud above them crackled with thunder. Then the biggest lightning bolt in history slammed into the mountain as the gods flew away. Sukuna roared in pain as the lightning tore through his hierro and charred his scales. The remaining gods began to celebrate, however they stopped when Sukuna began to laugh in pure pleasure, the pain being extremely enjoyable to the root of all evil. Yet Sukuna was ordered to end this quick, so he spoke the two words that would be the end of the Greek pantheon. Balance. Break. And as he said those words, his aura turned dark red and rose in power. The gods could feel the sheer dominance coming from his aura, making the vines that bound him become under his control and released him and the lightning bolt to recede back into the clouds. Sukuna was then covered with the scale mail more of the boosted gear as his power began to increase at a rapid pace as they heard the primal roar of the dragon within. Soon it was too much for the gods other than Zeus to withstand and they disintegrated into nothing. The boosted gear is in his hands. That is not possible, spoke Athena as she too turned into nothing. Finally Zeus just could not take it. This thing arrives in his home and ruins everything for him in a matter of minutes. What has he done? Why does he deserve this? Faster than he could see, Sukuna blitzed before him and grabbed his head and threw him back at the remains of the mountain. As the god landed, he crawled away from the red dragon as he slowly walked after him. As he made it to the edge, he looked down and called out for his son. Hermes. Save me. Zeus called out. However, as he looked down, he could see that all of the miners have been killed by the dark monsters. Yet one of them has changed. The one that Aizen has been watching is holding the head of the god of thieves in his hand as he looked up at Zeus. Sukuna then caught up and looked over the edge as well as he deactivated his balance breaker. He as well could see how much the Taken has changed thanks to all of the divine souls he was able to consume. My. Lord Aizen will be pleased with this. Sukuna spoke as he watched the new Taken with interest. The Taken himself seemed to get tired of being stared at, and with his newly acquired wings he flew at fast speeds to their height and floated before them. Sukuna backed away as the Taken attacked the king of the gods and stabbed him right through the forehead. Sukuna laughed as the Taken devoured another soul and he asked. Amazing. Ha 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 ha. Now what do you call yourself? What is your name? Sukuna yelled with glee at sensing the being's new level in power. The Taken looked at the Espada with its 3 eyes. With its newly acquired intellect, it thought on the man's question. What would it call itself? He understands that he was only able to get this strong thanks to his lord's desires that his lord himself granted. He would need a name that would strike fear into all of his lord's enemies. A name. Yes, you can call me. He spoke in a deep but raspy voice. This is the first time he has used it after all. Oryx. As Sukuna and Oryx conquered the Olympians, Aizen arrived at his own destination. The main reason that he picked the Greek for his show of power. The Sisters of Fate. They hold dominion over all gods and mortals. The only ones exempt from this is Gilgamesh, thanks to his power being superior, Tiamat, Great Red, Ophis, and Trihexa. So as Aizen walked into the home of the Morai, they looked upon him with hatred. Interloper. Why have you come before us? Asked Lachesis. Aizen kept his smirk on his face as he spoke. Why would I not come here? Can you not see my destiny? He asked mockingly. The Fates gained an enraged look as they snarled at him. That is not how we work. I bind all things at the moment of their birth. My sister, Lachesis, would then determine how long that life would live and Atropos would then claim their lives. You, who is not from here, is out of our control. Clotho spoke through gritted teeth. You do not belong here. We can see the past, present, and future of every being born in this universe. Even those that were born before we were even born. We had everything planned out. That was until you arrived. You changed the fates of those you meet. You have derailed our plans and have left the universe in chaos. We will not let your chaos continue. Finished Atropos. Yet as they went to attack Aizen, he simply spoke. I see. Your anger is valid. I too was angry when my plans did not prevail. The only problem is that you are already dead. Aizen stated. This confused the sisters, but they soon realized that they could not move. They stared at Aizen as he spoke the last word they would ever hear. Shatter. And with that their reality shattered before them. In truth they died the moment Aizen entered the room. He cut them to pieces. They believed that they were alive, however, as Aizen spoke to their souls. He then shattered their illusions and they lost consciousness. Aizen then absorbed their souls and gained power over the fate of the universe. Now he can make his own fate and control others. The strongest in this universe, however, can ignore that. This also allows Aizen to finally locate the scared gear that he has had his eyes on for a while. With his quest being complete, Aizen shunput above Mount Olympus and watched the Take evolve into the being now called Oryx. This was not a coincidence. Oryx was the only remaining taken that was made by hand, while the rest are now made by Beelzebub's sacred gear. Aizen also made sure that Oryx would get strong enough to take Beelzebub's place when the time is right. He did this by using the Hogyoku to grant his desire to have Oryx use the power he takes in a certain way and to make sure that Oryx would gain intelligence. All of this has now been put into fruition when he absorbed the souls of the gods, making him who he now is. Yet as Aizen was about to meet his creation for the first time, he was interrupted when the barrier he made with the powers of the sacred gear broke. A single blade being the cause as it ripped through space itself. Two men then descended upon Mount Olympus. The first being a tall man with silver-gray hair. His body is encased in radiant silver woven plate armor. He carries a great sword on his back. His skin, that is visible, is brown. He seems to have dragon-like scales coating his body. His aura is strong enough to rival Aizen's Espada. Without a doubt this a 5-star servant. With him is a man clad in simple black armor. All you can see is the ghastly glow of the man's eyes because everything else is covered up. The madman emits a black smoke. This man is clearly under the effect of mad enhancement and has been left nothing more than a beast running on instinct alone. Both heroic spirits arrived before Sukuna and Oryx and begun to fight them. With the silver one fighting Sukuna and the insane one fighting Oryx. Aizen just watched this as he then looked up in the sky and spoke. Gilgamesh, huh? Spoke Aizen with a smirk. As the man himself stood in the sky above Aizen with his own smirk on his face. He is no longer wearing the armor that he was summoned in, but instead he is wearing something far more common in modern times. By his side is a 12-winging angel that Aizen easily identified as the Gabriel, and judging by the command seal on her hand, she is the master of Gilgamesh. Aizen expected that Gilgamesh would respond to the destruction of the Greek pantheon, and here he is. His power vibrated through the universe itself, telling all those who felt it that he is their king. As his power focused on Aizen, his gold aura was met with a purple one as they clashed for supremacy. Eventually Gilgamesh smirked as he focused his power even more, causing Aizen to lose the battle of pure strength. Even his infinitely regenerating power cannot stand against the pure potency of Gilgamesh's power. Aizen almost spat out blood before he healed himself. Yet his face never changed. Gilgamesh is far above him at this point in time. Any other person in Aizen's position would have absorbed the souls of Alucard just so that they can stand a chance against the Golden King and survive. Aizen is not planning on just surviving Gilgamesh. He is planning on surpassing him, and if Gilgamesh saw him as a threat too soon, then he would be killed instantly. The smart thing to do is play on the king's arrogance and make him think that he holds all the cards, and when the time finally arrives, Aizen shows that he held the Joker all along. His victory will be unquestionable. Absolute. So when Gilgamesh spoke to Aizen for the first time, he did not allow his pride to affect his thinking. The king spoke one word. That word being mongrel. The once perfect knight lunged at the taken king. Oryx simply sidestepped the beast as he sent his sword to that small of his adversary's back, but even in his insane state the knight's instincts and experience did not waver as grabbed a brick from the ground and blocked the blade. This outcome surprising Oryx. The brick was now black with red cracks. He understands that this must be his noble phantasm as he swung his blade once again. The mad knight jumped back to avoid the attack as he grabbed a metal bar from the ground which turned into a noble phantasm. The knight and the king circled each other, watching closely for any sudden movements. One is a knight who has honed his skills throughout his entire lifetime, and the other is a champion who has fought endless battles within the pit. Safe to say that they both are experienced, yet Oryx holds the upper hand, as he has fought countless mindless beasts that are his kin. So when the beast made his move, the king was already before him with his blade swinging downwards. Lancelot acted fast and blocked the attack with his bar, but did not expect to be kicked in the stomach as he slid back. Oryx predicted his response and countered it with ease. Is that all that you can offer, Mad One? Oryx asked in a mocking tone, hoping to get a rise out of his opponent. He got what he wanted when Lancelot roared at him in rage. His pride as a knight shining through his current state. The area around his feet changed into a NP as he kicked it at the king. Oryx smacked away the debris with some difficulty as he readied a stance. Fine then. Let's dance, replied Oryx with a massive amount of bloodlust. Line break. The earth quaked under the force of their blows. The sky split at the clash of their power. Existence quivered at the pure dominance of one and all rejoiced at the judgment of the other. A being made of malice versus a selfless man. Good versus evil. Light versus dark. The hero versus the villain. A fight as old as time has started once again. So as Siegfried dodged and countered the relentless attacks of the monster before him, only one thing was in his mind. When faced with all of the world's evil, most would run in fear, but the hero must continue forward. For the sake of the innocent, Siegfried will stop this evil. He will slay a evil dragon once more. The dragon cackled as his leg connected with the side of the slayer. This is just so much fun. Unlike Zeus, this guy can actually take a beating. Yet he cannot shake off the feeling he gets from that sword. What is that? Partner. This man is Siegfried. A dragon slayer. Informed Drake. Sukuna just grinned as he another batch of cleaves at the slayer, only for them to cut in half by his sword. Sukuna then appeared behind Siegfried with a sonito and dropped to the ground as he kicked the man's legs out from under him. He then pushed himself up and kicked the silver-haired man into a wall, destroying it in the process. I forgot. You can only be harmed on your back, right? How annoying. Sukuna commented. His words were proved true as the swordsman got up without a single scratch on him. Looking at the red dragon with a cold gaze filled with hatred. Don't look at me like that. I hate that. Stated Sukuna in irritation. Having received many such looks in his lifetime. Both adversaries lunged at each other, with Sukuna throwing his fist forward and Siegfried sending his sword forward in a overhead slash. As the two attacks connected, the space around them cracked. The force being too much for it. Their auras surged out as they fought for victory. Eventually the slayer won out as his sword cut right down the middle of Sukuna's hand, ending at his elbow. Sukuna would have been impressed if not for his infinite regeneration. Yet instead of healing in a second, his hand slowly began to heal. Startled, he jumped back. What have you done to me? Sukuna yelled. He has been cut many times, but never has someone affected his healing time. This is new to him. The slayer flicked his blade to the side, getting the blood off of it. He looked at the dragon before him, whose arm has just finished healing. My sword slayed the dragon, Fafnir. My sword now is the ultimate weapon for putting down dragons like you. He spoke in a calm voice while hiding his distaste for the men before him. Sukuna just laughed at this. While he was spooked at what happened, he quickly calmed down. This will be more interesting this way anyway. It looks like it's time to switch up tactics as well. Instead of just using cleave, he will now use dismantle on that sword of his. Cleave, a slashing attack that adjusts itself depending on the target's toughness and cursed energy level to cut them down in one fell swoop. Does not work on targets that have no energy of their own. Dismantle, another slashing attack, but this one targets inanimate objects like weapons and the surroundings. Can be used to cut an entire continent in half with ease. Ha 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 ha. Man, you are just too much fun, aren't you? Let's see how long you can keep this up. Roared Sukuna. He sent a slashing attack forward that the slayer mistakenly thought was another cleave as he slashed at it. However, he was met with much more resistance as his blade failed to cut through the attack, causing him to slide back on the floor. He then heard a voice say, "Boost." And he knew that he was in for a hard battle. Sukuna is no longer playing around, and neither is Siegfried. They charged forward at each other, with one having a massive grin on his face and the other a ghost of a smile. Their battle is far from over. Line break. Within a different dimension, two people sat down across from each other. With one woman standing behind a golden-haired man with crimson eyes. Across from him is another man, however he has brown hair and brown eyes. Is there a point to this? Why not just kill me? You could do it easily. Spoke Aizen. Even though he already knew the reason. The golden-haired man kicked his feet up on the table as he sat back and smirked. Where is the fun in that, mongrel? For the first time in existence I have been summoned. The throne of heroes has gotten stale after so long. I want to spend as much time out here as possible. Even though this world has become infested with weeds. Gilgamesh started in question before finishing in distaste. Aizen picked up one of the gold wine glasses that Gilgamesh has summoned from his gate as he swirled it before taking a sip. I see. So this is just entertainment for you. Something to help with your boredom. Stated Aizen. It makes sense considering that Gilgamesh was once the king of all of humanity before he passed away. Now he has been stuck in the throne of heroes for 5,000 years. He already tasted all of the pleasures that this world has to offer, so it would indeed be boring. More or less. Soon this little game of yours will pick up and I only have one thing to ask you before it begins, Aizen Sosuke, or should I call you the traitor of the Soul Society? Asked Gilgamesh in amusement. Hearing this information was something that Aizen expected. Gilgamesh was known for being able to know the problems of his people before they even asked him. This was most likely a form of clairvoyance. The question is which type? As expected of you. How did you learn that information? It must have been easy for you. Aizen questioned while giving praise. The king glared at Aizen. Do not try and manipulate me. I can see the past, present, and future of all things. I know what you are like. I have seen all of your manipulations and evil deeds. I have also seen your future, and let me tell you. You die in every single timeline. There is no universe where you beat me. So I am asking why you would continue knowing the fact that certain death is before you. Revealed Gilgamesh. Aizen stared at the king as he finished his drink, which refilled instantly. This is honestly all very amusing. It is what humanity calls courage, is it not? To march forward in the face of death, while trying one's hardest to keep death at bay. I have casted away my fears and will stop at nothing to obtain what I want. Spoke Aizen. Now it is the king's turn to stare at the men in front of him. He knows all about Aizen Sosuke because of Sha-Nakba Imuru, the omniscient omnipotent star. He has seen the entire life of Aizen with this noble phantasm. He can admire that Aizen climbed up to the top of his world even though he was born a lot weaker, but in the end though he is nothing more than a common sewer rat. You speak the truth. However, your goals are foolish. The Dragon of Dreams and the Infinite Dragon God are unrivaled. They were born the strongest and no one can ever reach their strength. For you to dream of standing above even them is a fool's errand. You cannot change how the world is. Stated Gilgamesh plainly. In the past he had a similar dream. Then Aizen saw something he did not expect. In the face of his words, Aizen did not falter or get mad. He did rave and try to prove him wrong. Instead he just laughed. Like he just heard the funniest joke in the world. He then started speaking. That is the logic of a loser, Gilgamesh. A victor will always speak on not how this world currently operates but how it should. The victor decides how this world should be. And trust me, I will be the victor. Not even they will stand in my way. I will transcend it all and claim my spot on the throne. That is my future, King of Heroes. Stated Aizen with the utmost conviction. The pure confidence in his words would normally sound prideful or arrogant. However, Gilgamesh knows better. He understands that the man in front of himself is a man in the making of being a Tour king. Gilgamesh grinned as he laughed. Maybe this new world is not so bad after all. Fine then. Do as you wish. I will see firsthand how you will fall or ascend. Let's see if you can do the impossible. Claimed Gilgamesh in excitement. For the first time since the death of his first and only friend, Gilgamesh has found someone truly worthy. He can only see things that he believes are possible with his noble phantasm. Let's see if Aizen can do something that even Gilgamesh thinks is impossible. Let's see if Aizen has what it takes to be a true king. The battle between Oryx, Lancelot, Sukuna, and Siegfried is still going strong, with Oryx leading his fight, while Siegfried and Sukuna seem to be in a stalemate. None of them are using all of their powers, as this fight is merely the first of many that they will have. While Sukuna can land multiple hits on his enemy, he cannot seem to be able to get past the Amur of Fafnir. Not even Dismantle can. So as he dodged another slash and counter-attacked with a strike to his midsection which did absolutely nothing, he knew that this was getting ridiculous. Luckily for him, however, Drake has a skill that can easily get past that noble phantasm. The only problem is that no user of the boosted gear has ever unlocked it before. Valle was able to unlock Albion's restricted abilities with time, but Sukuna has not the boosted gear for even a year. So he will not be able to use Penetrate in this battle. Eventually both Siegfried and Lancelot glowed gold and started to turn into gold dust. Both of them did not look alarmed by this as Lancelot roared at Oryx and Siegfried stared at Sukuna. We will meet again, evil dragon. Next time I will not hold back. Promised the Slayer. Sukuna just grinned. Fights are always appealing to him and he was tired of holding back as well. Soon a Garganta opened and Aizen stepped out. The war between us and the heroic spirits has officially begun. There will be no rest for any of us from this point forward. We have no time to lose. With those words, Aizen and co traveled back to the underworld. Soon this entire universe will be in chaos. So in order to make sure that no one would foolishly make this war more complicated than it already is, Aizen is going to inform every pantheon of what will happen when they do. Line break. Every faction throughout the world trembled at the defeat of the Greek faction. A pantheon that has faced countless tribulations fell in one night. It was unheard of. Impossible even. Yet it happened all the same. Meetings were called amongst the strongest of powers to decide on what is to be done. The likes of Odin, Shiva, Indra, Amaterasu and her brothers, Ahura Mazda, and many more. All here for one reason. Yet before the meeting could begin, a hologram appeared in the center of the room. No matter which way you looked at it, you saw the same thing. A brown-haired man sitting on a throne with white and black clothes on. Greetings, faction leaders. My name, as you well know, is Aizen Sosuke. They all know the man. Heaven had sent every faction the memory of Michael, and they all know what this man is capable of. Some of them did not believe the information they gained, but now the man appears before them. My war is with Gilgamesh. All of this has just been my plan to draw him out of the throne of heroes. You do not need to know why. I destroyed the Greek pantheon as a show of power. I will not hesitate to slaughter each and every last one of you if you were to stand in my way. Threatened Aizen. This enraged most of the leaders present. They have all ruled for countless centuries, and this man appears out of nowhere and dares to try and strong-arm them into doing what he wants. Some of them are smart enough to know that Aizen is not one to be messed with, but some did not. You would dare to threaten us? Blasphemy. You are way too in over your head, boy. We are not the same of those Greek brats. We will not fall as they did. Declared Ahura Mazda. All Aizen did was smile at his words, and suddenly everyone got a bad feeling. This was proved right when the god of creation suddenly began to grow older. This shocked those present, as gods cannot die by old age, but Ahura literally shriveled up and died. It was like he aged 1,000,000 years in a split second. This being caused by Aizen new power over fate. He decides when those that are weaker than him are born, how they live, and how they die. If he wants them dead, then they will die. It's as simple as that. As Aizen once said, he will decide how this world shall be. Is there anyone else among you that are as foolish as him? Aizen asked in amusement. Almost everyone shook their heads. They all knew that they are the ones way in over their heads. Never have they faced an enemy quite like this one, and hopefully they will never have to. Some of them have even made plans to move their people into another dimension just to get away from all of this. One, however, was not convinced. This man being Odin himself. He has always been a warmonger and power-hungry. Willing to do anything to continue his life. However, in doing so he has made his life shorter. A prophecy was made that spoke of the doom of the Norse faction, and there is no way to stop it. His death is certain. Yet because his death is certain is why he is willing to fight Aizen. He is destined to die at the hands of Fenrir and no one else. Thus he cannot be killed by Aizen. Meaning that he will most certainly win if they were to fight. What he does not know is Aizen controls fate. So all of that is meaningless. He could kill him with a thought. But where is the fun in that? That's too easy. Trying to go against me, Odin? Aizen asked. The hooded one stood up and pointed at Aizen's hologram. Of course. The Norse never backs down from a fight. Stated Odin. Aizen simply shook his head as he picked something up off screen, and when Odin saw it he turned pale. I figured you would say that. So I took precautions in case of these event. Spoke Aizen. The item that Aizen holds is Horn. The mighty horn that signifies the beginning of Ragnarok. This item is supposed to be in the hands of Heimdall, but it is now Aizen's. I had one of my Espada go and pick this up. He also instigated some giants into attacking Asgard. With this you will be in no position to stand against me. You really need to learn how to pick your battles, God of Wisdom. Aizen mocked. He then blew the horn as the projection cut off. Odin raved as he teleported away. While the others now understood that they stand no chance. Aizen will use anything against them, and he does not even need to. He will just do it to show you how much better he is. The gods now know that they need to evacuate this universe. For a battle between Gilgamesh and Aizen will surely bring about the end. So this is the girl. Spoke a haughty feminine voice. This being Nyx. The Alliance of Hell has picked up the pace of their mission after the destruction of the Greek faction. All of them were surprised at this outcome and the threat that Aizen poses, but in the end they are too prideful. Just because Hades is stronger than his siblings, he thinks that he would have survived. So all they did was put more effort into their plan. So in a short order they collected Alpheka Tyrant, from a member of the British royal family, Incinerate Anthem, from a powerful magician, and they already have true Longinus. So now they have everything they need to destroy the barrier that binds Trihexa. The only thing they needed was a way to locate the beast. After some thinking they figured out what they needed. So they located the Holy Grail. Using its power they will be able to locate the end of the world where the Emperor Beast rests. This leads them to where they are now. Sure is. These vampires sure did not want us to get here. Well, they are all gone now. Spoke Ngramenu as he picked his teeth. Trying to get the bits of bone out. Nyx shivered in disgust when she remembered what Ngra did to all of the vampires. They did not die a quick death, that is for sure. It seems that they have forced the girl to use her sacred gear far too much. It's like she is mind broken. Let's make sure to kill her when we are done. I do not like this blank look she keeps giving me. Stated Erebus. The girl who holds the sacred gear is indeed broken. Having been used to break the laws of the soul and bear the weight of being able to talk to every dead being in the world is too much for her mortal mind to withstand. Thus she is what she is now. It does not matter. We need to hurry up and get the beast under our control before Aizen comes after us. Hades said. They did just that as they made preparations to go to the end. Soon the world will know the power of the evil gods. Line break. Is this the power of a god? Jack's voice was filled with awe. All of the Espada watched as Aizen mastered his new power. He floated above the underworld as everything changed with a mere thought from him. His inexhaustible power making anything possible. After he, Sukuna, and Oryx returned to the underworld, Aizen left once again but was back in moments. What he did was unknown to them, but when he returned his power was much stronger than before. He appears to be able to warp reality itself. However, that is not the case. What Aizen did was use his powers over fate to finally locate the wielder of Tellus Karma. He then went to the user's location and killed him instantly. Not willing to let him use his powers over probability. Aizen also found out that the user actually had another Longinus with him as well. That being Innovate Clear. So Aizen absorbed both of their abilities became his. The power to forcibly create and enforce options and choices that aren't possible normally, changing the possibility of certain phenomena into unexpected events, and the power to create dimensions are now in the very capable hands of Aizen. The possibilities are endless. Adding complete hypnosis into the mix. You would not be able to identify what is real and what is not, and in the end that does not matter, for Aizen no longer has to follow the laws of the universe and his attacks could be anything. So after he finished mastering his abilities, by making the underworld his playground, he returned to the Hanging Gardens and sat upon his throne. The Espada gathered in front of him with the leader of the Taken as well. The war has started. Our enemy will soon send formidable opponents our way. The likes of Solomon, Hassan Sabbath, Orion, and many more. You will take them seriously. I will not tolerate failure. If you do fail, I will kill you myself. Aizen promised. All of the Espada knelt. The ones who have known Aizen the longest, Tobio and Valley, know that this is how Aizen truly is. A man of perfection. If they do not live up to his expectations, then he will get rid of them. Just like the previous Espada. However, they did not come this far to fall short now. Sukuna resolved himself to defeat Siegfried, and the rest were much the same. They would not fail. Yes, Lord Aizen. All of them yelled. They will surpass their opponents and reach new heights. They will achieve their dreams. No matter what. Then an expulsion shook the underworld. Multiple strong opponents descended into Aizen's realm. 5 of them to be exact. The first being a overly muscular man with brown hair and brown eyes. He wields a crystal club and a bow. This man is Orion. The son of Poseidon and the lover of Artemis, and he looks angry. The second is a man wearing bone-themed armor with blue eyes that stare into the soul. He wields a shield and a sword even though he is the leader of an assassin cult. This man is the first Hassan Sabbath. The old man of the mountain. The third is a cold-looking man with white hair and gold eyes. His face is expressionless as he stares down on the underworld. This is third king of Israel. The king of mages. On his hands are 10 rings that hold dominion over all magic. The fourth is a man with a smile on his face. His white hair appears to possess all of the colors of the rainbow under the sun. His purple eyes are filled with mirth. He is Merlin. The magus of flowers and the old master of Cathpalag. The fifth is none other than Siegfried himself. Aizen stood from his throne as all of the Espada looked up at their new opponents. Primate Murder growled as Merlin, who scratched his cheek in return with an easygoing smile on his face. Aizen's voice then was heard with the minds of the Espada. Cathpalag and Morgan will take Merlin. Valley will fight Hassan Sabbath. Alucard and Beelzebub will fight Orion. Sukuna will get rid of Siegfried. Elatrian will go to the end of the world and wait for the releasing of Trihexa. The rest of you will go to heaven and keep Gilgamesh occupied. I will take care of Solomon. Aizen ordered. They all did as told, knowing that they have not a moment to spare. From this point forward there is no messing around. Aizen locked eyes with Solomon as he ascended to his height. Gold eyes stared into brown. This is the endgame. The group of Espada walked through the realm of heaven with the utmost focus. A high-class heroic spirit could appear any moment and a fight would undoubtedly break out. Meaning that they could not let their guard down unless they wished for death. However, as they walked upon heaven they did not find a single soul. Not a single angel or heroic spirit. Unease settled within them as they traveled to the final floor of heaven. It's at times like this that Tobio curses the fact that Aizen never explains his plans. At least he can take comfort knowing that Aizen has never been wrong. As Tobio accused, Semiramis, and Jack the Ripper finally arrived at the final floor of heaven, they were met with a brilliant shining gold throne which the King of Heroes sat upon. He did not make any indication that he noticed their arrival. His eyes are closed as he rests his cheek on his hand. As Tobio was about to step forward and address Gilgamesh, he was interrupted at the arrival of an extremely strong individual. Not nearly as strong as Gilgamesh but right behind Solomon in terms of strength. His Majesty will not be gracing you with his attention, as he put it. Something about not standing the presence of a real mongrel. Well, it does not matter to me. My name is Romulus, the founder and emperor of the glorious Rome. It is now my duty to remove you from existence, spoke Romulus as he pointed at Tobio. The man that stood before them is a dark-skinned red-eyed man. He possesses blue hair that falls down his back. He is wearing large golden armor with golden wing-like protrusions on his back. Tobio got a bad feeling as a moment later Romulus's hand gripped his face and used it to forcefully break through the 7 levels of heaven before they exited the realm of heaven. This bewildered his fellow Espada as they turned their attention back to Gilgamesh. As they did, the hole in the floor rapidly patched itself up, and when it finished it appeared as if nothing had happened in the first place. Gilgamesh finally opened his eyes as he looked upon the 2 remaining Espada in heaven. His attire has changed into something more common from his time. He also summoned a glass of wine. Honestly, if that Aizen guy was not so entertaining, I would kill him for this. Ordering his dog to appear before me is downright infuriating. He took a sip of his wine. If this world was not so pathetic, I would not have to rely on such a crude form of entertainment. The king's crimson orbs locked onto the 2 Espada as he unsummoned his wine glass. He then leaned forward and spoke directly to them. You are wondering why there are no angels, right? As a gracious king, I will tell you that Gabriel women tried to use those feudal command seals to make me kill Aizen. The shock on her face when they could not control me was quite amusing. In retaliation, I destroyed those pigeons, spoke Gilgamesh casually. This shocked the 2 Espada. They had thought that Gilgamesh was reliant on Gabriel to stay out of the throne of heroes. Semiramis noticed the reason. You have achieved true incarnation. Such a feat should be impossible, even for you. She spoke in awe and confusion. The king laughed at her words, not at all minding the last part. That would be true if I was summoned anywhere but here. The angels thought that they has me under their control, but they were doomed from the start. For there is an artifact within heaven that holds the power to free me from my bindings, informed Gilgamesh. Semiramis had an idea on what that item is, and she was proven correct when a golden portal opened and Gilgamesh pulled out a golden chalice. The true Holy Grail. The ultimate wish-granting device. With this I was able to be born again and claimed the very heavens for myself. Now I am as I should have always been. All of my power is now available to me. No longer is it split in pieces, proclaimed Gilgamesh. This scared the 2 Espada. What is the true limit of Gilgamesh's power? They did not know. They can only hope that their lord had this in his plan. Otherwise all of this has been for naught. Do not be so tense, mongrels. Aizen Sosuke is not yet ready to face me, and I am not the type to pluck unripe fruit. I will let him reach his full potential, and then I will show him his hubris. For the meantime I find myself in the need of some entertainment, said Gilgamesh. He then cast his gaze upon Semiramis. Stand aside, girl. I have no time for weaklings like you. And with that Semiramis found herself flung out of heaven. She crashed down upon the earth and awaited her chance. Her lord had to have sent her there for a reason. So she waited for that reason. Gilgamesh then looked upon the most famous criminal in history. While he is nothing in front of him, he spoke truly about waiting for Aizen to grow, so he will have to entertain him for now. Even if he has to break this toy in the meantime. Jack knew that he would most likely not survive this encounter. His lord has sent him to his death. He looks death right in the mouth and approaches his demise. Even as he brandishes his knives and numerous golden portals appear behind his opponent, all Jack does is smile with bloodlust. If this is what allows him to be useful to his lord, then so be it. Besides, his lord will not fail. When Aizen's plan is complete, bringing him back to life will be a simple task. Now, mongrel. Let's play a game. The king of magic, huh? They stood parallel to each other as Aizen analyzed his opponent. Solomon is known for his summoning magic and his creation of most known magics to date. His legend is only beat by Gilgamesh, and his rings were said to be a symbol of his wisdom. Meaning that his opponent is clever and smart. Much like him. Unlike the Elatrian and Cathpalic who were unable to keep up with his plans, this man has a clear advantage over Aizen. Not only has he limited him from using any spell-based attacks, but he has a cheat ability that surpasses Aizen's. EX Clairvoyance. Yes. You are Aizen Sosuke. the one Gilgamesh spoke of. I must destroy you here before you cause more damage, spoke Solomon. He then raised his hand forward and reality seemed to glitch before a tremor shook the underworld. Then multiple tentacle-like structures ripped apart the ground as they emerged. They have hundreds of eyes lining their body as all of them stared at Aizen. These being Solomon's familiars. The 72 demon gods. Aizen looked at these beings with a disgusted expression. This looks like something straight out of hentai. I see. What an interesting power. You did not summon these creatures from another dimension. In fact, the 72 demon god pillars do not even exist in reality. You have the power to summon them from fiction itself. A formidable technique, but you cannot best me with numbers alone, Aizen said. Yet Solomon was not finished there. He began to chant. The time of coronation hath come, I am the beginning of eternity. Ars Paulina. A dimension closed in around both Solomon and Aizen as their surroundings changed. Aizen now stood on a large rock in front of a giant pearly white throne. Sighting upon that throne is Solomon. The demon gods are scattered around the area. The meaning of Solomon bringing out his reality marble is simple. He is weak physically and Aizen is not. While he can control all energy-based attacks that Aizen sends his way, he will not take the chance of letting Aizen get close to him. While sitting on this throne, he cannot run out of magic energy. The battle begins with the eyes of the demon gods glowing before they all shot beams of red energy at Aizen. He uses the Kankara formula to manipulate them so that they don't hit him, but for some reason that fails, causing all of them to hit him. As the dust from the explosion disappears, you can see Aizen without any injuries on him. Only his outfit is messed up from the attack. He smirks as he figures out why he could not manipulate them. The rings of Solomon hold absolute control over magic. Thus it has more power than the formula and can override it. Nice trick, spoke Aizen mockingly. In the end that matters little. As they fired again, Aizen soared through the air as he dodged every single one of the thousands of attacks with his superior speed. By no means was this a walk in the park, however. For it seems like they know where he is going to go before he does. It's because of Telos karma that the probability of him being hit has been lowered. As such, even with their predictions, they cannot hit him. He arrives at the first demon god as his sword appears in his hand. He makes quick work of the hentai monster and it is soon in pieces in the ground. Aizen watched in interest as the demon god suddenly returned to its prime condition with no signs of having been cut to pieces. Aizen suddenly smirked as he looked over at Solomon. You're stalling. These demon gods are knitted together as one. They have one fate. As such, they will not die as long as single one of them exists, making them the ultimate army. In the end, this is all pointless, Solomon. Whatever you are waiting for will not save you, promised Aizen. Solomon made no indication of even hearing the words of Aizen, but that did not matter. Aizen now has these ants to deal with. Thus as they fired at him once more, Aizen disappeared with a burst of speed and instantly 20 demon gods were cut down. That was not good enough as they instantly healed and began firing once again. Aizen needs to destroy all 72 of them in the same instant. Otherwise it was all for nothing. So he speeds up. He transcends past his previous speed, massively FTL. He goes faster and faster. Each time killing more and more demon gods. They are not easy to kill either. It would take seconds for a servant like Scathack to even kill one demon god. Aizen has to kill all of them at the exact same time while unable to use anything other than his physical capabilities. 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 36, 38, 41, 45, 46, 48, 52. 54, the Hogyoku working overtime as it follows the will of Aizen. His desire. Yet, no matter how many times he gets stronger, Aizen gets increasingly more frustrated as his desires grow. Solomon takes this time to pay him back for mocking him. It's impossible. Maybe if I allowed you to use your spells you might be able to accomplish such a feat, but that's not happening. Just accept it, Aizen Sosuke. There are things that even you cannot do. You are not omnipotent, berates Solomon. Then it happened. His power skyrocketed as his desire soared. Who was this man to tell him his limits? He has no limits. Aizen desires allowed him to ascend even further, leaving the realm of massively FTL, and even past massively FTL+. The demon gods then cease to exist. Aizen cut all of them to nothing with his sword alone. He cut them all so many times that not even a single atom remained. All of them died without a single instance passing. Aizen can now traverse any distance with no time passing. A feat that Solomon has only witnessed Gilgamesh do. He saw how Aizen gained more and more speed, but this is just insane, and now with the demon gods gone he has to take matters into his own hands. After all, his noble phantasm has not finished its preparations. It seems that Gilgamesh was right. I saw this happen. In the future. I just did not want to believe it. In the end it does not matter. I will get rid of you here and now. Stated Solomon. Suddenly Aizen was hit with something that sent him flying back. This should have been impossible considering the fact that Aizen is above things like distance and speed, but Aizen understands what happened. Solomon used time magic and slowed down his time, making him slower and unable to respond to his attack. Aizen just grins as he holds his sword in front of him, calling upon countless years of experience in his Zanjutsu and Hakuda to fight his opponent. I will crush you, Aizen promised. Solomon just raised his hand as numerous magic circles appeared. A battle of the likes this universe has not seen since Gilgamesh and Enkidu has finally begun in earnest. A battle between physical and magical prowesses. Then come at me, interloper. Aizen dodged and weaved as he evaded attack after attack. This dance of theirs having gone on for a while now. No one getting the upper hand. As even with his time magic Solomon cannot easily keep up with his new speed. So most of the attacks that Solomon sends do not hit him. However, time magic is not the only thing that Solomon can do. As he starts to use all of his magical abilities. Summoning, golem creation, elemental magic, conversion, space magic, and many more. After all, he is the progenitor of magic. The first human to ever create spells. So as Aizen dodges another attack, a portal opens under him as giant tentacles reach out and try to grab him. They quickly meet their end by his sword, but this gave Solomon enough time to hit him with a powerful blast of magic that actually hurt him. He was flung back and landed on his feet. He stared at Solomon as his mind raced for some reason. Solomon then made multiple golden golems that attacked Aizen. He went to punch through them but found them much more unique than he thought. He frowned when he realized what Solomon has done. You once said, if one abandons all other abilities and focuses his strength entirely on a single specialized skill, then he can overcome even the greatest of powers. I wonder how you will fare against the same logic that you forced on head Captain Yamamoto. Solomon said with the faintest of smirks. That's right. Solomon made these golems with only one specialty. Physical resistance. All other capabilities have been lowered to the point that even the weakest spell could destroy them. Making them Solomon's version of Wonderweiss Margila. A perfect counter to Aizen at the moment. Aizen scowls as his blade once again fails to pierce the doll. The only fruit of his efforts being tiny scratches on the golems. No matter how many times he strikes them, they do not show any damage. What's even worse is that Solomon is still sending volleys of magical attacks that he has to dodge as these creatures chase him. Eventfully, Aizen looks for something other than physical attacks that he can use these things, and while he could use Telos Karma's ability once again and increase the probability of these things get damaged by him, he would rather use this moment to get even stronger. As such, he searches within his soul for the one thing that he can use. That thing being something he gained from the Nico shows all that time ago. A power that is not a spell that Solomon can control. This power being Tuki, it is, in essence, the external manifestation of one's life force, in other words their ki, which would be wrapped around them as an aura. Using this, a person achieves heightened offense, defense, and speed. It also had the added effect of damaging others from the slightest touch, and defending themselves from a wider range of attacks, while knocking them back too. So as a terrifying purple aura covered Aizen's body, even Solomon looked upon him in fear. Since Tuki is so similar to spiritual pressure, Aizen's mastery over this skill is unequaled. None before him have had such a defined aura. Without even trying, he stands above every Senjutsu master in the history of this universe. So as Aizen struck a golem, he forced this aura inside of it, causing it to burst from within. The rest followed their kin as he massacred all of the golems as he stood before Solomon. Looking down in contempt as he crushes the head of a golem with his foot. Cheap knockoff, mocked Aizen. However, he was taken by surprise a moment later as the golems melted into a liquid and latched onto him. His aura not being able to react quick enough as suddenly he felt it be sealed away. With their physical resistance and now their sealing ability, he found himself unable to move as his entire body was covered with this gold liquid. I lied. While the golems were indeed made for physical resistance, their true purpose was something far greater. Have you ever heard of the chains of heaven, Enkidu? Asked Solomon. Aizen was not filled with dread at those words like a normal person would be. He always expected Solomon to have something like this under his sleeves, and he already made plans for it. While you are no divine being and you do not possess divinity, that aura of yours counts. After all, Tuki is your fighting spirit and life force. Even with all of your previous transformations, all the souls you have devoured, at your core you all still a Shinigami, a death god. So even if you do not possess divinity, you are still a divine spirit. Your life force reflects that. Informed Solomon. Aizen understands this well. All Shinigamis would be counted as divine spirits in this universe. Him being one is even more prominent thanks to his immense power. Making this his ultimate prison. So I asked Gilgamesh to allow me to collect a small piece of the chains of heaven. I did not expect him to agree, he did after a while. With these bindings made with essence of Enkidu, you will not be able to evade. The time for your end has come," stated Solomon. A giant ring of light formed behind Solomon's throne. The band of light being the size of North America. It glows with power as charges up its formidable energy. Aizen looks at it not with fear, but interest. He knows a lot about this noble phantasm. There is nothing in this universe that surpasses the heat value of this noble phantasm. Normally taking 3,000 years charge, Solomon has most likely used Aizen's time defeating the demons gods to focus his time magic on it to reduce the time to such a low time frame. Now, allow me to show you. This marks the end of your journey. The end of your ambition. At this moment my plan is complete and your death is certain. Third noble phantasm. The time of birth hath come, I am the remedy of eternity. Now, reduce all creation to ash. Ars Almadel Salomonis. As Solomon chanted, a massive amount of energy gathered. This red and purple energy shot out towards the trapped Aizen in a beam as he finished his chant. The beam of energy is not an attack that one should take lightly. Whoever is hit by it will be attacked in their past, present, and future simultaneously. Meaning that even if the current version of you can tank this attack, the past you could not, and in the future if you have some injury then that version of you would not even able to take it either. So as this blast of history hits Aizen and all that is behind him, everything in its path is destroyed. It breaches the reality marble and pierces through the underworld, which is the size of the earth, in one go. Leaving a massive hole in the underworld that leaves it uninhabitable. One half of the underworld being almost completely destroyed. An attack of this magnitude left Solomon exhausted. Leaning back in his throne as he breathes heavily. His barriers have already been taken down in order for him to fire his attack. As such he has no way of defending himself as Aizen's sword impales him through the heart. With Aizen himself standing before him while gripping Solomon's chin to look up at him. "Did you really think that I would die from that?" Aizen asked. Even though he already knew the answer. He survived the attack because he understood it. The fact that the Ars Almadel Salomonis attacks every version of you in every timeline, is the reason he allowed it to come this far. He wanted the attack to hit him so that the Hogyoku could realize his desire of being one person throughout all of time. And now he is. Aizen no longer has a past or future. He just is. If you were to go back in time and killed him then, the present him would continue to live undisturbed. The same with the future. He is now immune to time manipulation and all time-related abilities. Yet Solomon knew this would happen. Of course not. In every timeline, I die. You always defeat me. This is the only way I could win. For I cannot defeat you. But Solomon gets interrupted. The cause of this is because of one of the strongest people within this universe has arrived in the underworld. Aizen looks at the being through the falling reality marble. A beast has arrived. The cause of her arrival is no other than the fault of Solomon. He was not intending to kill Aizen at all but instead the Chaos Karma Dragon. So knowing that Aizen would never allow him to get close to her, and kill her, he made this plan. The Ars Almadel Salomonis was aimed at the familiar forest. Aizen was just in the way. So when the draconic corpus of the primordial mother arrives within the underworld, everyone can feel her wrath. The death of her favored child sending her into the depths of insanity. And as she sets her eyes upon Solomon and Aizen her power flares. But she can. Finished Solomon. As he finishes talking he quickly uses his noble phantasm, Ars Nova, to delete his other noble phantasms and his magical abilities. He loses the rings of Solomon as they turn to dust. All of this because not a moment later he is absorbed by Aizen. With the final words he ever hears being the last thing he ever wanted to hear. Exactly as planned. We meet again, evil dragon. The sound of metal clashing against something equally as strong resounded out within the area as Siegfried blocked the attack of the Red Dragon Emperor. Sukuna grinned viciously as he has one of his hands slammed into the chest of the Slayer. The Dragon Slayer did not move an inch as he swung his sword horizontally. Sukuna blocked this by summoning a red gauntlet. The green gem on the side glowed as a blast of energy shot out and knocked the sword away. This time I will slaughter you. Boost. Sukuna kicked Siegfried back before charging up energy in two of his hands. He then punched this balls of energy and they expanded as they launched at Siegfried. The Slayer cut the first one in half and dodged the second one. Mid-dodge, Sukuna appeared behind him with buzzing sound. This is the end. As his hand was about to pierce Siegfried's weak spot, his noble phantasm, Bamung, released a blue energy as it propelled Siegfried and allowed him to make a complete 180 turn and cut off the hand of Sukuna. He jumped back as looked at the evil dragon with confusion. You said that you would go all out. Why do you not use your balance breaker? Asked Siegfried. He then could see it. Sukuna eyes shinned with green light. His previous pink hair is now fading into dark red. Near his two pair of eyes you can clearly make out dragon scales. That is the reason. As Sukuna and Drake become one being, he no longer has access to the forms of the boost gear. As Drake is the power source, so soon those forms will be his normal state. As Sukuna regrew his arm, it was no longer human-like. Red scales instead of skin and claws instead of fingers. It will not be much longer now. I have no need to take power for myself. Right, partner? Yelled Sukuna. Of course. Soon it will not matter anyway. Drake spoke ominously. Siegfried did not like Drake's tone of voice. Whatever they are planning is not good for anyone. He will end this now. He raised his sword into the air as a pillar of blue light was released from his sword. The evil dragon will be vanquished. All will be separated into light and shadow. In this moment the world reaches its twilight. Now fall Bamung, proclaimed Siegfried. As the light descended on Sukuna he grinned. Drake readied himself as this was the moment they need for evolution. Both of them had the same thought as the dragon-slaying noble phantasm hit them. This is it. The A-rank noble phantasm ripped into the soul of both Sukuna and Drake. This being exactly what they wanted as Sukuna screamed in both pain and pleasure. The way Aizen placed Drake into the bodiless was simple. He basically just wrapped Sukuna's soul around it like a protective case. The reason for this was so Drake's power would not be lost or just straight up consumed by Sukuna. Now that Bamung is tearing apart both of their souls, it allows for them to mix together as the predator piece heals both of their souls, making them one being. Siegfried knew he messed up when he saw the form of Sukuna morph and change. No longer was he a four-armed, four-eyed demon but no a large four-armed red dragon that breeds destruction and chaos. Not even Fafnir can compare to this beast. This monster. Yes. This is how it should be. We should have always been this way. Pride, greed, envy, sloth, wrath, gluttony, and lust are all desires that dragons represent. Now that we, the red dragon of domination and the root of all evil, are one being, no one is more worthy of being a dragon than us. Screamed the combination of Drake and Sukuna Raiman. The dragon turned their massive head towards their opponent. Siegfried could feel the insane amount of suppressing power pouring out of the beast. It was not natural. This thing should not exist. This abomination of Aizen Sosuke. The dragon is large enough to cover 1/4 of the entire planet. Such a size is even bigger than Great Red. The Titan loomed over the Slayer as he spoke. And when he did, the entire dimension shook. We should thank you. Without you, we would have never been able to damage the soul of Sukuna Raiman enough to achieve this outcome. As such I will reward you, said the red dragon. The dragon then shrunk in size to the point that Siegfried knew what the beast wanted. As the dragon limited his power, he was certain. You want me to use my final noble phantasm? Stated Siegfried. The dragon did not answer. For what they wanted was obvious. To fight Siegfried with equal power and defeat him. To completely dominate the Slayer. To prove to the universe that they are without a doubt the stronger of the two. Siegfried had no choice. It was either die or fight. His chance of winning was slim to none, but that has not stopped him before. So he started the activation of his third noble phantasm. Start transformation. The time has come for me to become the very thing I slayed. The wicked dragon will now save the world. Chanted Siegfried. The green marks on his chest glowed as he was engulfed in a green light. When his form was revealed, it had changed drastically. His previous humanoid form was gone and in its place was that of a dragon. This noble phantasm having been born from his bathing in the blood of Fafnir and eating his heart. With the transformation complete, he finished his chant and said the true name of his noble phantasm. Torch everything. Akafaloga Algri. Siegfried used the true power of the noble and released a powerful beam of energy from his mouth that would have killed Sukuna. Luckily Sukuna no longer exists. In his place now stands an extremely powerful dragon. As such, the dragon responded in kind. This is exactly what we wanted. We will now show you true domination. Blazing inferno of scorching flames. The combination of Drake and Sukuna let out their strongest attack. Drake's finishing move and ultimate flames, which can incinerate anything, including the souls of others, until nothing remains, as well as being almost impossible to extinguish. If Drake was a heroic spirit, then this would have been his noble phantasm without a doubt. As the beam of crimson flames connects with the blue energy beam of the other dragon, reality starts to melt. Even in the weakened state that the red dragon has placed himself in, his flames are still way hotter than when they were used by Drake. The space around the dragons gets incinerated. The struggle for supremacy soon ended with the ultimate flame suppressing the wicked dragon's breath of energy. It soon reached Siegfried and he burned to ash before he could even react. Even his soul was burned away. With the battle over, the red dragon flapped its wings and took off, heading in the direction of the end of the world. Knowing that they will face the most powerful opponent they have ever faced when they arrive there. As they left the dimension they missed a giant hole being made in the underworld. Not like they would care either way. The Titanic Dragon is more interested in their next opponent. The one known as the Emperor Beast of Apocalypse. Thou art blinded by thy loyalty. A deep voice sounded out in the wasteland called the underworld. Following the voice was a clang of metal that resounded for all to hear. The cause of this was none other than the old man of the mountain as he struck his opponent. The one he struck was another man who appeared to be wearing a armor made from dragon scales. This man was none other than Vale Lucifer. When the fight started he had to instantly activate Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Otherwise his head would currently be on the ground. I don't want to hear that from someone like you. You cannot even kill someone without someone else's approval. Vale ridiculed as he blocked his strike. The first Hassan did not answer as he suddenly appeared behind Vale. His sword struck down once more but the outcome was the same. Thanks to his curse, Vale was able to turn around in time and block the strike. However, Vale lost a good amount of armor from the attack. All intelligent beings are sheep. No matter how hard may try to forbear this fact. And yet, I accept this fact and allow myself to be guided. Hence that I never doth something that I shall regret. Thou art the like, no. Informed Hassan Lays he asked. However, even as they talked they continued to fight. At any moment one of them could die. Yet they continued this conversation. Compression divider. Vale spoke. Hassan raised his shield as he blocked the attack. Even with how formidable such a technique was, Hassan's power is not something that should be looked down upon. He is connected to the primordial concept of death and death cannot be divided. As such, most of Vale's abilities do not work on him. No luck, huh? Well anyway, I guess you are right. Lord Aizen once said, all living things believe in someone superior to them, and cannot live unless they blindly follow them. I'm pretty sure he was describing me. Agreed Vale. As he spoke their fight traveled all over the underworld. Vale has always been the fastest Espada and no one could match him. I mean, how could they? He is the vanishing dragon. But now, things are different. Hassan I Sabbath can seemingly match and surpass him. This being a new experience for Vale. No one had done that except Aizen and Aizen lowers his speed to match his. Honestly, if Hassan was not cursed then Vale would have died as soon as this fight started. He was not ready for that incredible speed. But now that Vale understands that his opponent is on his level, he is not going to get cut off guard again. As their battle went on all you could see was a silvery white aura and a blue aura chasing each other. It is as if two stars are playing a game of hide and seek. Wise words, yet for what reason doth thou fight, white one? Surely not just because thy master tells thou so. For what intent doth thou owe that power? Wondered Hassan. Vale blocked another attack from Hassan but this one had considerably more force as he was knocked back and sent crashing into the ground. He coughed up blood as he got up. Partner. You cannot continue like this. Hassan I Sabbath has showed no signs of slowing down. At this rate, you will lose. Stated Albion. Vale looked up at that skull-shaped mask and grit his teeth. The men won't kill him. He can't. But Aizen will. So as he gets up he resolves himself to end this. Do something about that. At any rate, we might have to use that. So be ready, partner. Thought Vale hesitantly. Vale spread his wings as he ascended to Hassan's height. Why doth thou hesitate? Hassan asked as he appeared before Vale and bashed him with his shield. Why do you hesitate to use your full power? Hassan asked again as he slashed Vale with his sword. Cutting right through Vale's scale mail and cutting into his flesh. This actually killed Vale. As Hassan walks within the boundary of the valley and all of his attacks gained an instant death effect. So even though Vale can heal from almost ever injure, his body still died for a moment before being brought back by the predator piece. What's behooful in a fight isn't fear, naught can be born of that. Wherein thou dodge, I won't let thou cut me. Should thee protect someone, I won't let thou die. Should thee attack, I shall dispatch thou, use all of thy power without fear. Or hand over thy head. It's that simple. Lectured Hassan. Having tasted death, Vale had to agree. Let's go, Albion. No more holding back. Spoke Vale with resolve shining in his eyes. Albion roared as he agreed full-heartedly. Space rippled as it took the knee before the Supreme One. Vale's power rose to heights unimaginable to most as he and Albion began their chant. The pure white dragon dwelling within me, rise up from your supremacy. Vale chanted as Albion's full power became open to him. Mixing with his own. The silvery white morning star I possess within me, claim the throne of dawn. Albion followed as Vale unlocked the power of his ancestor, the original Lucifer. The mysterious black aura mixing with the others. The fragment of transcendence that we hold, surpassed the limits of reality and claim the throne in the sky. Both Valley and Albion chanted as the predator piece inside of them awoke and answered to their desires, mixing its energy with all the others and evolving them, making them something more. We shall transcend all, as we reign supreme over all of creation. They followed up as Valley's armor changed, growing stronger and becoming something far above anything else in reality. Fitting for the white dragon god of supremacy. Thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence. They finished their chant as their transformation completed. Diablo's Dragon Ascension. Hassan looked at this form in awe. He has never seen such armor or power. Interesting. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. I understand now. Thou fight to protect thy loved ones. I respect that. However, let's discover how far thy resolve goes. Hassan raised his voice as he charged at his opponent. Vala charged as well, and they met in an explosion of power that shook the underworld. Neither side giving in as both were pushed back. Their power seemingly even, however Hassan was pushed back a little bit farther than Valley. Let's try something new. Let's call it Satan Compression Divider. Valley said as he unleashed his new attack. Valley released a blast of energy in all directions that halved from existence everything it touched. Hassan once again held up his shield, but this time it did not go so smoothly. His footing was erased and a portion of the underworld with it. He was pushed back as his shield broke under the power of the attack. When the attack ended, Valley could see that the entire left side of Hassan Isabeth was missing, it having been halved from existence. Valley sighed, thinking that it is over, and began heading to his next mission. He was stopped when he sensed Hassan behind him once more. He quickly turned around and blocked the attack, witnessing that Hassan had healed somehow, though he was covered in blue flames. How? You should not have such healing capabilities. Valley asked in bewilderment. This man should be dead. And yet hither I am. I have no clue if I be alive or dead. As such, why should that hast killed me? Asked Hassan. Valley laughed at this. This old man could have been a good friend if he was not the enemy. However, he has orders. How amusing. Then allow me to show you death with my strongest attack. I will leave no doubt in your mind that you are dead. Valley promised. Hassan readied his blade as Valley readied his attack. In doing so, the breastplates of his armor peeled back, revealing a cannon muzzle that Valley charged by dividing the energy around him and adding it to the cannon. Adding his own as well, and it was soon ready. Now, there will be nothing left of you. Satan Lucifer Smasher. Vale named his attack as a huge beam of black and white energy shot out from his chest towards Hassan. Hearken, the evening bell hath tolled thy name. The feathers prophesied thy death. The bell's toll severs thy neck. Azrael. Hassan charged towards Valley without fear as he released his noble phantasm. Hassan's sword collided with the mass of energy as a space itself was destroyed. In the end, Hassan was destroyed. Not even a single atom of him remained. The old man of the mountain no longer walks in the shadow of death, and as now walks in death itself. No longer shall he walk the earth. Hassan Isabeth has now truly met death. To think, even with all of that, he still managed to harm me. Valley spoke in between breaths. Quite the man, that one was. I wish I could have met him when he was alive. Albion spoke in awe. Valley deactivated his transformation, knowing that his work is no complete. He then set out to help Elatrian with Trihexa. He will need all of the power he can get. Partner. Are you not going to heal that? Albion asked with curiosity. What he was talking about is Valley's missing left arm. Even when faced with certain death, Hassan Isabeth did not go down without a fight. His noble phantasm pierced through Valley's attack and severed his arm, killing it in the process, making it impossible to heal regularly. As even those with a form of immortality will die from Azrael. No, I will not. Even though I can with the predator piece. I will keep this wound to remember who gave it to me. To remind me of my own mortality. Valley answered. Albion has no problems with that. A wound is a mark of shame for a dragon. However, if it is given to a dragon by an opponent that they beat in a hard battle, then it is acceptable. Plus he admires Hassan's commitment as well. Is that what I think it is? Spoke Albion in surprise as he noticed something. Valley looked over at what he was talking about and gasped. He hurried over to it and looked down at it. Unbelievable. Valley let out. There before him was the old man's sword. Having survived the attack, Valley leaned down and picked up the sword. Normally touching a noble phantasm is a bad move, but Valley could feel it call out to him. A gift, I believe. The old man of the mountain has entrusted his noble phantasm to you. As a show of respect. Will you take it, Valley? Asked Albion. He held the sword in his hand as it filled with his power. Its previous blue color changed to silver and a black aura radiated off of it. Valley grinned as the blade practically singed. Asriel having approved of its new owner. Yes, yes I will. Let's get along. Asriel. After being forced out of heaven and descending to the earth, Tobio wonders what he did to deserve this. This man shows up and grabs him by the face before dragging him away like it was nothing. Did he do something to anger Lord Aizen? It's not as glorious as it once was, but it is still Rome. Said Romulus. They have arrived in Rome, the capital of Italy. Upon arrival Tobio formed multiple weapons from the shadows and stabbed Romulus with them. This did nothing because of his armor, but it was enough for Tobio to get free from his grasp. Oh. You would still put up a fight in my presence. You would defy me, Rome itself. Fine then. Let me show me the error of your ways. Proclaimed Romulus. And before Tobio could react, Romulus's feet connected with his chest as he propelled them down to the earth. No matter how many weapons to mate, he could not get through the armor. He even tried to use his cursed flames, but Romulus only laughed as they impacted the earth, creating a huge crater in the middle of Rome. Tobio coughed up lots of blood as his entire midsection no longer existed. It was crushed to nothing from the force of Romulus. It quickly healed and he stood up and looked at his adversary with sweat dripping off of his forehead. Will you surrender? Ha 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 ha, of course you will. No one can compete with my supremacy. Truly, I am Rome itself. Romulus spoke with pride. Tobio wiped the blood from his mouth as he considered his options. This opponent is clearly stronger than him and the odds of him beating him is low. That does not mean it is impossible though. You truly are glorious. However, are you so weak that you need to defeat me before I can even use my full power? Are you, Rome itself, so weak? Tobio taunted. Romulus grinned at his words. Always ready to show off the power of Rome. Of course not. Use any transformation or power-up that you may need. I will crush any force you send at me and show you true despair. For that is the fate of all who went against Rome. Romulus said. Tobio sighed in relief as he summoned Jean. He would truly die if he was not able to complete this transformation. Then he started his chant. Behouless the slaying of 10,000 mortals. Tobio's voice became distorted as he and Jean became shrouded in darkness. The jet-black haze spread, and then covered everything in the surrounding area. Romulus released his aura as the darkness avoided him. Bessingus the slaying of 1,000 gods. His limbs gradually dissolved into the darkness, and turned into something with an irregular shape. My name, immersed in the deepest darkness, 'tis the god of darkness traversing the polar night. Tobio's body fully assimilated with the darkness. O ye, perishest by my own black blade. Tobio's body could no longer be considered human as Jean fully transformed into a large black hound. Fools ye art, O deformed. After saying the final verse, the black hound let out a loud, demonic howl. Ayohua. Fallen dog god. What now stood before Romulus is a god of the blade in a humanoid shape wearing a cloak of darkness, being tailed by a large black hound. Both of their mouths spewing are dark red cursed flames. Quite hideous, but my love reaches all. So I will accept your appearance. But that transformation will not dash. Romulus was cut off as he had to dodge a scythe of darkness. Tobio having moved fast enough that Romulus, who was not paying attention, only noticed him at last second. This caused the founder of Rome to grin as this was getting interesting. Ha ha ha. Fine then. Let's have some fun. Romulus said as he rushed Tobio. Tobio and Jean did the same as they met with an explosion of power. Romulus threw a punch at Tobio that he dodged. Jean used this chance to slash at the back of Romulus. The Emperor quickly turned around and hit Jean with a punch strong enough to make a hole in his shadowy flesh. It was quickly healed as the fight continued. Tobio and Jean had been training their teamwork for years, but no matter what they could not land a good hit. Romulus countered a strike from Tobio and sent a jab that connected to the black-haired man's jaw, breaking it. Jean jumped on his back and bit his shoulder, but Romulus flew into the air and ripped the dog from his back and grabbed him both of his hands. He applied pressure and tried to tear the dog in two, but Tobio arrived and swung his side with enough force to cut space. Romulus let go of the dog and flew away. He then flew into the clouds at a fast pace before turning around and heading back towards the earth. He picked up speed and connected with both Jean and Tobio with enough force to break every bone in their bodies. They quickly healed and stood up once more. Quite resilient, you two are. Romulus commented. Tobio used this chance to ask him a question that he was dying to know. Why do you follow the whims of Gilgamesh, first emperor of Rome? Asked Tobio in a distorted voice. Romulus put his hand up to his chin and thought about the question before answering. It's simple really, he is just stronger than me. Solomon could beat me with his magic, but I would defeat him with my strength. But Gilgamesh can beat me in everything. For that man is a true king. Romulus answered. This caused Tobio to sweat. He can hardly keep up with Romulus, and Gilgamesh can defeat him in every way. Thank God he is not going to get anywhere close to fighting Gilgamesh. Even with that he still mumbled, "How?" in pure bewilderment. That's a hard question. Well, I will explain it to you like this. Gilgamesh was made to be the ruler of Uruk and the keystone of the gods. As such, he embodies the concept of king. Only beings like Ophis and Great Red have ever embodied a concept, so he is quite powerful just from that. He took that a step further when he claimed all of humanity to be under his rule, and as their king he owns everything they own and will own. That is how he is way stronger than even me. Romulus explained. Tobio could now understand. Aizen's plan is to embody a concept so he can see how Gilgamesh is that strong from that. After Aizen would not put his life on the line for something that is weak. Now, enough talk. Romulus said as he appeared before Tobio. He then used both of his arms to hit both sides of Tobio's head, causing it to be crushed. His hands then gathered a potent red energy that completely incinerated the upper half of Tobio's body. Normally this would have killed him because of his heart being destroyed. However, with this new form his body is made of out-solidified darkness, and as such so is his heart. This means that you cannot truly kill Tobio without destroying all of the darkness in the surrounding area. Jean once again tried to sneak attack Romulus, but that is impossible thanks to his continuously active noble phantasm, 9 lives, Roma. So he quickly caught the hound by the throat and threw him to the ground and sent a blast of red energy that destroyed the black dog. Jean quickly reformed and attacked him again, but that did not work at all. I see. I will have to completely annihilate you in order for you to stay down. Both you and this dog will not survive this. This is your end. Romulus promised. He then flew into the air and a massive golden glyph formed. Come forth now from my limbs, O power of gods, O power of light, O power that shall eventually reach beyond the stars. Per aspera ad astra. Chanted Romulus as he said the true name of his noble phantasm. With that, thousands of beams of golden light rained down on the earth. They destroyed entire continent as Tobio struggled to stay alive. The shadows and darkness being destroyed and the beams of light tearing through his body, he knew that he would soon die. The power of the EX rank noble phantasm being too much for him to withstand. Romulus also knew that he only needed one more push to defeat his opponent. So he completed his noble phantasm by sending the giant glyph down towards the world. He knew that this would end this battle. Tobio would be crushed to nothingness and truly die. However, this did not happen. A massive beam of purple light slammed into him out of nowhere and engulfed him. A giant fortress appeared behind where he was. The Hanging Garden of Babylon has appeared. With Semiramis at its throne. As the blast of energy would be enough to make even a Latrian bleed. Such is the strength of a EX rank noble phantasm being used by a Espada. Semiramis appeared before the healing Tobio and smiled. Tobio stood up and looked at her with gratitude. Thank you, Semiramis. I thought that you were in heaven. Tobio stated. Semiramis flicked her hair as she responded. Gilgamesh kicked me out, so I waited for what Lord Aizen wanted me to do. When I sensed that you were losing, I headed this way and gave you a hand. There is no need to thank me. But from the look on her face there really was. Tobio went to speak again, but a sound interrupted him. To their left a boulder was moved by a bleeding hand. A man now stood looking at the pair with hatred. This man being Romulus, having survived the attack by using his noble phantasm, moles necessary, my love reaches all. He has seen better days, however. As he has lost his golden armor and has multiple wounds coating his body. His power has significantly dropped as well. He stares at his adversaries and laughs a cold and viscous laugh before talking. How could I be so blind? Of course Aizen Sosuke knew that I would defeat you. He planned my defeat and I never saw it coming. Tobio accused and Semiramis. Espada number 3 and 9. I, Rome itself, will defeat you. With my bare hands. Romulus said. Tobio and Semiramis got ready for this fight. Tobio being in an even worse condition than Romulus and can no longer even use his transformations. This fight would still be troublesome even with Romulus being weakened. Thankfully he has Semiramis to help him. As I said before. This is your end. Two adversaries stood opposite each other. With one look you could tell that the man with the black hair is much better conditioned than the other. But looks can be deceiving. In reality, the man with blue hair has the advantage. It's almost laughable that even with all of his injuries his power still surpasses that of Tobio's. Well, that is to be expected. Romulus is the Elatrian of Gilgamesh. His strongest subordinate. While Tobio is only the third strongest Espada. This should have been heaven's win from the start. Yet with all of Aizen's schemes, he has managed to go this far. Tobio has survived and now the battle reaches its climax. Semiramis is not doing well either. having used most of her energy in that sneak attack to ensure that Romulus would stay down. It did not work, and now she is on her last legs. She can only help her comrade fight this uphill battle by releasing a weaker form of her noble phantasm, Sicariusm, arrogant king's alcohol, weakening Romulus further and allowing Tobio to fight him on even terms. The final battle starts with Romulus and Tobio charging at one another. Their right fists collide, with no special effects like breaking space or time. No, this is a battle between two men. No longer do they have their godly power to hide behind. All they have is their skill and will. They will now fight like mortal men. Tobio launches a punch that Romulus dodges. He counterattacks by grabbing Tobio's head with his left hand and hitting him in the face with his left hand. Tobio staggers back but responds all the same as he kicks Romulus in the stomach. Their fight continues with Tobio breaking the guard of Romulus and hitting him square in the jaw. He follows with a roundhouse kick to his sternum that causes Romulus to take multiple steps back. Tobio walks to Romulus to deliver another blow, but Romulus counters and hits him right in his stomach. This made Tobio lean forward in pain. Romulus took advantage of this and used both of his hands and grabbed his head before kneeing him in the face with enough force to break his nose. Tobio, with his nose bleeding, once again attacked Romulus with him doing the same. This time neither of them blocked or countered as their attacks hit the other. Both of them went to the ground as they took large gulps of air. None more exhausted than the other. They lied there for a few seconds before Romulus began to rise. His lifetime of experience in war allowing for him to push through his exhaustion with sheer will alone. Yet as he picked himself up, a hand grabbed him by the ankle and forced him onto his back. Tobio got on top of him as he put both of his thumbs into the eye sockets of Romulus, applying pressure as he grit his teeth. He would not lose here today. He would make sure of it. No matter what. Putting his all into blinding the first emperor of Rome. When Romulus was finally able to get Tobio off of him, it was too late. His eyes having already been plucked out. With him no longer possessing a sense of sight, he got up warily, not being able to see his opponent. So stood there with his guard up as Tobio rained down strike after strike. He could do nothing. He could not even hate Tobio for such a cowardly move. They are fighting for the future of their universe. Such a burden is heavy to bear. Tobio is fighting with everything he has. Nothing is above him at the moment. Every dirty trick in the book will be utilized if it means success. Why should Romulus be any different? So as Tobio launched another attack that hit him square in the jaw, Romulus grabbed his hair. "Found you," Romulus said with a wide smile. Romulus then unloaded punch after punch on Tobio as the men had no choice but to grab Romulus's hair as well, just to stay on the ground. What followed was brutality in its purest form. Both of them unleashed hundreds of strikes as their arms looked like machine guns with their speed. The bones in their bodies have long been broken. The predator piece barely even working as it could no longer process his desires. They are moving on pure will alone. That is the only reason that they can stay standing. As it should not even be physically possible for them to even be alive. Eventually one side gave out. The Trace Espada finally gave in. He was never made to fight people like this. He is an assassin trough and through. So it should really have not have been a surprise when he clasped to the ground. Semiramis quickly ran over to him but stopped when Tobio laughed. His laugh was that of men who had just witnessed the most unbelievable thing on the planet. "I can't believe it. Honestly, you truly are something else." Tobio spoke in exasperation. Semiramis walked up to him and looked at the unmoving Romulus. She gasped as saw what he was talking about. The body of the founder turned into red particles, signifying his death. "You see that, Semiramis? He died long ago. I would say right after he grabbed my hair he died. Yet his body stayed corporal and continued to fight in his place. I have lost this battle, Semiramis. This is undoubtedly his victory," said Tobio. Tobio then could no longer hold himself in his sitting position as he fell backwards. Semiramis caught him and she laid his head on her lap as she brushed his hair out of his eyes. She smiled down at him as she spoke. "Rest now, Tobio. You have earned it. The mission is complete and you have defeated the strongest subordinate of Gilgamesh. Our job is complete." Tobio gave a weak smile at her words and his eyes slowly closed. His body shutting down from the extensive battle. He would most likely be in a coma for a long time. She would wait for him to wake up. It's the least she could do. Her thoughts were interrupted as an explosion shook the earth. A battle is taking place in the sky and she could make out two aerial vehicles. One being red and black, and the other being gold and green. She instantly understood who they are. The gold one is undoubtedly Gilgamesh and the other is Jack the Ripper. My, if it isn't dear Morgan. Sitting on a rock is a man wearing the finest of fabrics. His long white hair appearing with the colors of the rainbow under the moonlight. his purple eyes shining with mischief as he looks upon the quinto and cuatro espadas. His lips uplifted in a slight smile, as always. His head resting on his hand as his staff is placed down beside him. And Cath Palag as well. "How are you, my dear familiar?" asked Merlin. The small fox-like creature growled at the incubus. The man sighed as he turned his attention to Morgan, the one who was his equal in magic arts. He smiled at the fond memory of him teaching her magic. She had such pure eyes back then. "It's been some time, my dear," Merlin stated politely. Morgan shook her head at his antics. As she replied, "That it has. 2,500 years since we last met, I believe. How did you get out of my trap?" The incubus grimaced at her words. The "my" she is referencing is none other than his past lover, Vivian. The alternate personality of Morgan. When he and her started to become something more is when Morgan snapped and became known as the Witch Queen. In the end he could not love both parts equally and that led to Camelot's ruin. Everything went downhill from there. It all weighed down on him and at one point he verbally abused his lover and blamed her for all that has happened. He then fled to Avalon to escape the Lady of the Lake's wrath, but it was a trap that led to his imprisonment. I didn't. The biblical god collected me and turned me into a heroic spirit. Now I have been summoned by Gilgamesh. That is all. Merlin informed easily, hiding his true feelings. He then stood up and faced them as he grabbed his staff. His expression changed to a cold one filled with cold resolution, surprising Morgan. She had never seen him with any serious expression. He has changed. I'm afraid I have no time to catch up with you, Morgan. I am on a tight schedule, said Merlin, wanting to get this over with. His foes couldn't agree more. With Cath Palag changing into his large form and rushing at the magician. He didn't make it far when chains shot up from the ground and attached to his hind leg, causing him to trip and fall. Still as reckless as always. Merlin then ducked as Morgan's lance slashed through the air. He replied by placing the butt of his staff on her abdomen and firing a spell that got through multiple layers of her multidimensional barrier. She backed off as Cath got free from his bindings. So both of you are going to fight me at the same time. I have no problem with that, Merlin stated with the same small smile. The fight truly begun with Cath taking a bite at Merlin. His speed allowing him to kill Merlin before he could react as his blood went everywhere. He was devoured by primate murder in an instant. However, Cath was then hit with a ray of magic right in the back, sending him to ground. Standing there was Merlin without a scratch on him. Works every time. I am sure Aizen would agree, said the master illusionist. He then heard a chuckle from Morgan and looked her way in bewilderment. Since when did she make such humanly actions? I might have to report you for animal abuse. Then again, Cath is not much of an animal. Come now, dear teacher. Your fight is with me, said Morgan. Multiple magic circles formed around Merlin as he was bombarded with spells. Dust filled the air as he jumped out of the crater the attacks made. He landed on the ground and still had no blemishes on him. Still looking like he did when he arrived. You cannot defeat me anymore. You may have been the only one who could rival me in life, but my legend is far stronger than yours. You have lost your chance at revenge, Merlin revealed. He is true. That is how heroic spirits work. The stronger their legends, the stronger they are reborn as. TCH, don't look down on me, Morgan replied with agitation. She charged at Merlin with her lance in hand, arriving before him with vigor as she swung her lance once again. This time as Merlin dodged, he was met with a magic circle that released power flames that scorched his cloths. He narrowed his eyes as started paying more attention. This must be the predator piece, allowing her to be stronger than normal. So much stronger. Taking this seriously, he casted multiple illusions as he dodged the onslaught of Morgan. He would not get hit again, proving this as every attack Morgan sent was either dodged or was an illusion, making Morgan grit her teeth as some of her attacks even turned into flowers. Suddenly she felt a presence behind her, causing her to turn around and slash at it, but nothing was there. Then she felt someone lean on her back. That someone being Merlin, leaning his back against hers as whispered, I am not looking down on you. I don't even see you, Merlin mocked uncharacteristically. He then pulled the sword out of his staff and stabbed her in the back, causing her to spit out blood and collapse to her knees, holding the top of sword in her grasp as she tried to catch her breath. I am sorry. I truly am. However, I do not know how to express that. Those humans make it look so easy. Merlin spoke. He was about to finish her off when he suddenly felt someone behind him. He looked and was shocked. Standing there and looking at him with childlike innocence was the childhood version of him, when he was around 9 or 10 years old. How? Merlin could not understand. The child in front of him tilted his head cutely. What is it? Can you not tell who I am? How? Can't you tell that I am the wonderful and amazing Cathpalig? The legendary primate murder. The child spoke. Merlin took a step back in surprise as he barely even noticed Morgan getting up and pulling the sword out of her chest. The wound closed and she tossed the sword away. To see you shocked is quite the spectacle, but you should not be so surprised. Cathpalig is the beast of comparison. Right now he is comparing himself to you. Morgan informed. Cath jumped up to her with childlike glee as he grabbed her hand. See? I told you I could do it. Mother always told me I could do something like this, but I never had to intelligence to understand. Now I do. If only I could show her. Cath exclaimed excitedly before trailing off at the end. The beast of comparison. The concept of comparison is embedded in his existence since birth, but he was nothing more than an animal back then and could not act on it. Now that he has intellect, he can actually use his instinctive ability. Comparison. This ability allows Cathpalig to compare himself with others. If he finds himself lacking in any area in comparison to the target, he can take on their form, gaining all of their talents and abilities, allowing him to take of the form of Merlin and gain his skills over magecraft. All of the abilities he gains are scaled to his level, meaning that they can be stronger or weaker depending on his target. He only regrets that he could not show his mother, Mother Earth, who has long since fallen into eternal sleep, never to wake up. That you did. Now let's finish this up. No more playing around. We are on a tight schedule, replied Morgan. Cath nodded with a smile. This whole fight having been set up for him to learn how to use his ability. Now they can finish this. I see. You truly have come far, Cath. I'm proud, said Merlin. Cath marched up to him and pointed his finger right in his face. I have always disliked you, Merlin. You always felt that you owed the world, allowing yourself to serve incompetent kings so that you can guide humanity in the right direction. But that needs to change. I have learned the joys of life and you will too. No matter what. Even if I have to beat it into you. Cath promised. Merlin's sweat dropped, but seeing Morgan get ready to fight, he knew that Mini Merlin was not kidding. He sighed as he knew that his life was about to change whether he liked it or not. There's only one outcome from this and he knows it. Alteration. This is where the fun begins. Cath sang. Merlin was not ready for multiple Cathpaligs to appear. Nor was he expecting them all to fire spells at him. However, even if Cath has copied his skills, they are still his skills. As such, he quickly understands that all of this is illusion and only one of these Caths is real. That did little, as when he dodged the attack he was met with the spear of Morgan, seemingly playing the part of a knight while Cath helps as a supporting mage. He makes illusions to help evade her attacks, but Cath can see right through them and informs Morgan of the real him, irritating Merlin as he taps his staff on the ground and a large magic circle appears on the ground and in the sky. Both of them rotate as multiple chimeras are summoned by Merlin. They, being enhanced by Merlin, charge at Cath to distract him. The fight with Morgan coming to a stalemate, as even when she lands an attack it does nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. It's as if they are not hitting him. Avalon, Morgan whispers harshly. She could see it. The ever-distant utopia shines brightly within the body of the Magus of Flowers. Thus nothing can harm Wizard at the moment. The greatest protection that this world has to offer is in her opponent's hands, making him immortal. At least he should be. Morgan used more of her power as the predator piece responded to her desires, allowing her attack faster, stronger, pushing Merlin into a corner as she got him right where she wants him. She swung her lance as Merlin blocked with his own sword. For what reason did you join Aizen? Was it for this? To take your revenge on me? Merlin asked. Morgan shook her head as she answered. Maybe in the beginning, but I have changed. This small amount of time I have spent with Aizen and the others have been eye-opening. I have found errors in my goals and the way I have acted and fixed them. Now I will wish for his knowledge, wisdom, and power. With those things I can protect what I have now. Merlin looked at her in shock. The Morgan he remembers was a wicked and cruel woman who would do anything to rule Camelot. As some sort of twisted sense of justice for all of the bad things that have happened to her, she would even kill her family. I'm glad. I truly am. If only I could change like you. Merlin said as he whispered that last part, having had time to reflect when he was imprisoned. Yet as he was talking, Morgan has finished her preparations and have relayed to Cath her plan to bring down Merlin. He did not expect an unfamiliar voice to resound within the area. Bakudo number 63. Seijo Sabaku. With those words, an ethereal chain made of light formed above Merlin and bound him in an instant. The chains wrapped around his upper body and held his arms in place. He looked at where he heard to voice in shock as Cathpalic stood before him once again, but this time in a different form. He now holds the appearance of a young Aizen Sosuke. His expression being vastly different from the men he is comparing himself to, as it was split upon with a large grin. His brown eyes shining with mirth as he spoke once again. Bakudo number 62. Hyaparankin. This time he made a rod of energy in his hand and threw it directly at Merlin, who even while his upper half was bound tried to jump away, but the rod multiplied into hundreds of other rods, making it unlikely to be dodged. They all landed around him and restricted his movements, binding him in place, making it impossible for him to escape as Morgan appeared before him and chanted, "Fate's a cruel thing, isn't it? Such is the dream of destruction that I always saw. There is no retribution, there is no salvation. Despite being at the farthest ends, the birds will sing of tomorrow. Now please, lordless Camelot." Azure blue spears descended from the ends of the world as they worked against Avalon, her noble phantasm being the exact opposite in nature. As such, when a large beam of sapphire energy descended upon the underworld, Merlin looked upon it with fear. As it hit him, he knew this would be a close one. He already knows about her noble phantasm thanks to his future sight. Lordless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. It removed the barrier created by Avalon, making him able to take damage, its scorching ray burning away Merlin's flesh as he countered her noble phantasm with his own. Garden of Avalon. When attack ended, Cath and Morgan looked on as Merlin lied on the ground, an entire section of his body missing as Avalon tries to heal him even with its powers now being weakened. He coughs up blood as smiles at how strong his wayward apprentice has come. To completely overwhelm him even when he used his noble phantasm is quite the feat. Cathpalic switched forms once again and returned to being a mini Merlin as he ran over to his lookalike, sitting down next to him and grinning at him cheerfully, as if Merlin was not in immense pain that most could not even dream of. "Have you changed your mind now, Merlin? We have proven that you can die. You are not immortal or a simple observer. You are a simple man just like everyone else back then. You have held yourself back from the joys of life and have never truly lived," Cath said. "If cannot, even now, see that your ways are flawed, like I did before you, then we will kill you. We have gone out of our way to try and help you. We cannot do any more," Morgan continued. Merlin closed his eyes as he contemplated their words. He has thought about it many times when he was stuck in Avalon. Everything that went wrong came about because of his selflessness, his lack of greed. If he was more greedy, then he would be living the perfect life right now with his lover and students. If he did not think of himself as an outsider thanks to his mixed heritage and tired to fit in more with humans and truly understand them, he would be fine then. No longer will I reject my humanity. I am Merton Amirs, the Warlock, a hybrid between a human and an incubus. From this day forward I will act on my own will," exclaimed Merton. His soul responded to his words, his mixed blood now equaling out with both human and demon blood. His hair turned black and his eyes yellow. His body finished healing as he stood up and fixed his damaged cloths and changed their color scheme, his new appearance signifying his rebirth and acceptance of his true nature. He looked at himself with a full smile, finally feeling complete after so long. He looked at Morgan and spoke. "Now, dear Morgan, Cath may have done this out of the good of his heart, but I know you. Even if you have changed for the better, I know that you have some kind of ulterior motive for this." "What is it?" asked Merton. "The Espada will soon lose 2 of its members. One already has a replacement, but the other seat will be empty. That is why I devised this plan. For you to accept yourself and take the 6th seat to become the Sexta Espada," explained Morgan. Merton nodded his head. He has expected something like this and sees no reason to disagree. Using his future sight, he knows that he will be able to do whatever he wants after Aizen completes his plan, as the men has no reason to stop them from leaving. "That is fine, but after this war I am going to see Vivian. I have a lot of stuff to apologize for. As looking back on it, no, I was a true fool back then. Well, whatever. Let's go see Lord Aizen. We need to be out of here a few minutes after Tiamat arrives or we will die," said Merton. Morgan nodded, having already seen her arrival with her own clairvoyance. "Also from now on call me by my true name, the one given to me at birth. Call me Merton Amirs. For us to work together. It's ironic really. Alucard Helsing, the man who was given the title True Monster. He was one of the aces in the anti-Satan army and a main contributor in their win. His body holds 300 million souls. The first vampire and the one who killed the king of flies, the son of Beelzebub. A abomination in every sense of the word. Heh. So it would seem. Beelzebub, the one who is commonly known as the devil. He was born as the god of darkness in Ekron, before being widely worshipped in the Philistines. When Lucifer fell from grace, he sought out Beelzebub to join him, allowing Beelzebub to become a member of the original 4 great Satans and the figurehead of the sin of gluttony. He was later cursed by Lucifer, gaining the title Anathema. Always so cold. We might die here, you know, why don't you open up a little? Alucard joked. Beelzebub merely shook his head at the vampire's words. Knowing how almost impossible it is to kill Alucard, the amount of time and effort it would take would make it pointless. Hilarious. Now stop messing around. We have work to do, said Beelzebub. Alucard was about to respond to his rival when he was interrupted by an arrow. He caught the arrow and crushed it but was forced to dodge when several more ripped through the air. He used his mind's eye and located the archer, grinning ferally when he did. Oi, oi, you can't be serious. Beelzebub, look at that and tell me that he looks like an archer to you. If his frame is not enough, just look at that baby face. Alucard yelled in disbelief while laughing at the man's face. He did not need to yell at him as Beelzebub has located their opponent as well. He couldn't say that he was not surprised. A tall and extremely muscled man was the one who fired the arrows. The problem was that he looked more like a brawler and berserker than an archer. His face did not make it any better as it was cubby and contrasted greatly with the rest of his body. The archer then fired more arrows, this time at Beelzebub. Not being the type to dodge such simple attacks, he vibrated his body to the point of allowing the arrows to simply pass through his body. An archer, huh? You will need more than simple arrows to defeat me, said Beelzebub. Both Alucard and Beelzebub blitzed up to the men in an impressive show of speed. However, this did not impress the men as his eyes tracked them the entire way, not losing sight of them for a single instant. Alucard stood up to the men and looked directly into his eyes. What's with that look, Jimmy? Did some mean man steal your teddy bear? Or is the priest out late tonight? We all know how much you love that priest, asked Alucard. The men before them face was contorted when they first saw him. The reason unknown to them, but that didn't stop Alucard's dark humor. No, it did not. The man placed his large hand on Alucard's shoulder, showing the massive size difference between them. In all of my life, I have never once taken pleasure in the act of killing. Only the hunt. But what I am about to do to your disgusting, revolting, and pathetic existence, I am going to enjoy it very much. After saying these words, the man brought down his club upon Alucard, holding him in place and not allowing him to move as he tried to crush the men. This proved difficult when Alucard raised his hands to block the attack, and thanks to now being a rook, he did just that. He was given that specific predator piece because Aizen noticed that Alucard's only weakness is his durability. If his body was stronger, he could last longer in battle without having to use one of his souls. So Aizen made him the most annoying tank in history. Oh, yeah. What could have made you so angry? Alucard spoke as he struggled. The man used his other hand to punch Alucard away as he bellowed, "Your comrade killed Artemis. I will avenge her death, even if it is the last thing I do." He then fired multiple arrows, these ones being different as they glowed blue. The arrows pierced into Alucard's flesh because of their demonic power, staggering the monster as he ripped them out, merely grinning at a wound that would put a normal man on the ground. The archer was then caught off guard as he felt something rip through his chest. Looking down, he saw a hand. That hand belonging to Beelzebub, who looked at him coldly. Not an ounce of emotion on his face. "You know nothing of pain, Orion," said Beelzebub, and he phased his arm out of Orion and jumped back. The words enraged Orion, but they are true. Compared to Beelzebub, his pain is nothing. The death of a loved one cannot even be related to being forced to kill that said loved one. Such is the pain brought by the curse placed upon him by Satan. "You know nothing, demon," yelled Orion as his wound quickly healed. Seeing that their opponent is beyond reason, Beelzebub and Alucard started their offensive. They did not even need to converse with one another as they attacked at the same time. Alucard arriving in front of Orion as he landed a Spartan kick to his chest. Beelzebub followed up by appearing above Alucard and preforming an axe kick to his head. All of this causing Orion to reel back. Alucard attacked again with a right hook, but it was caught by Orion. The man's immense physical strength as he gripped Alucard's hand as he turned a full 180 degrees and slammed the vampire into the ground with enough force to break apart the ground. He continued his attack by stomping on Alucard multiple times, killing him in the process. Knowing that it would take some time for his comrade to get up, Beelzebub used Sorith Vav and slammed his cane onto the head of Orion, the powerful vibrations giving the superhuman a concussion as he held his head in pain. This gave Alucard enough time to burn a soul and revive. Getting up, jumped back to finish healing his wounds. When he did finish, Orion did as well. Orion was not going to be caught off guard by their attacks again as he readied his stance with his opponents doing the same. All of them had the same thought. No matter what happens here. If Orion wins or Beelzebub and Alucard wins is trivial. This is a battle to the death. Neither of them will stop until the other stops breathing. Their fates are sealed. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. The endless battle between an unmovable force and an unstoppable object. That is what this is. As Orion killed Alucard once again, he was filled with unimaginable frustration. Beelzebub would always be just out of his reach. The demon's genius showing in this battle as he predicted all of Orion's actions. Practically flowing through his grasp and then counterattacking. Giving Alucard enough time to revive, once again, and attack him. Their teamwork is impeccable. As Beelzebub phases through his arrows and delivers a haymaker to his face, Alucard climbs out of Orion's shadow and releases multiple souls from his body. Making them bind the demigod in place. Allowing for the devil to unload punch after punch to Orion's stomach. His arms blurred from the sheer speed that they traveled at. All of this causing Orion to cough up blood and grit his teeth in annoyance. He reluctantly accepts the fact that he will need to use more power. So he speaks the true name of one of his noble phantasms. Artemis Hagnos. The love of the moon goddess descended upon reality to attempt a drastic strengthening. Not the real Artemis, of course. She was far too weak to able to change the tide of this battle. But thanks to her and Orion's legend, such an outcome is possible. Her love turning Orion into a one-man army. Nah. Is that the power of friendship? The legendary plot device that ends overpowered antagonists. Alucard yelled out. Beelzebub reacted quickly as his shadow expanded. Thousands of demonic beasts being created in an instant. The imagination of Beelzebub allowing Annihilation Maker to create demonic beasts beyond anything it has ever made before. They all rushed at Orion as he smashed them to bits. His new and improved strength proving to be too much, as it never took more than one swing of his club to kill them. Even the beasts made for long range would get shot down by Orion's arrows. Truly, no beast can escape him. Getting back in the fight, Beelzebub tapped the staff of Apomaeus on the ground. Sending his vibrations through it and causing an earthquake that caused Orion to lose his footing. He appeared above the falling superhuman, smacking the skull part of his staff to his head and sending more vibrations. Once again damaging his brain. Alucard picked up his pace by summoning his own weapon. The Jackal. It takes the shape of a handgun. This gun being made especially for Alucard by Aizen. There is no way to load the gun in a traditional sense and is not even powered by the user's energy source. Its ammunition is souls. By transmitting one of his many souls within the chamber of the Jackal, it will be shaped into a bullet ready to be fired. As its ammo is spiritual and not physical, it only attacks the target's soul and ignores physical defenses. Making this gun on the level of a noble phantasm. So as Orion staggered to get up, he was surprised when he was met with Alucard standing before him with a crazed grin on his face. With a large black gun being pressed underneath his chin. Bang. The spiritual bullet ripped through Orion's soul. Having never faced this type of attack made him very susceptible to it. Causing him to scream out in pain. His showing pure agony at the harm to his soul. He could no longer afford to hold back. He will kill that annoying cockroach here and now. He jumped back and dropped his club to the ground. Holding his bow with both hands as he charged up his last noble phantasm. Beelzebub widened his eyes as he watched Alucard rush at Orion. The vampire's vanity would be his end. That noble phantasm is his only true weakness. In the end, Beelzebub stabbed his staff into the ground and activated his defensive technique. He will not take this attack lightly. Sorith Samek. Gates of Hell. His vibrations created a strong barrier around him as he braced himself. With Alucard doing to exact opposite. Nothing can kill him, and even if it can, he would welcome it. Alucard fears nothing. Absolutely nothing. As Orion finished charging up his noble phantasm, he looked at the beast a few feet away from him and grinned. He aimed his bow directly at the vampire as Alucard fired another bullet at him. No beast is beyond my arrow's reach. This is your end, abomination. Orion Horcus. Orion yelled as he released his noble phantasm. The bolt of orange energy ripped through Alucard with ease. Killing him in an instant as the bolt continued past him towards Beelzebub. The devil who prepared for his attack was also caught off guard. As the bolt ignored his defensive technique and killed him, and leaving nothing left. As his noble phantasm ended, Orion looked at the vampire at his feet. Who even with his millions of souls could not revive. As every time he tried he was killed instantly. This being an effect of his noble phantasm. As long as Alucard exists in his range, he will continue to die until he is truly dead. Now all he has to do was wait. And as he waited, he was caught by surprise when a gigantic blast of dark red energy tore through the underworld and created a hole all the way through it. He was then forced to kneel as the power of Tiamat washed over the entire dimension. Her power alone being enough to suppress him. He cursed whichever person was foolish enough to anger her. That is when he heard a voice. So they are dead. Disappointing but expected. Their wills and desires were far too weak. Orion tried as hard as he could to at least move his head. The power of Tiamat still keeping him in place. Don't bother. The primordial mother is enraged, as she should be. He then heard footsteps as the being walked in front of him. Upon seeing him, he was filled with fear. The cold gaze of the men, no monster before him, sent chills down his spine. I should thank you. They have both outlived their usefulness. Beelzebub already has a replacement who will be far more competent, and Alucard just got his replacement as well. So thank you, Orion. If you did not kill them, then I would have. The man then reached out his hand and grabbed the corpse of Alucard and absorbed all of the hundreds of millions of souls within his body. His power growing to a level of power than Orion has only seen in Gilgamesh. He would be dead if the men did not hold his power in a different dimension. Now I must be leaving. I cannot keep Mother waiting after all. Goodbye, Orion. With a simple wave of the man's hand, Orion ceased to exist. With a simple gesture, his soul was erased. That is how simple it is for the entity's new power after absorbing 300 million souls. Once again he has reached new heights. For that is his purpose. To stand above all others is the only objective of Aizen Sosuke. They served their purpose. They kept Orion busy while I fought Solomon. That is all they needed to do. Alucard was only a Espada so that I could keep him close by for when Tiamat arrived. Those 300 million souls would allow me to fight her and later Gilgamesh. I had zero intention of ever keeping him in the Espada. His will was weak and his desires low. In the end he only served as a battery. Beelzebub was the same. I needed him for his knowledge on creating monsters for scratch to help me build an army. Now that I possessed that knowledge, he was useless. He did not get stronger as his desire was to die. If he did get stronger, then the chances of him finding that opponent would be slim to none, making him inadequate to remain as a Espada. So just like I did before when I found the Espada to be lacking, I removed them, making them fight an opponent out of their league. And with them dead I have reclaimed Annihilation Maker and now have the power to fight Tiamat. So I gained more than I lost. My battle with Solomon was fruitful. I ascended into a realm of speed that makes the concept of space irrelevant to me. All that I need to be unmatched in speed is to surpass the concept of time. Well, there is no need to fret. In the end I will surpass it all. When I absorbed his soul, I was only able to gain his control of his magic power and his clairvoyance. The things I can see now is truly remarkable. I can understand why Gilgamesh chose to seal his away during his lifetime. To look at someone and know everything about them is demoralizing. I can see every sinful deed they have committed and the ones that they have yet to commit. It disgusts me, but I must bear with it. In the grand scheme of my goal, it is only a small burden in comparison. I will not falter. Speaking of comparison, Kath, Murden, and Morgan have finally arrived. They kneeled before me without hesitation. The warlock being able to serve me with ease. His background of serving kings and years of being subservient showing. Your Majesty, we have completed the task you assigned us without fail, spoke Morgan. I walked up to them as I placed my hand on Kath's head and messed with his hair. What an interesting power. The power of comparison is truly worthy of one of my elites. I noticed. This power is truly extraordinary, Kath Palag. You have showed great promise for what your future holds. The boy preened at my words as he grinned. Proud of his achievement. As he should be. In the future he is a titan that can even compare with outer gods. That is not to say that any of the other Espada's future is any different. I then stood before Murden. Welcome to the Espada, Murden Emrys. I hope you find yourself welcomed in return. The black-haired man lowered his head at my words. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you. The hybrid promised. In many universes he does disappoint me. The infinite versions of the entity known as Merlin in the multiverse often do fall short of my expectations. Even before I gained clairvoyance I knew this fact. That is why I sent Morgan and Kath to him. I knew that they would be able to come to an outcome similar to this. So he will indeed not fail me. As this is Murden Emrys, not Merlin. Of course. As I said, that 2 pawn pieces flew into his chest, more specifically Avalon. They invaded the Utopia and broke it down, permanently fusing it with Murden and allowing the hybrid to ascend to new heights. His power surpassing the current Morgan. The half-incubus breathed heavily as he took in his new power, staring at me with awe and reverence. Eventually he calmed himself as I spoke. Now I have 2 missions for both you and Morgan. They both straightened up at my words, ready to fulfill any order. I need you both to visit Vivian. She is in possession of 2 weapons that will lead to our certain victory. After retrieving these weapons, I need Morgan to finally become one with Vivian. With both of your positive and negative sides as one person, you will reach your true potential. That is your mission. Both of them looked troubled at my words. Murden because of his last interaction with Vivian, and Morgan because she would essentially cease to exist. Her current self would be gone and replaced by her true self. Something she is not quite sure about. In the end, she chose to trust me. A logical conclusion. I truly only have to best in mind for this endeavor. For when they become one being, she will finally be able to feel positive emotions again, allowing her to truly live. If my lord wills it. With those words, they warped away to complete their tasks. Kath looked at me, waiting for his own objective. I have not forgotten you, Kath Palag. You are to go to Elatrian and assist him in his task. The Emperor Beast of Apocalypse has proven to be exactly as formidable as I predicted. Kath jumped up with joy as he ran over and hugged me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is going to be so fun. And good luck with Tiamat, Lord Aizen. Kath gushed. I do not mind his affectionate nature, but this is new to me. Well, it's not something that irritates me, so it is fine. As a way to return his sentiment, I ruffled his hair again. I do not need luck. Her defeat was decided since the very moment I was born. I then placed a rook piece in his hand. Now take this to Oryx. Tell him that he has been promoted. The child nodded with determination, like he had just been given his life's purpose. It will be done. With that, he flicked his hand and cut open space before leaving through said portal. I shook my head at his enthusiasm and stepped into a completely different dimension. This space being one of my own creation. The ability of Innovate Clear is to create my own world. I have done so to contain Tiamat before the arrival of those three. I floated in the air and looked down at the primordial mother. Her rage bringing her into a state of pure insanity. The lose of the only child that stuck with her all this time being too much for her already unstable mind to bear. Do not worry, Tiamat. After this you will no longer feel the pain of lose ever again. After all, you will be dead. Finally, we have arrived at the summit of our goal. 5 entities stood in a void. This void being similar but vastly different to the dimension gap. This space denies the existence of all things, making it impossible most beings to survive here, but those with sufficient strength can resist this effect. That being the case for the beings present. All of them are major evil gods who have the power to back that up. Hades, Nyx, Erebus, Tartarus, and Engramenu are names that spread fear and terror throughout the world. Yet that is not enough for them. They want more. That is why they have arrived in this dimension. The end of the world. The place where creation ends and the border of the universe. It is in this place that the legendary Emperor Beast of Apocalypse is imprisoned. The one destined to completely annihilate this universe. The biblical god, a being that was said to be omnipotent, had to use most of his power to trap this beast, thus allowing for a being like him who could compete with the dragon gods to die. It's sad, really. He was the personification of creation. The one who started all things. If he was still alive, then this universe would truly be eternal. Yet now that he is dead, this universe is falling apart, allowing for the heroic spirits to gain the amount of power they did. Of course we did, brother. Collecting those sacred gears was like taking candy from a baby. Honestly, to think that the key to the seal was in the hands of humans. It hurts to think about. Nyx said in exasperation. Erebus nodded his head at his sister/wife's prideful words. It truly was easy, as the only sacred gear user that put up any real fight was a woman named Walburga who possessed Incinerate Anthem. Unfortunately for her, she was only human and fell before the might of the Alliance of Hell. There it is. The malice coming from the inside of that thing is terrifying. How wonderful! Exclaimed Engramenu in excitement. In front of the group was a large planetoid. A seemingly white mass larger than the Earth. If one were to look closely, however, they would see that it is not a plant but instead seals. Millions of seals. Each one of them being the strongest bindings that this world has ever seen. And the only purpose of all of these seals is to entrap one beast. The 5 evil gods could not help but break into a deep sweat. Doubts formed in their minds. As it would take not even half of a single one of these seals to imprison them, is it truly wise to free the monster in front of them? Yet that rational thought was quickly pushed away by their pride. All of their lives they have been worshipped and revered. They have never lost to anything, and they would not lose to some mere beast. How wrong they are. Hades then summoned the 4 holy relics. The one and true holy spear. The crucified stand of purple flame. The unparalleled crown of the abyss, and finally the holy grail of the secluded world. All of them have come together for a single purpose of releasing the apocalyptic beast. But as they began the process of breaking the seals, they failed to notice something that Aizen noticed all that time ago. Within the ultimate Longinus is the will of a being far stronger than they could ever dream of. The biblical God. And as they used the holy relics to manipulate the seals binding Trihexa, that will acted. The will took control over all of its original power present and used it to attack the beast. A last-ditch effort to destroy the beast once and for all before it destroyed the universe. The evil gods became shocked at this development as they narrowly dodged the large explosion that radiated within the dimension. They looked on with shock as an unholy scream resounded within the dimension. The Emperor Beast of Apocalypse screeching in pain from the attack. The evil gods were then forced to turn their attention elsewhere when they felt a terrifying presence behind them. A large being with 3 green eyes stood there with an even larger sword in hand. Its aura, though, was a mere drop of blood in comparison to the endless chaotic sea that is Trihexa's power. Well done. You have completed your mission, even if you did not know about his plans. You are now relieved of your duties. With those words, Oryx cleaved the heads off of the evil gods' bodies with one simple swing of his sword. Oryx then devoured their souls with haste. His power once again growing with this conquest. Truly a soul eater. As the evil gods were ended, the beast of the end finally got its bearings together. Its long centipede-like body being able to move for the first time in 2,000 years. The energy of the beast has been sapped away by the seals placed upon it, but they will soon return to their former unholy glory. It used its countless limbs to break apart the chains holding it in place, revealing its massive form to all in attendance. Multiple seals littered the monstrosity's body with nails still piercing its body. And with its power being so weak compared to its prime, a being so far weaker than it, like Oryx, could gaze upon this form without going complete insane. So as it focused its attention on Oryx, he felt true fear. The abomination before him is like nothing he has ever seen. He even flinched when he saw one of the faces on its body scream in unparalleled pain. This thing is as disgusting as it is powerful. That statement was proven true a moment later when the monster dashed at him, and before he could react, the being was already before him and about to disintegrate him with a swipe of its hand, but was intercepted by a large black dragon. The 2 titans towered above Oryx as they struggled to overpower the other. This ended when Trihexa won and threw the dragon away. It then completely ignored Oryx as set its sights upon the stronger prey. Salivating at the scent of Elatrian's power. Elatrian then readied himself for the fight of his life, as this will truly be the last real battle he will ever face. At this moment it is either sink or swim. Do or die. It is time for Armageddon. A battle between beasts has begun. The chaotic power of Trihexa only grew every moment as this battle went on. Trying as hard as it could to return to its true power and utterly violate the overgrown lizard that would dare to stand against chaos itself. And as it traded blows with the Elatrian, it became more and more enraged and frantic. The Emperor Beast has never truly fought someone before. As the only ones that can are Ophis, Great Red, and the Creator. So doing battle with another creature has never crossed the mind of the beast. I mean, even when the Creator appeared in this void, he did not fight Trihexa. He only placed all of those seals on it when it was asleep and trying to gather power. As such, the beast has never even seen the concept of fighting nor met an equal. That is why this enraged the beast so. Who did this lowly reptile think he was to stand before it and defy them? Such a foolish, utterly stupid, act will lead to the end of this black dragon and after him, the universe. Elatrian could do nothing but to block, counter, and evade. He has only heard stories of the monster he was now facing, and they did not do this thing justice. Even now, even with how weakened this abomination is, it is overpowering him with ease. And as he was forced to block a swipe from the arm of this thing, he could tell that it was getting stronger by the second. If he was asked how weakened is this beast truly, Elatrian would reply that Trihexa only currently possess around 5% of its true strength. A ridiculous but true statement. With that said, it is even more ridiculous that Trihexa has the fastest regeneration that Elatrian has ever seen, even surpassing that of his lord. The beast's 7 cores do not help either. Elatrian thought about all of this as his opponent got stronger and stronger, forcing him to dodge more strikes and counter fewer blows, showing that Trihexa has truly gained the upper hand. How about we change that? Trihexa launched a volley of chaotic attacks that ripped through space itself and instantly hit Elatrian. Giving him no time to recover, the beast used its seemingly endless centipede-like tail and wrapped it around the black dragon, crushing Elatrian and keeping him in place. Then it latched its mouth around Elatrian's shoulder and bit down, causing the dragon to roar out in pain. Trihexa then teared off a large chunk of dragon's shoulder and eating it right in front of him, licking its maw with its tongue as it savored its first meal, devouring some of Alatran's power. It failed to notice that Elatrian began to glow, and by the time it did, it was far too late. The ultimate move of Elatrian slammed into the unsuspecting beast, heavily wounding the beast and further sealing its power. A key factor, as Trihexa regaining any more power would lead to his imminent demise. The beast gained distance between the two of them as it looked at Elatrian in a new light. It would no longer play around. The overgrown lizard's priority rate has risen in the eyes of Trihexa. Wanting to finish this farce before the lizard could pull another trick like that, Trihexa rushed at him with speed massively faster than light. Escalating intercepted the beast with a massive blast of fire that caused the beast to release a unholy screech. He followed up by drooping the temperature around the beast in such a manner that it created a flash freeze-like effect, freezing the beast solid, allowing Escalating to breath out in relief. He did not expect that to work, but looking at the frozen monstrosity before him, it did indeed work. At least that was until he felt something truly horrific. He felt Trihexa's power drastically increase. The cause was simple really. Trihexa is the embodiment of chaos, meaning that all of the chaos in this universe has come about thanks to it. As such, it can reclaim it, making him have an almost inexhaustible source of energy. As such, it thawed its body with relative ease, setting its eyes upon Escalating once again with a newfound sense of clarity in its eyes. It then built up its energy as reality quaked in dread. The pure chaotic nature of its energy causing for the very laws of the universe to be warped and twisted to its will as the large ball of energy formed above its mouth. That purple ball of energy then began to shrink down to a small size before Trihexa ate it whole. This action seemed to bear no fruit until its body began to burst and swell until it could no longer contain the power it swallowed and released it from its mouth in a massive wave of pure chaos heading straight towards Escalating. The black dragon could do nothing, having used most of his energy when using Eschaton judgment, and that attack before him is unprecedented in its destructive power. But in the end he still put up a fight, making a barrier out of all of the elements to hopefully save himself even if the odds are against him. When the chaos hit the barrier, it almost instantly broke it. Escalating would have died in a split second, but is only alive now thanks to a humanoid figure appearing slightly in front of him. That figure is none other than Vala Lucifer, who used the ability Reflect to reinforce the barrier made by Escalating, sending some of the attack backwards in the chaotic current and causing a chain reaction that ended the attack sent by Trihexa. The beast was then counter-attacked by the hottest flame in existence that slammed into its back, courtesy of the Red Dragon Emperor, who then retreated and appeared by Escalating and Valley. All of this caused Escalating to grin while looking over the changes in the two. The new sword that Valley now wields causes even him to be cautious, and this new entity that is combination of Sukuna and Drake is simply astounding, as he understands what they have become. Both of you sure have grown. Sadly, we have no time to catch up. We have work to do. The other two nodded at the words of Escalating. This opponent is no joke. But with the power of the Ciro, Primera, and Segunda Espada, they have faith in their survival. They are the top 3 strongest in Aizen's army, and they will not disgrace their lord with a pitiful defeat. They will claim victory. Ah! A majestic voice sang. That lovely voice, however, did not belong to a peerless beauty as some would think. Instead, the voice comes from a monstrosity. The once loving and caring mother has been reduced to a mindless beast seeking to take revenge on the death of her last faithful child. The man indirectly responsible for her child's death is before, floating in the air with a thin smile on his face, his eyes looking beyond her, into the future. Aizen Sosuke stands before the mother, already having formulated thousands of plans to defeat her. What a lovely voice, Aizen remarked. With those words, Aizen thought about his current foe. The primordial mother would have truly been a good candidate for his Espada, her power surpassing his current self, even if by a small margin thanks to the power he gained from Alucard. It's just too bad that she had already descended into madness before he arrived. Otherwise she would have made the perfect queen. Well, he already has a better candidate, so there is no use crying about it. With his inner monologue over with, Aizen refocused his attention on the beast as she began to corrupt the world he created and turned her surroundings into a black mud-like substance. The sea of life then began mass-producing the beings known as Lamu. Aizen looked at these bugs in disgust as they swarmed and surged in his direction. In response, he merely raised his hand and released Hado number 63. The lightning attack easily passing through them and charring them until nothing of them remained. The lightning attack continued before reaching Tiamat herself. In her mindless state, she did nothing to block the attack, and she did not need to. It did little damage to her, and what it did was healed in an instant. I see, was all Aizen said. Tiamat then made a move herself, showing off speed that most would consider impossible for her size. However, a human is faster than an ant. So when she appeared before Aizen in a split second, he was not surprised nor fearful. As Tiamat snapped her head and bit down on where he was standing, he suddenly appeared right next to her head, his speed clearly outclassing hers as he placed his hand on her jaw as he spoke. Hado number 88. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. At such a close range she could not dodge, and the thunder cannon slammed into her head, discombobulating her as she reared back in pain. This giving Aizen enough time to quickly speak the full incantation of Hado number 91 by speeding up his speech with time magic. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, diseased treasure, great wheel, grey fortress tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiho. The blackish-purple beams of light traversed the distance between Aizen and Tiamat. Even she, in her mindless state, could understand the danger they possess. So on pure instinct alone she activated one of her skills as a white barrier is released from her body. When the beams of light hit this barrier they turned to dust and faded away. This being caused by the fact that this skill denies all established forms of life, and because Aizen's attacks are made using his spiritual pressure, it is also contented as an established life form. The Tiamat counter-attacked by gathering energy in her mouth and launching a large red beam of pure genesis at Aizen, who blocked by using Bakudo number 81. Splitting void. However, he was still pushed back a few meters and his barrier has multiple cracks in it. Dispelling the barrier, Aizen watched as Tiamat rushed at him. He summoned his katana and met her with an expulsion of force. He was quickly pushed back by her overwhelming strength as she followed up by slashing her tail at him, which he quickly dodged. The fight continued like this as Aizen used his superior speed to put out more attacks and Tiamat used her superior strength and endurance to strike at opportune moments that would force Aizen to block. As even with his Tuki he is unable to overcome her strength. So Aizen was forced to use his superior intellect to overcome her. This being why he stayed in one stop for a second too long and allowed himself to get smacked out of the air by Tiamat, who instantly capitalized on this and pinned him down and corrupted the ground around him, making the sea of life and controlling it to submerge Aizen within it and turn him into one of her children. However, what he wanted was for her to be this close to him, as now he could use a certain Heido. So when he was fully encompassed within the liquid, Tiamat became surprised as reality itself heated up as purple flames began to be created while being followed by the words of Aizen. Heido number 96. Ito Keiso. As he said those words he sacrificed his left arm. The arm then cracked as a large blade of dark purple flames was created in an instant, cutting through reality itself as it cleanly sliced Tiamat in half and released him from his self-induced prison. With him being freed he looked upon Tiamat, who withered in pain from being cut in two, slowly healing and reforming, but Aizen would not allow it, clasping his hands together in a hand sign as he spoke once more. Bakudo number 99, Part 1. Forbid. With one of the strongest sealing techniques being spoken, spiritual fabric formed and wrapped Tiamat's arms together around her chest, with the bindings continuing onto the ground around her, forming a X shape with iron stakes pinning her to the ground. Normally this would allow for no escape, but Tiamat is definitely not normal, as she could easily get out of these bindings if she used her barrier. However, she cannot, as she is still focusing on healing herself. Instead she began to corrupt the ground and the bindings themselves with her sea of life, and with enough time her escape is certain. That mud is truly annoying. Well, two can play this game, Aizen stated. He then stuck his hands into the ground as he spoke. Bakudo number 99, Part 2. Constriction ban. Then, as if to give Tiamat a taste of her own medicine, Aizen transfigured the surroundings into a white fabric. Even the sea of life was changed into this fabric as Tiamat was completely encased and sealed by it, unable to escape as she was still focusing on healing. With that over with and Tiamat completely sealed, Aizen raised his hand towards the sky and lifted his pointer finger towards the heavens. A dark aura surrounding him as a great pressure crashed down on reality. The crest of turmoil swells. The vessel of madness grows insolent. They boil, they deny, they become numb, they blink and they impede slumber. The princess of iron crawls. The mud doll ceaselessly destroys itself. Gather. Scatter. Become nothing and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. With the new incantation complete, a black coffin is imprinted upon creation. The one inside is then subjugated to gravity that is now powerful enough to warp existence itself, as she is instantly reduced to nothing. A painless death. With the battle over with, Aizen does not look any bit tried. Thanks to the power of the Hogyoku, he has infinite stamina and will never get tried unless he is injured beyond his power to regenerate. He then uses his clairvoyance to make sure that she is truly dead and finds that she is and is not at the same time. Her body has been destroyed, but she birthed the concept of life. She cannot truly die until all life is dead, meaning that she will soon be reborn. Something that Aizen will not allow. He summons his sword and holds it close to his chest. Ban. Aizen started but was interrupted by a royal and prideful voice from behind him. You should stop there, mongrel. If I wanted her dead I would have done it a long time ago. Aizen turned around and came face to face with the Golden King himself. The crimson-eyed man is smirking with a set of full gold armor on. His golden hair is slicked back and he is wearing gold earrings. Welcome to my world. I'm afraid it is not in the best shape, but it still stands. Aizen greeted while motioning to the destruction his fight with Tiamat caused. Humph. You would welcome a king such as I. Such pointlessness. I am welcome everywhere as everything is a part of my garden. Gilgamesh stated as if it was a fact. Gilgamesh then tapped his chin as a golden portal opened by Aizen's feet. Out of that portal dropped out the head of Jack the Ripper. Even glorified sewer rats like that one. Though for a sewer rat he did keep me quite entertained. He laughed. Aizen looked down at the head of his former Espada with no reaction. He sent Jack there knowing that he would die. It changes little in the end. I see. How disappointing. Aizen spoke with no indication that he is disappointed. While he spoke, Gilgamesh felt Aizen's new power and gave out an excited grin. Yes, this is what he wanted. Finally a foe that can give him an actual fight. Enough about that. It's time for you to show me if you truly have what it takes to surpass even me. Though I highly doubt such a feat is possible. Proclaimed Gilgamesh. Multiple gold portals opened behind him as dozens of legendary weapons poked out of the king's treasury as they glowed golden with power of the king. Let's begin. I am tired of waiting. The Battle of Kings has begun. Both Murden and Morgan dreaded meeting her again. The Lady of the Lake. The alternate good personality of Morgan. Yet even for being the so-called good side she is just as terrifying and formidable as Morgan. As the only real difference between the two of them is that Vivian can have, express, and comprehend emotion. You could call her Morgan's heart. Her personality can be described as a sadist. As she takes pleasure in breaking people down and then building them back up into better individuals. Her favorite and most notable student being the greatest knight, Lancelot. Showing her skill as a teacher regardless of her ways. And now Morgan must meet her other half for the first time in a millennia. While Murden now has to willingly return to what can only be called a Yandere. I mean, she really said, if I can't have him then no one can, and locked him away from all other women. That is a textbook case right there. What is that saying that mortals say nowadays? They always come running back. Either way, that describes the situation perfectly. A haughty voice spoke out within the dimension. That dimension being a world filled with water. A majestic white tower floated in the sky as a woman with white hair and blue eyes looked down upon Morgan and Murden. Her appearance being the exact same as Morgan herself, but looking at her you could see the difference immediately thanks to mirthful smirk that played at her lips. How arrogant of you to enter Avalon without permission. Especially you, Merlin. Not only did you escape my prison but you destroyed the replica of this dimension, my world. Then again I should have expected it with how inconsiderate you are. Vivian spoke with a frown. Murden trembled at her words. He can now understand and reciprocate her love, but it might be too late. Either way they have a job to do. That is why Morgan stepped forward and spoke. We have all made mistakes but can no longer let pride get in the way. We must use the spear and the sword to destroy Trihexa once and for all before it regains enough power to destroy us all. She yelled. Trying to appeal to her morality. However, all she got was a hollow laugh in response. You mean that beast that your king released? Vivian spat out her accusation. Then with a snap of her fingers multiple screens appeared that showed multiple different worlds. All of them being the locations for the different factions, and all of them show no signs of life. Everyone is gone. Every single one of them has fled this universe in order to survive the war that Aizen wages. The fallen angels were the first. Followed by the Celtics and then the Shinto. Then everyone else. I alone remain. Vivian exclaimed. Her words are filled with all of sadness she feels. As a fairy she was meant to protect the world, and without the factions the age of the gods will soon end. Removing her ability to protect the world. Not that she could do anything when the King of Heroes and Jack the Ripper destroyed a good portion of the world in a dogfight between an ancient Babylonian ship and a divine F-15 fighter jet. It did look pretty cool though. In response to her words it was not Morgan that spoke but Murden. Releasing the beast was a calculated decision made by Lord Aizen. The beast has been causing wars and corrupting the universe. If Trihexa was allowing to remain uncontested when Aizen fights Gilgamesh, then there is no telling what destruction brought about by the power it would gain from all the chaos. Murden tried to reason. Morgan can tell that her other half considered this. So she followed up with her own statement. Lord Aizen even took the time to warn the factions of interfering in his plans. At least they are still alive and can return later to continue the age of the gods. This world will survive but only if you work with us. Vivian frowned thoughtfully at her other half's words. She knows that Aizen never goes back on his word. As he always speaks in ways that allow him to bend the truth. But if she could possibly save this world from certain destruction then. No. The two before her have many problems. Even if they now walk down the road of redemption, that path is a long one. But what if she sped that up? Fine then. She pointed her hand at them as the water latched onto them. Binding them and dragging them beneath. You shall prove yourself by facing your demons. If you can best them, then I will do as you say. The two woke up in two entirely different places, yet entirely the same places. This location being the Hill of Camlin. Morgan's hill being made out of white grass and a clear sky. She looked around before spotting her demon. You are not worthy to be king. The words flowed out of the mouth of the long-haired blonde. Her sister stood before her. The one chosen to be king, even though it was her birthright as the firstborn. Yet the one before her is different than the one she remembers. In the place of her petite sister is a well-endowed woman who radiates a holy power. In her hands is none other than the lance that shines to the end of the worlds. The lance she is here for. On Murden's side he appeared in hill desecrated with blood and bodies. The knights of the Round Table all dead as the sky is covered by dark clouds. This is all your fault, Merlin. I am the consequences of your failures. A bitter voice mocked him. Looking further up the hill he could see a sight that filled him with dread and realization. Before him stood none other than the one he trained and molded into the perfect king that Britain needed. However, this one possessed bleached hair and yellow eyes. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory, has been tainted in her hands. Becoming a sword benefiting a tyrant. What have you become? Murden voiced out in shock. The tainted king scowled as she stabbed her sword into the ground. I am what you made me. Two lances met with a clash of power. The Espada using everything she has to defeat this foe, but it is all pointless. This version of Artoria that stands before her outclasses her in everything. Strength, speed, endurance, mana, and even luck. A all-around superior individual. It's all pointless, Morgan. I am the only person worthy to be the king. You are nothing before my perfection. Her sister spoke in an emotionless tone. Morgan was then forced to back up to dodge a slash of Artoria's lance. However, the king did not stop there as suddenly appeared behind her and kicked her in the small of her back, sending her flying as she coughed up blood. She crashed into the ground as she struggled to get up. The pure power that Artoria was able to put into that attack should have been impossible for her to achieve. Morgan's power now far outclasses the original king of knights, yet this one is in a league of her own. A league that should be exclusive to the likes of Aizen. You still understand nothing. Blinded by your greed and your twisted sense of entitlement. Artoria stated as she stepped onto the back of Morgan, crushing her. Morgan screamed out in pain. This power that Artoria now possesses is truly worthy of a king. It's almost as if, before she could finish her thought, she was kicked away by Artoria. Allowing her to get up as made multiple magic circles. Sending volleys of magic attacks at Artoria, who simply walked through. A king should be unreachable to all. A omnipotent existence that presides over and judges all with a fair hand. You cannot even compete with me. Mocked Artoria. Those words caused Morgan to grit her teeth. Memories from her past flooded her mind where she wished to be able to say those exact same words. She believed that it was undoubtedly her right to be king of Camelot without contest. Then Artoria appeared before her as she wrapped her hand around Morgan's throat and lifted her into the air as she slowly began to crush her windpipe. Even now you cannot see it. A shame. If you are so incapable of seeing the truth, then die. This the punishment of your sin. Artoria said as she squeezed harder, causing Morgan to thrash around in her grasp. Unable to free herself from the grasp of the king she always wanted to be. That's why even with her throat collapsing she chuckled. Confusing the king before her. What's so funny? The king yelled. Showing emotion for the first time. Morgan raised her hands as she grasped the hand holding her up. The likes of you passing judgment on me. She spoke with ragged breaths as her hand slowly overpowered the grip that Artoria has on her. Strikes me as a bit comical. She finished as she overpowered Artoria. The omnipotent power that Artoria once held slipping away as Morgan's mind became clear. Her foolish desire for the throne not mattering anymore. The power that she wished she held no longer holding any of her focus. The real you was merely a puppet king. More of a knight than a ruler. You could never make the difficult decisions that would have led to the survival of Camelot. And I was foolish enough to think that I would be any better. Morgan proclaimed as more of Artoria's power left her. As Morgan's image of her was changed. Artoria's form changed into what Morgan remembers as she dropped her lance. Stumbling backwards to get away from Morgan. But no more. My current self has so many things to be thankful for and so many things that a foolish dream like that would take away from me. From this point forward I renounce my dream of being king. Morgan exclaimed as she finally made up her mind. Then she finally reached Artoria as the petite girl fell back. Looking up at the towering white-haired women and taking in all of her changes. Her previous cold eyes shinned with emotion as she finally accepted her heart and opening herself up to the feelings of others. I see. I truly am proud of you, sister. Artoria spoke as she stood up and hugged her sister for the first time in forever. Now go forth and experience the joys of life. I will always be with you, she said as she slowly turned into dust. That dust then flowing into Rangaminiad as it glowed with a golden light. Morgan picked it up as its power surged through her, causing her to simulate a real smile. Knowing that her sister truly did care for her and others do as well made her feel wanted. A feeling that she will never let go of. And now Morgan has faced her demons and won. Is that fear I sense from you, Merlin? Why? This is the outcome of your selfish goal. I have saved humanity from itself, Artoria remarked in a cold tone. The destroyed world around them is proof of her words. Merlin's old goal would have led to this if he got what he wanted. With how short-sighted and narrow-minded he was back then. Not being able to understand the struggles that humanity goes through for seemingly no reason at all. Hey Artoria. Me and you both understand that I was a little short dash. Be quiet. Merlin started before he was forced to dodge an overhead strike from the tyrant's blade. So what? You are getting cold feet now. Now. Artoria yelled as unleashed slash after slash of her blade at Merlin who could barely dodge them. It's not that she is stronger than him. Merlin is subconsciously desiring to face judgment for all of the mistakes he has made and the peace inside of him is responding by setting restraints on his power that even he does not know about. A twisted desire for redemption for something that can never be redeemed is his demon. Listen to me Artoria. This is not you. The real you would never have fallen to my level. Merlin tried to reason but it was futile. As this only made her more enraged. Her sword emitting a blackish-red energy that sent chills down the spine of Merlin. She then swung her sword as that same energy shoot out in an arc that forced Merlin to transfigure it into flowers with high difficulty. Look at you. You are not even a fragment of your former glory. The peerless court mage that held all of the cards is nowhere to be seen. She shouted as she slammed her sword into the ground with enough force to throw Merlin off balance. She then appeared before Merlin and swung her sword, making him dodge by pulling his upper body back but was helpless when her left arm reared back and punched him in the face, causing him to stagger back and hold his face in pain. Merlin began to realize the purpose of this. The person in front of him is not Artoria but all of his insecurities and doubts. This thing is his demon and he will only be able to defeat her if he accepts them in his heart and move forward with his new life. With those thoughts in mind and his resolve hardened he readied himself by taking a stance with his staff in hand. Artoria looked into his yellow eyes as she spoke again. Just look at what you have become. At her words Merlin responded. Look at what I have risen above. No longer shall I make the same mistakes. I cannot change the past. Nor should I. I am only Merlin Emrys, the Grand Warlock. I am no god. He yelled back, his new personality shining in full. His human emotions on full display. The tyrant only looked at this with disgust. She readied her sword as she knew this would be the last clash. She moved first as she used everything she has in her attack. When she reached him she aimed her sword to pierce his chest as she watched his movements. Merlin raised his empty left hand as she got close. Yet when she went in for the hit he only dropped his staff as her sword pierced right through his stomach. What? Artoria looked on in shock. Not expecting this outcome in the slightest. Nor did she expect for him to place his hands on her shoulder, applying no pressure whatsoever. I understand now. Thank you. I have been plagued with my regrets ever since I was summoned by Gilgamesh. Yet no more. No longer will I allow myself to be bound by my previous mistakes. Nor will I cast them aside. His words were soft, as if a father was speaking to his children. I will not try to bury you deep within my mind or allow myself to hurt those around me because of my past. Thus from this day forward I will accept it all. My humanity. My demonic blood. My past. From now until the end of time I will live in the present. Merlin proclaimed. In response to his mental state the area around them changed into what Camlin originally looked like. The corrupted version of Artoria faded into dust as she too went into her weapon. The black Excalibur shined with horrifying power as Merlin grabbed the blade, accepting it with open arms. He then chuckled as the world faded away and he appeared where he started, with Morgan by his side and Rangaminiad in her hand. Vivian looked upon them with reluctant acceptance. They have passed her test and she has no other option anyway. So she appearing before Morgan and held out her hand. I don't know what will happen after this. Just promise me that you will save this world. Vivian pleaded. Her nature is fairy still shining through and soon Morgan will regain this feature as well. Morgan raised her hand and grabbed Vivian's, both of them shined in a blue light as they became one being. Their power doubling as the two finally became one, allowing for Morgan's true potential to be unleashed. Merlin gave an uneasy simile to this new Morgan as he spoke. How are you, Morgan? By the amused smile she gave him she was definitely all right. Thrilled. It's been so long since I felt this, complete. Now come. We have to help those four. She said as she simply ripped open space and made a portal. Murden let out a relived sigh at her words, but that changed by her next words. Do not expect me to forgive you so easily, Murden. When this is all over you will face my wrath for what you did to me all that time ago. Her sadistic smile sent shivers down his spine. Honestly, why did he have to fall in love with such a domineering woman? Who knows what type of punishment she may have in store? Yet still he would not have it any other way. As long as she is by his side. Nothing else matters. The unholy scream pierced reality as the beast's mere presence began to erode time and space. Its power continued to rise as the void cracked and fractured from its movements alone. The apocalyptic beast not holding anything back as it fights off the four pests that pointlessly stand against it. The beast of comparison has joined the fray and copied the form and powers of the apocalypse. Using its powers against it to help out his fellow Espada. And with 4 people against Trihexa, it is getting backed into a corner as Keth is taking in 40% of the power that he would be gaining passively. With the Creator's seals, Eschaton Judgment, and Kath limiting its power, it can do little to nothing as the giant red dragon bites down on its exoskeleton and cracks it. Valley, in his Diablo's dragon ascension form, follows up by stabbing Azrael into the opening and twisting it as he divides its power. The beast screeches once again as it moves around erratically, forcing Valley off of him from the pure force alone. The beast then began making weird sounds. Kind of like a newborn baby using its voice for the first time, just way more demonic. Then when it finally gained some sort of semblance of how its voice worked, it spoke. The Espada became surprised at this turn of events. I need more power, the beast declared. It then built up its power around it as it roared and released it, hitting all of the Espada as they began to erode. Their respective healing factors kicked in as they withered in pain. It then used its senses and searched for the closest cluster of chaos. When it did, the beast willed for space to open, creating a portal, and fled from the void, escaping out into the universe in a solar system far away from Earth. With stars and planets surrounding it, the beast looked around in awe, having never seen such a sight before. However, it quickly remembered its objective. It appeared before a planet filled with intelligent lifeforms and flooded it with its power, causing the planet's inhabitants to commit unspeakable acts that would cause even the evilest of entities to feel disgusted. When this was finished, the beast ate the planet in one bite, returning to 10% of its true power. Its intellect rose as it planned for the arrival of the Espada, its chaotic mind working faster than it ever has. So when the Espada finally caught up to the beast, they looked on in astonishment, as before them was not the centipede-like creature they were just fighting but a humanoid. Amazing. This universe is truly amazing. You four are truly amazing. I hate that. So I will destroy you all. A foreboding voice escaped the mouth of the beast. After devouring that planet, it gained everything from it. Its past, present, and future were eaten by the beast, allowing the beast to experience living an infinite amount of lifetimes. It then quickly formed an intelligence and changed its form into something easier to manage. Its new form takes the appearance of a genderless human that is slightly on the feminine side, possessing long platinum blue hair and gold eyes that swirled with madness. It even made clothes. And before the Espada could react, Trihexa appeared before Kath. You are bothering me, the beast spoke before launching a punch that sent Kath crashing into a nearby planet. Realizing that Trihexa's new power is beyond them, they knew not to act rashly. And when Trihexa turned towards them, the dragons pounced on him. The domination dragon and Elatrian breathed an inferno of fire right at the beast. Trihexa raised its hand and devoured the attacks, but then Valley appeared behind him and sliced him multiple times with Azrael before retreating. The beast healed its wounds in record time as it smirked at Valley. I'm going to enjoy this, it promised as it warped and appeared before Valley. Expecting this, Valley sent out multiple slashes with his sword, but the beast dodged them all before countering with a kick to Valley's midsection, causing him to double over in pain. Trihexa then grabbed his head and slammed it into its knee, almost crushing Valley's skull. It then warped away as Kath appeared in his true form and slashed at his last location. Back for more, faker. I thought I properly demonstrated the difference between the real deal and a pale imitation. I apologize, let me rectify that, said Trihexa as it grinned ferally. It then raised its hand as the space before him disappeared, forming what is known as a black hole. Swallow him whole, my collapsing star, it called out as an extremely powerful attractive force began to pull Kath in. To stop himself from being pulled in, Kath used his claws to tear into space, but even this was not enough as he continued being pulled in. He would truly die if he got sucked up into that black hole, this fact pushing him to try harder to stay away from it. It's pointless, foolish creature. A black hole is a void made manifest in creation, a natural end of all things, the beast mocked. As Kath got closer and closer to the black hole, the beast watched more and more intently. This focus caused it to be blindsided when the red dragon appeared behind it with their jaw already poised to bite into the beast. Trihexa only had enough time to raise its hands and hold the jaws back with physical strength alone, and without his focus the black hole dispelled, saving Kath. The beast tried its hardest to push back the red dragon's teeth, but the jaw is the strongest part of the body, making that a tall order. Vale took advantage of Trihexa's state and stabbed it in the chest with his sword, causing the beast to cough up blood as it looked into the golden eyes of the white dragon emperor. The blade then shinned in a whitish-black light that caused Trihexa to widen its eyes in fear. "Will you sever thy wings, Azrael?" Vale yelled the true name of the noble phantasm as he inflicted the concept of death upon Trihexa, causing the beast's soul to be truly destroyed. The body went limp as the red dragon's jaws came crashing down, crushing the body before they ate it, ending the one known as Trihexa. "I am never doing that again," Vale declared as he sighed in exasperation. His words were followed by a deep chuckle. "I am with you when you are right, partner. After all this is over, we should go on a vacation. I heard Hawaii is amazing this time of year. Just imagine all of the beautiful women," Albion recommended before trailing off at the end. His words caused Elatrian to laugh. It's a strange sight to see a dragon attracted to humanoids, but spending so much time with human hosts did change Albion. Not that the white dragon cares anymore. "Sounds good. Hey Sukuna." "Sukuna." Vale addressed the red dragon but got no response. Looking at the dragon that currently stands at the height of Elatrian, they could see that his eyes have rolled up into its head and a purple glowing light showed from his stomach. That light continued to get brighter until a spike pierced through the dragon. The spike then ripped open the dragon's stomach as a figure pulled itself out of the dragon. This figure looks nothing like Trihexa's two previous forms. "Is that really Trihexa?" Elatrian voiced his confusion. The beast's new form is otherworldly, a figure taken straight from an eldritch horror. The beast then released a wave of power that encompassed them in a split second, seemingly doing nothing at first, but when Vale went to take a step forward, he suddenly found himself standing in a completely random space. This continued as the beast suddenly appeared before Kath, but when he tried to back up he actually stepped forward, allowing the beast to stab him with its clawed hand, causing Kath to yell out in pain. Before any of this chaos could continue, a portal opened up above them as a figure dressed in black descended upon them. That figure then yelled out, "Garden of Avalon," and with that, the universe made sense once again as Vale warped before the beast and blasted it with a ray of energy, sending the beast back. "Yo. I am Murden Emery's, a fellow Espada. I and Morgan are here to help finish this up." Murden introduced himself. Elatrian nodded as he responded, "Greetings, but would you inform us of what just happened?" The warlock nodded and pointed at the beast. "You did well in destroying Trihexa's soul, but his body remained, even with how much the red dragon damaged it. And because his body is still here, it still absorbed the chaos in the universe, and without a soul to direct the energy it turned into this." Murden explained quickly, knowing that now is not the time for games. What happened just a moment ago was the beast releasing pure chaos into reality, making things not make sense as this space no longer has any rules. That is why I deployed my garden to negate this effect. Murden finished. The other Espada nodded in understanding, even the red dragon as he finished healing from his wounds. "So how do we beat it?" asked Kath. Morgan answered as she raised her white lance. "We must completely eradicate that thing's body until it can no longer receive energy. Only then will we win." After she spoke, the beast appeared before the group as it shot a beam of chaos out of its mouth-like hole. This beam was then cut in half by Murden, who followed up, charging ahead and slashing at the beast, cutting into its flesh before he backed to avoid the counterattack. Morgan then appeared behind the beast and stabbed it with her lance, making the beast screech in pain. She then held it in place as the red dragon positioned himself in front of them. Welsh Dragon Flare. The dragon roared as it released a beam of highly concentrated flames of the highest caliber, hitting the beast and burning it as it continued to scream out in pain. Morgan then had to retreat as the flames became too much for even her to take. When the attack ended, the beast was scorched all over but began to heal fast. That is why Elatrian then attacked. Escalating Judgment, unleashing his final attack once again as he sealed up more of the beast's power. He then released a torrent of elements from his mouth in a breath attack that damaged the beast further and launched it back into the planet, destroying most of the said planet. The beast then regained its footing as it roared out, only to be met with both Morgan and Murden, who attacked without mercy. The sword made multiple slash wounds on its body and the lance pierced its body in quick succession. Then they backed up as Vale appeared above them and performed a downward slash with his sword as he spoke. "One more time, Azrael," he yelled as he cut the beast in two. Using this chance, both Morgan and Murden charged up their respective weapons. The witch pointed her lance at the sky as she chanted, "Light, may you be released from the ends of the world. Split the heavens and tether the earth, anchor of the storm. Rangaminiad." As she finished, a large golden lance formed behind her as it was launched toward the beast. The warlock held his corrupted sword above his head as he chanted, "Take my sins and go forth, Excalibur. Morgan." He then brought his sword down and it released a large beam of black and red energy toward the beast. Both of the attacks hit at the same time as the beast screamed out. Not being able to comprehend something like self-preservation did nothing as it was destroyed to the last atom, ending the embodiment of chaos once and for all, bringing about the beginning of order. "How could you possibly hope to defeat me, mongrel? Even with all of those plans of yours, you cannot overcome absolute power," the King of Heroes proclaimed. Within the underworld, the only true battle for supremacy has begun. Thousands of blades fly through the air as a figure is seen deflecting and avoiding them with practiced ease. However, this feat is quite spectacular as these blades are moving faster than most could dream of, arriving at their destinations in no time at all. The cause of this attack is a golden king who has yet to move even once, only standing there with his arms crossed over his chest. His crimson eyes watch Aizen's actions intently as he smirks in satisfaction, even as he mocks the subject of his attention. Aizen ducks and weaves around the blades as he gets closer and closer to Gilgamesh. His power, even while being in a separate dimension, pours out into reality as he destroys the unavoidable weapons with his aura alone. "Hope. Do not think so highly of yourself. Your defeat was promised at the moment of my birth." Aizen spoke calmly even as he faced thousands of blades. Gilgamesh ground his teeth at the insult as more golden portals opened up behind him. The formidable power of the Gate of Babylon was showcased in full as the sky became covered in gold. "How arrogant of you, mongrel," he yelled as hundreds of thousands of blades rained down on the underworld. Witnessing this show of power, Aizen merely smirked. Releasing his Tuki, he surrounded himself with his unlimited life force and blitzed right through this barrage as most of the blades got destroyed on contact with him, but the ones that didn't would meet his blade. He then arrived before the king, who only bothered to look at him out of the corner of his eye. The Transcendent Being then swung his blade at Gilgamesh, but a golden portal appeared and a sword blocked his own. "Do not think so highly of myself. How amusing." The king smirked as portals opened up around Aizen. These portals then released numerous blades that pierced the mastermind, causing him to cough up blood. This only caused Aizen to chuckle as in the next moment reality warped. Now Aizen appeared on the other side of Gilgamesh and the blades passes through the air unhindered. This time Gilgamesh was forced to act as summoned Durandal from his gate and blocked Aizen's sword. "The power of the Hogyoku. To force your desires on reality in my presence is the height of foolishness. I think it is time for me to show you your place, mongrel," Gilgamesh yelled as his left hand glowed in gold light. Seeing this, Aizen tried to retreat but was unable to as Gilgamesh appeared before him and sliced him with the peerless sword. The wound healed instantly as Aizen was forced to block another strike from Gilgamesh that forced him back. It was then when Aizen backpedaled that Gilgamesh struck. Using speed that surpasses time-space, he appeared next to Aizen and grabbed him by the face with his left arm. The golden energy started to melt Aizen's flesh as he yelled out in pain. The king then threw him back toward the underworld like a baseball. When Aizen crashed into the planet, he held his face in pain as it healed. However, he was interrupted when he sensed the gathering of a large amount of holy energy above him. He looked up as he witnessed a large golden portal form above him. That portal then gathered tons of holy energy at an extraordinary rate. So extraordinary that Aizen had no time to react as he was suddenly smited by the King of Heaven, the gigantic pillar of divine light descending upon hell and cleansing all. The already destroyed planet being destroyed further, leaving behind asteroids and very small moons. The King of Heroes looked down upon his work intently as he waited for any sign of Aizen. This action proved worthwhile as the Transcendent King suddenly charged straight for him with no sign of injuries. Meeting Aizen with another attack, he opens 5 gold portals that send out various blades to the manipulator. However, these blades never reach Aizen as they are stopped by an invisible force, allowing Aizen to continue unhindered on his path toward the king. When he arrives, they clash swords as reality is destroyed around them. The entire dimension begins to collapse from their physical prowess alone. This standoff could not continue forever as Aizen's blade glows with golden light and his strength increases tenfold. This golden light and the invisible force from before originated from the power of the Lion King that Aizen absorbed. Gilgamesh realizes this when he loses their first physical confrontation and is forced back, a slight that the king could not ignore. But as the king was about to summon his high-tier noble phantasms, he was stopped in place. The king's perception of time stopped as Aizen's eyes glowed yellow, allowing all to see the activation of Forbidden Baylor View. But this trick would not last long, however. That is why Aizen would not hold back in his assault. Instantly casting his most powerful Heido, Goryu Tenmitsu, he created 5 red dragons made out of pure destruction as they raced toward the King of Heroes. wrapping themselves around Gilgamesh and exploding with enough force to completely destroy this dimension, leaving Aizen in an empty void-like space. His only company being an enraged king of heroes warped a few meters before Aizen and stood there with no injuries. He then released his golden aura and let it wash over the empty space, forcing Aizen to unleash his own power, causing the two energies to push against each other and fight for dominance. I have had enough of these petty tricks, Aizen. I will crush you here and now. I will show you why I alone am the king, Gilgamesh promised. The king's power then shifted as he easily overpowered Aizen and forced him to kneel. Appearing before the Transcendent, Gilgamesh grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up, applying pressure to his neck as he broke it. Yet in the next instant, Aizen healed and looked down at the king as he glared back menacingly. I am the king. I embody the very concept of it. As long as people look up to someone, I will always be omnipotent. You will never surpass me, nor can you. I have enjoyed this farce for long enough. You no longer serve you, so this is your end, Sosuke Aizen, Gilgamesh revealed. Yet as he looked up at Aizen, he did not see fear or any form of struggle. The only thing Aizen did was smirk at him like he held all of the cards here, not him. It was too late when he realized why. Even as he released Aizen and tired to get as far away as possible. The cause of the king's fright is one word. One word that will change the tide of this battle drastically. Ban, Kai. Ban. Kai. With that word, the entire multiverse came to a halt. An unequaled power swept through creation without discrimination. This forbidden power only had one goal when it searched for its target. To Gilgamesh, it could not have been quicker as it converged on him at an astonishing rate, latching onto him and binding itself to him, uncaring for any resistance that he provided, seeping into the depths of his soul and stripping from him a power that he knew all of his life. The power of a king and all it entails, making him descend from his status of omnipotence. When its work was finished, it left without a trace, any indication of its existence disappearing with it. The only reminder of its effects is the hollowness that Gilgamesh feels, having to drop to one knee to familiarize himself with his new state, looking across from him at the brown-haired man who only stared at him intently, eager to see if it worked on the king or not. The man most likely thought of millions of contingency plans in case the latter proved true. However, he stopped when he witnessed the look in the king's eyes. That is more than enough proof for him. What's with that look, King of Kings? You should not be so shaken. All I have done is even the playing field. Your power was simply too much for me, so I used my own greatest power and brought you down to my level, Aizen explained. Gilgamesh grit his teeth in anger as he gripped the void around them with enough force to bend it. The power of my Bankai is unrivaled. But because of that, the price for its activation is a steep one indeed. When I was still a captain, I could not use it without risk of permanent reduction of my spiritual pressure. That is why you never learned of it when you viewed my past. You wrote it off as me being too prideful to even use it. It is because of this fact that you are in this situation now, Aizen continued. By now the king of heroes calmed down. He realized that anger would get him nowhere, and only with a clear head would he be able to defeat Aizen without using that. That has changed now. Well, it changed quite some time ago. When I first gained infinite power from the Hogyoku, I no longer had to worry about the repercussions. The power of my Bankai being available to me, the ability to force one law upon creation. This law would be more real than anything else and is quite irreversible. Aizen finished explaining. The wedge of heaven stood up straight as he faced his adversary. His power now is roughly similar to Aizen. He chuckled knowing that Aizen made it that way on purpose. The man's desire to face an equal at least once in his life shining through. How interesting. I truly did underestimate you, Aizen Sosuke. To be able to strip me of the concept of kingship is no ordinary feat. Not even Enkidu could do such a thing. Now, let's continue where we left off. I grow tired of this needless chatter, Gilgamesh ordered. With those words, the king summoned one of his most powerful noble phantasms. Enki, Sword of the End. The pair of golden twin blades resting in his hands as he takes a more direct approach. His pride no longer clouded his judgment. He will show Aizen why he is called the King of Heroes. Aizen is the same as he holds his sword in a perfect stance. Hundreds of years of training in Zangetsu not going to waste as both of the powerful beings watch one another, waiting for a moment of weakness in the other that they can use. Thousands of simulations play out in their heads. Each one ends and starts differently with many losses and victories on either side. This event comes to a close when Gilgamesh rushes forward with malicious intent, his blades poised to strike down his foe. Upon arrival, he swings his left blade toward Aizen's sternum, which is dodged with ease, allowing Aizen to block Gilgamesh's right blade as it made its way toward his temple. However, this is what Gilgamesh wanted as his right foot strikes Aizen's left hip. This caused Aizen to rotate involuntarily, forcing him to block when the right blade strikes once again, giving Gilgamesh an opening that he did not overlook, slashing Aizen's back with the left blade but allowing Aizen to elbow him in the face at the same time. Both of them retreat to gain some distance. No words were spoken as Aizen re-entered the fight, appearing above Gilgamesh as he performs a downward slash that Gilgamesh blocks with both of his blades in an X formation. This gives Aizen the chance to point his left hand right at Gilgamesh's face. Kido number 54. Heian Aizen incants as flames are released from his hands. Gilgamesh blocks this attack by summoning a portal behind him that releases a sword at Aizen, going right through the fireball and forcing Aizen to jump back to avoid it. The power of the sword was high enough to get past his projectile resistance. Capitalizing on this, Gilgamesh moves forward and slashes at the feet of the airborne Aizen, forcing him to use his blade to swat away Enki, but this leaves him defenseless as 4 portals open above him and rain down noble phantasms upon him. To block these blades he creates a green barrier called El Escudo. This barrier protects him even as it cracks under the force of the noble phantasms. Still, it completed its purpose as Aizen gets away from Gilgamesh safely. Not letting him go so easily, Gilgamesh connects the ends of his twin blades and forms a bow as a string of golden light forms. The king creates and releases multiple arrows that fly toward his opponent with surprising speed. So surprising that Aizen cannot defect them all as one pierces through his left shoulder, giving Gilgamesh enough time to appear before him as he finishes pulling the arrow out of his shoulder. Yet as Gilgamesh swung his blades he was interrupted by another spell. Kido number 31. Shikaho, the cannon of red light, hits Gilgamesh and sends him back. The king merely pats away the dust on his armor when he stops. Such a low-level Kido does not have nearly enough power to cause any true damage. They only have value in creating openings for him to take advantage of. The battle continued with Aizen dodging multiple weapons and arriving before Gilgamesh with a show of speed. His sword clashes with the sword of the end as he uses his pure skill in the art of swordsmanship to perfectly counter and dodges the 2 blades, until Gilgamesh backs up. Looking on curiously, Aizen sees how another Gilgamesh appears behind him. Not just one but thousands of him enter this universe. Every one of them originates from parallel universes that Aizen does not exist in. I mean, how could they not join in on the fun? Looking back towards the original Gilgamesh, he mocks him. To think he would resort to tricks like this. He trailed off. I apologize, but you only exist in this universe. When they felt the concept of kingship being stripped from them, they instantly looked here. Can you blame them? Gilgamesh asked. Even as an infinite amount of him watched on. Aizen shook his head as he responded. No, I cannot. Their arrival was something I expected. No, it's more like I was counting on it. With his words, millions of Aizens appeared as they continued to increase. These doppelgangers did not come from another universe but the timeline. Aizen utilized the concept of negative division and produced an infinite amount of himself to counter Gilgamesh. Every version of the two looked at one another with excitement. This battle has become more like a gladiator match as the only rule became to survive. The thoughts of every single one of them being the same. It will be a massacre. Within the destroyed dimension, a war is taking place. This war is being fought by an infinite amount of 2 people. Both are strong in their own right, but on this battlefield, they are merely foot soldiers. Immortal ones, but foot soldiers all the same. There is no order in this battle. No chivalry. No class. Only the victor and the loser. You can witness this when a version of Gilgamesh sneak attacked a version of Aizen. Or when a version of Aizen teamed up with himself to take down one Gilgamesh. On both sides of this war, you could see various war crimes taking place that would cause lesser men to lose themselves. Not that they care. Gilgamesh and Aizen have long given up the notion that one is better than the other. They only have their ambition and the one who stands in their way. The battle between Gold and Violet can be seen from all over the multiverse. No side has any clear advantage, leading to an eternal battle that has no end. But that is fine. No, that is perfect. This is all Aizen ever wanted. A rival that could give him a challenge. Someone who could relate to his supremacy. That is why every single version of Aizen has a massive grin on their faces. The King of Heroes is enjoying this as well, his laughter being proof. The only equal he ever met was Enkidu. A weapon made by the gods. It is because Enkidu was a sentient weapon that he never really considered the chains of heaven to be his rival. Then Aizen showed up. The mastermind wished for the same thing he did, and that is why he allowed him to come this far. Not only for his entertainment but in hopes that Aizen would be able to become that rival he always wished for. And he did not disappoint. This battle became their lives as centuries passed. Neither side slowing down or caring for such things. However, they decided that it was getting a bit stale. As they can only attack each other in so many ways before it gets repetitive. That is why they decided to drop the battle royal and return to the classic 1v1, while also kicking it up a notch. With that thought in mind, the various versions of Aizen and Gilgamesh turned on one another. The versions of Aizen turned to the original Aizen and allowed him to absorb them, while the versions of Gilgamesh, united under the banner of defeating Aizen, allowed themselves to be absorbed by the original Gilgamesh. This massive influx of power causing their mere presences to destroy the universe. They then increased the size of their bodies to gain more room to fight freely, becoming large enough to stand on top of a universe as they looked around at the universes that surround them. King of Heroes. Gilgamesh looked upon his equal with a raised eyebrow. This has been fun, but you know that this is not the end of my ambition. My wish for having a rival will not stand in the way of my dream. I will transcend all. Aizen spoke with resolve. Of course, I expect nothing less from my rival. However, don't expect me to just let you win. I will never lose, not even to you. You will die here and become the foundation of my rule. Gilgamesh said with equal resolve. Aizen merely chuckled at his words as he took his stance, no longer wielding his sword. Then come at me, King of Kings. I will devour you to reach new heights. The king did as told and charged at the Aizen unarmed. His weapons in the gate of Babylon grew in power with him, but this fight is more than that. This battle is to prove that his will is stronger than Aizen's. That is why Aizen did not use his weapon. When the king reached Aizen, he stomped on the universe below them, destroying it and Aizen's footing along with it. He then hit Aizen in the chest with enough force to send him into another universe that broke his momentum. The king then appeared before Aizen to continue his assault, but Aizen deflected the king's punch and countered by kicking him in the chest, causing Gilgamesh to double over, allowing Aizen to grab him by the head and bring his head down to his knee, making Gilgamesh's upper body snap back. Aizen took advantage of this by jumping over the king and grabbing him by the jaw as he slammed him into the universe below them, breaking it as they started to free fall. As they fell, Gilgamesh grabbed Aizen's foot and used him to break his fall when they crashed into a universe below them, once again breaking it. To get back at the king, Aizen headbutted him and maneuvered him to be under Aizen's feet as they came into contact with a rather large universe. The universe held firm as Aizen jumped away from the king. Gilgamesh got up as he had to readjust his neck from it breaking upon impact. Looking upon his smirking rival, he chuckled and rushed at him once again. Meeting him halfway, Aizen threw a punch that Gilgamesh pushed away as he sent a right hook to Aizen's face. Aizen dodged but was unable to stop Gilgamesh when he dropped and performed a sweeping kick that knocked him off of his feet. Gilgamesh then tried to stomp Aizen, but the men rolled away and jumped back. The king continued forward, but when Aizen launched a kick to his midsection, he was forced to block it, but this kick was a feint, allowing Aizen to spin around and hit him with a roundhouse kick to the face, sending him flying until he crashed into a universe. When the king stood up, he was met by another universe smacking into him. This is caused by Aizen, who showed off his incredible physical strength and picked up a universe and then used it like a bat to hit Gilgamesh. The king was sent flying once again while laughing. He had not thought about that and decided that he would one-up Aizen. Gilgamesh landed on a larger universe before manipulating the size of his hands and using them to grab two universes. He then smashed the two of them together and ground them into a ball of pure energy. Seeing this, Aizen raised his right hand as he incanted, Bakudo number 81. Danku sevenfold, creating 7 barriers in front of him to hopefully block the power of 2 whole universes. Gilgamesh then released the energy with a battle cry as it traversed the multiverse and came into contact with Aizen's barriers. The attack's power leaks off from the barriers and destroyed multiple universes. Eventually, it broke the first barrier, causing Aizen to cough up blood. The second soon followed as Aizen felt his soul strain itself to power the barriers. The third soon fell as well, followed by the fourth. Aizen's eyes started to bleed as he gave this his all. The fifth soon broke as multiple wounds formed on his body, his soul not being able to withstand that amount of energy being so close. The sixth collapsed after that as Aizen was forced to raise his other arm and place it on his right arm's upper forearm. He roared as the power of the Hogyoku coursed through his veins, empowering him and strengthening the last barrier. Seeing this, the king yelled out as well as he powered up the attack with his energy. This instance being of so similar to the concept of an unstoppable force versus an immovable object, and this standoff ended in a similar fashion. Finally, they both could not go on as Gilgamesh stopped powering the attack. However, the small amount of the attack left broke through the barrier and injured Aizen even further. When the dust settled, you could see that Aizen lost his entire right arm and half of his left, but they quickly healed. Both of them regenerated and returned to their top condition as they laughed. Never before have they felt such a thrill. That thrill only pushed them forward as their fight continued like this for thousands of years. The multiverse is filled with an infinite amount of universes, and as such their battleground is infinite. The two titans destroyed an uncountable amount of universes, committing genocide on a scale never seen before. Not that they cared. It was during this time that Gilgamesh realized something crucial. As time went on, he felt more and more pain from each of Aizen's strikes. His foe reacted faster and faster to his strikes. He could tell that soon Aizen Sosuke would surpass him and there would be no catching up. That is why when Aizen defeated him in another one of their confrontations he decided to truly end this. He would not allow Aizen to surpass him, even if it meant that he would have to destroy his rival. So when Aizen threw another strike at him, his equal grinning in excitement, he opened his gate and released the chains of heaven as they bound Aizen, allowing no escape as they tightened around him, sealing all of his movements. Looking upon these chains, Aizen yelled out, "Why? Why would you use them now? This entire battle you have neglected them. Yet now when I am this close to victory you would deny me." The Transcendent raved. Looking at the men that would have surpassed him, the king sighed. "Exactly. I did not use Enkidu so that I could enjoy this battle in full. But just like you I will not let anything surpass me," Gilgamesh explained. Aizen ground his teeth in anger. He thought better of Gilgamesh. "Now I will end this once and for all. There will be no resurrections, no regeneration, no reincarnations, there will be nothing." The king promised as he held out his hand and a golden portal opened over it. What appeared was an extravagant gold key. A key that surpasses all other keys. This key was then raised in the air by Gilgamesh, who turns it as the parts around the grip began to rotate. It began to glow as it released a large, labyrinth-like, red pattern, seemingly crimson cuneiform lettering, that covered a good amount of space above Gilgamesh. This red pattern then receded and formed a golden orb in place of the key. Gilgamesh then reached into this orb and began to pull out his greatest treasure. When he did, Aizen felt dread for the second time in his life. The power he feels from that treasure is much too similar to that form. When the king finished retrieving his most powerful weapon he swung it to the side and everything in that direction was destroyed, leaving nothing left except an empty void. The sword of rupture rested firmly in the grasp of the king as all of his power was returned to him. His concept of kingship was restored. Witnessing all of this, Aizen could not keep silent. "How can this be? I expected you to have something up your sleeve that could kill me, but something like this could not possibly exist," Aizen yelled. This reminded him too much of his last defeat. The king did not answer his question as he raised the sword of rupture. "I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you," Gilgamesh told him. Aizen thrashed around as he tried to escape from the chains of heaven. All of his powers and abilities have been sealed by them. His physical prowess was not enough, however. As the chain's power has grown with Gilgamesh. "I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world," the king chanted. Aizen's movements became even more violent as he struggled in vain. "Damn you, Gilgamesh. I will not lose like this. I will not have everything taken from me like before," the Transcendent exclaimed. "Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. Enoma Elish." The king finished his incantation as he swung his sword down toward Aizen. The full power of the sword of rupture is released as a ray of red energy is released from the point of the blade. This energy is the final truth. The end. That is why Aizen struggled even harder as the beam closed in on him. He even managed to break free from the chains, but by then it was far too late as the end of all things engulfed him. Gilgamesh watched on as his greatest treasure annihilated his greatest and only true rival. When it ended he could see no sign of Aizen. Even when he used his senses and looked throughout the multiverse he found no sign of him. Aizen Sosuke is dead. The battle between Aizen and Gilgamesh made all tremble in dread. Everyone within the multiverse felt this titanic battle and could do nothing. They could only wait and hope that their universe would not be destroyed next. This applies even to the likes of Olympus and Great Red. Two beings that existed before creation and will continue to do so long after it ends. Both of them represent fundamental concepts in our reality. The dream represents the future and the infinite represents the past. Yet even they watch this battle with fear. If they dared to intervene, they would face the wrath of the King of Heroes and the Transcendent King. Their new level of power is right below them, and with weapons like EA and Aizen's Bankai, they would soon learn what it is like to feel pain. That is why they did not show themselves in the battle between the two titans. But now the battle is over. Aizen was defeated and Gilgamesh reigned supreme. The power of the sword of rupture is so formidable that even the dragon gods could not help but feel unrivaled terror. Yet Olympus did not look away like her brother. She paid even more attention as Aizen broke free from the chains of heaven. Even as the final truth tore away at his soul, Aizen still managed to act. Olympus watched in awe as Aizen activated his Bankai and forced his will upon existence itself. He warped reality and placed this law upon creation: Aizen Sosuke will not die here. This last effort by Aizen was not perfect. The end of all things had already destroyed most of his soul and would soon destroy the rest. So to follow this law, the multiverse tore a small piece of Aizen's soul from the rest and removed it from the range of EA. Upon seeing this, Ophis almost cheered in relief. But she knew that Aizen was still in danger. Gilgamesh would soon locate this soul sharp and would eradicate it before Aizen could return. That is when she finally acted, snatching Aizen's soul fragment before Gilgamesh could notice it. That is why within the dimensional gap you could witness the infinite dragon god holding onto the shard with something similar to reverence, watching intently as the power of the Hogyoku tried its hardest to rebuild Aizen from the ground up. However, that was easier said than done. Aizen did not even have the power to piece together his consciousness, making the little power that the Hogyoku still held have to work even harder to save its master with Northwest desire to drive it. All in all, it would take thousands of years before Aizen could even think again. This all changed when Ophis came up with her own plan. She would not allow her only hope of achieving her silence to remain like this. Aizen Sosuke has proven time and time again that he has what it takes to surpass them, that he is the only one who can achieve true omnipotence. So to allow this to come to be, Ophis would give him a small fragment of her soul. The infinity that she is would give him the power to transcend all, as even her soul is infinite. So no matter how small of a piece of her soul she takes, it will still be infinite. With this in mind, she held Aizen's soul shard and slowly fed him with her soul, allowing him to quickly achieve consciousness and all of his desires to awaken, causing the void around them to be eradicated from this majestic power. Aizen then regained his body as he laughed, his desire to transcend all finally being realized by the Hogyoku as his power skyrocketed. His form changed in correspondence to this evolution. His hair grew longer as his body no longer looked human. It looked like a god. His newfound power seeped out into the multiverse and even past it. Gilgamesh snapped his head in Aizen's direction and yelled out in rage. No. The king then arrived at Aizen's location as he looked upon his newly revived rival. But when he looked upon Aizen's new form, he took a step back in surprise. The only thing human about Aizen is his face. The rest has become something more. At certain parts of his body, you can see what appear to be galaxies. He also now possesses a third eye on his forehead. Gilgamesh. The multiverse trembled at the voice of the being. I believe that it is now time for me to return the favor you once showed me. I will destroy you until there is nothing left. Aizen kept the same smirk on his face, like he is looking at a mere fly. The king could do nothing as Aizen raised his hand and his existence ceased. It was that simple for the new Aizen, for the one who transcends all. The Transcendent King then turned his attention toward the dragon god. Achieving this power was all a part of his plan, but not in this way. The plan was to defeat Gilgamesh and then seek out Ophis. But this way works as well. Sosuke Aizen, you have become everything I ever hoped for, Ophis told him. When he appeared before her without her even noticing, she did not show any reaction. Is that so? I have only achieved what I originally set out to do. To surpass all those that would wish to control me. To become my own master, Aizen stated, denying that he was doing anything for her sake. The Infinite nodded her head at his statement. Of course. That is why I will join you on one condition. Before she could finish speaking, Aizen snapped his fingers and she was deleted. He then snapped his fingers again and she reappeared. Do you think so highly of yourself that you could order me? You will join me. I will not allow a being of your power to go unchecked. In exchange, I will give you the power to realize your desires, Aizen told her. Ophis was shocked at this development. She is not known for her intellect for a reason. She did not expect Aizen to become this strong, or that he would deny her what she wanted. But in the end, this was better than nothing. If he does give her one of his predator pieces, then she would be stronger than Great Red and she could achieve her silence. When she nodded her head, Aizen summoned his queen piece and gave it to her. With this piece, you will become the Infinita Espada, the strongest of my followers. You will be able to do what you wish, but you will come when I summon you, Aizen explained. Ophis looked at the piece as she thought over it. She has gone millions of years without her silence. What are a few instances of noise in an eternity of silence? Her choice was obvious as she accepted the piece, evolving into a new being as she stepped into the realm of boundlessness. When this was finished, Aizen gave her his first order. Go and collect your fellow Espada. A meeting will be held to discuss how will we continue from here. The dragon nodded as she warped away. Aizen then took this time to take in all of his new power. He now embodies the concept of transcendence. His goal has finally been achieved. This should be the end. There is no one left in the multiverse to stand against him. However, that is not the case. He can now sense further, beyond this multiverse. That is why when he looked in a specific direction he could see something that no one else could. Reveal yourself. You no longer escape my sight, Aizen commanded. In response to his words, reality shifted. A being entered this multiverse. A being that looks exactly like Aizen, because he is Aizen. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. You have done well, Aizen Sosuke of a parallel world. Now absorb me. That is the only purpose I now serve. The other Aizen spoke. Without hesitation, Aizen did so. Absorbing his alternate self and gaining all of his memories. Revealing to him why he was transported to this world. This alternate Aizen came from a universe where Ichigo Kurosaki never existed. His plan went unhindered and Aizen became the sole king. He reached the top of his multiverse and found that he could do nothing. If he went to another multiverse he would be struck down by the omnipotent beings that exist there. That is why he selected a weaker version of himself and moved them into another multiverse. They would go undetected by the gods of that world and would be able to rise and become something more. Something better than him. It worked and now we are here. Aizen Sosuke has now achieved what he has always wanted. He had stepped into the realm of true boundlessness and has transcended all. Only the likes of Azathoth are above him and most of them are bound by rules that make them effectively unable to go against him. Yes. The unbearable vacancy is over. Outside the Omniverse, a god exists. A being so unbelievable that upon gazing upon him you would cease to exist. This being exists in the realm known as the Final Void. The root of the dream and birthplace of the Omniverse. The very concept of laws does not exist here. Only power and those that can control it. Those beings that can control it are called outer gods. Beings that are incomprehensible to the human mind. Among them are the likes of Nyarlathotep, Yog-Sothoth, Shub-Niggurath, Hypnos, and even Azathoth himself. However, the god I am talking about is no outer god. He is not a spawn of Azathoth's flesh or a being born from the void. He is simply a man who wished for more. A man who granted his wish with his will alone. A man who ascended and achieved godhood. That man can be witnessed resting on a throne made of what looks to be galaxies. No matter how long one stared at this throne, one would always see something new. As within this throne, you will find countless multiverses and these countless multiverses possess countless planets that support countless lives. Lives that go to consume and reproduce endlessly. Becoming more and more unique as time passes and eventually becoming a new species altogether. That is why this throne represents the one who sits upon it so well. As both are constantly becoming stronger at any given moment. As the one who sits on this throne is none other than Sosuke Aizen. A being that is endlessly transcending through the infinite realms of boundlessness until he transcends the concept of boundlessness as well. So it's that time again, huh? Well, it has been quite some time since I last saw them, 5 billion years I believe. It would be rude to keep them waiting. The Transcendent King speaks as keeps his eyes closed. However, even when speaking such words he made no moves to get up. He merely created an avatar to go in his place. As a being of his caliber cannot leave the final void without destroying creation itself upon his arrival into any omniverse. And that would defeat the purpose of even entering in the first place. Line break. Get up, darling. The time has come once again. A beautiful voice spoke softly. In response to her words, gray eyes fluttered open. Those eyes belonged to a black-haired man wearing a black suit. When his eyes adjusted to the sunlight around him he looked up and stared into the yellow eyes of his wife. I don't want to go. Tobio stated childishly as he turned his head away from her. Looking off to the side as his head rested on her lap. Semiramis just smiled coyly as she tapped her delicate fingers on her chin. Is that so? Then I guess there is only enough room on the bed for I'm up. Semiramis started but was interrupted when Tobio shoot up from her lap in a heartbeat. This only caused Semiramis to laugh as Tobio scratched his cheek in embarrassment. It works every time. It's just that Tobio can't bring himself to make her mad and that fact causes him to get laughed at by a certain Espada. Oh. I thought you didn't want to go, dear. What changed? Semiramis asked with a devious smile. Tobio just turned away from her. Already more than used to her shenanigans after so long of them being together. It's nothing, Ramus. I am just not too fond of meeting Red again. You know how he can be, anyway, I am sure that I can survive with you there. Tobio said. Semiramis smiled at him as she stood up and walked around him before leaning back into his embrace as his arms wrapped around her. Turning her head, she looked up at him and kissed him on the lips. I know what you mean, Tobio. They can be a bit much at times but it's been so long since you have seen your brother, right? Would you let some mild annoyances get in the way of your seeing your family? Semiramis reasoned. The man shook his head. It truly has been some time since he has last seen Valley and it's been even longer since he has seen Aizen. So he agreed with his wife as he held her closer. Both of them looked out and watched the landscape around them. They are currently residing within a newly developed world that harbors no intelligent life. Only wildlife and other organisms. They often come to planets like this one to relax and enjoy each other's company. This act is closely followed by using the Hanging Gardens to slowly traverse the multiverse. Jean is also here, of course. The Black Hound has grown tremendously over the years, being able to stand on top of universes and often taking naps on top of them. Now, however, he has taken a smaller form and is currently chasing some butterflies like a normal dog. Eventually, both husband and wife feel a pulse of energy travel throughout the omniverse. The power of their lord once again appears within creation, causing both of them to feel nostalgia for the times they fought against the great old ones when they witnessed their lord's true power for the first time. There he is. It's time to go, dear, Semiramis said. Tobio nodded as he looked over to Jean, who had stopped playing around when he sensed Aizen's power. His tail wagged excitedly. Let's go, boy. The Espada are convening once again. Line break. Just one final touch, and there, cheered a sliver-haired man as he wiped his sweat from his brow. This man possesses one arm, and on his shoulder is a small white dragon with blue eyes. Surrounding them are thousands, if not infinite multiverses, all of them having been created by him. Looking at his work, he lets out a full smile. This has been a long time coming. Good work, partner. I don't believe that any of the other Espada have ever created a fully functioning omniverse, so you can hold this over them for quite some time. Albion yelled out at the chance to get one over their rival. Vala chuckled at his friend's words. For the past few billion years, some of the Espada have taken to competing with each other. Normally it will just be small things like who can drink the most or who is the fastest, but sometimes they go a bit overboard, which almost always leads to Elatrian stepping in to put a stop to it. I'm sure we can, partner, but I wonder how long this will last. Vala wondered as he looked around at his creation. His eyes are able to perceive even the smallest details, such as every living being. In response to Vala's words, Albion snorted. While his partner has taken to creation, his rival has taken to destruction. And throughout the years they have come to be worshipped as the White Dragon God of Creation and the Red Dragon God of Destruction respectively. Titles that both have come to live by as they have formed this infinite cycle of creation and destruction that has caused the birth and death of multiple realities. So this newly sculpted omniverse will most likely be destroyed in a few million years. Don't worry about it, Valley. At this point, it is only natural. What you should be worrying about is how you are going to create something even better. Something so grand that even he can't destroy it, Albion said. However, Vala does not care about the destruction of creations as it is only natural, as Albion said. What he was wondering about was how much longer this one will last in comparison to his others. Or if any anomalies will be born that challenge the statuesque. They are always fun. Well, whatever. Let's get a move on, partner. We have somewhere to be and I will not be late, Valley reminded. Albion just nodded at his partner's words as they began to travel to the apex of it all. Line break. My king. My queen. All of the preparations are complete. The Empire will take care of itself while you are away, a soldier reported to his lords. This is taking place inside a large palace in outer space. Countless stars surround this place and illuminate the grand home of their rulers. The soldier is kneeling before two large thrones made of marble. Understood. Leave us. A female voice commanded a command that was instantly followed. On these thrones sat a man and a woman. Their features contrast greatly and one would think of them as opposites. The man possesses black hair and yellow eyes and the woman has white hair and blue eyes. Blue eyes that are currently giving a half-hearted glare at the yellow-eyed man as he snickers. You don't have to be so serious, Morgan. He was just doing his job. Tough, do keep it up. I find myself endlessly amused when you act all cold-like. Murden spoke with a laugh. For his words, he was rewarded by being elbowed in the ribs by his wife. Do I need to remind you of when we first started our rule? You always showed this high and mighty look when on the inside you were oh so terrified of messing up. Morgan provoked. Murden just shook his head with the same pure-hearted smile that he has found himself using more and more over the years. Well, what can I say? I was afraid that my nature would make this all go up in smoke. It had gone well so far though. I wonder if Zelrich would be up to another game. Murden trailed off when he noticed the look in his wife's eyes and shivered. His pranks are legendary throughout the Omniverse, but the ones he pulls with that vampire always lead to disaster. Like that one time, they thought it would be funny to summon the man in yellow. Luckily, Oryx was nearby. Otherwise, a few multiverses would have realized why that thing is called the unspeakable. If you want to die again, then be my guest. I will not cover for you again and you will have to face the wrath of darkness all on your own. The queen promised as she stood up and walked away. Wait. I didn't mean it. I promise. Murden yelled out as he quickly followed her. Mock fear plastered on his face. Then let's get going before you do mean something. Morgan stated with a roll of her eyes and a small smile on her face. Line break. Lady Ophis. Lord Aizen has summoned you. A deep and menacing voice informed. Upon hearing his words, a small child with hair as dark as the void itself turned her attention to him. For the great devourer to come to see me personally, it must be quite important. Oh, I remember now. Has it been 5 billion years already? Her emotionless voice questioned. In response to her words, the being with 3 green eyes nodded. His large frame towers over the true infinite as Willbreaker rests in his right hand. Surrounding them is nothing. Truly nothing. No sounds, no space, no time, or even color. The only reason time now passes is because of his presence. Yes. The avatar of Aizen has descended upon this plane to meet with all of his Espada. Including you. Oryx confirmed. Ophis sighed as she looked upon the void she created. A place untainted by Great Red. This would not be possible for her to create this place, or protect it from outsiders if it wasn't for the Queen Peace inside of her form. That is fine. Have there been any problems lately, Dark One? The Ouroboros dragon asked. Oryx searched his mind for any instances that she would be interested in but found nothing. Ever since Aizen signed the peace treaty with the crawling chaos, the interference of the outer gods has been little to none. No. The last problem was Hastur, but he has been forced back into the final void and has stayed there for the past 257 billion years. Oryx denied. Ophis let out a small chuckle at the mention of Hastur. His avatar was not ready to face someone like Oryx, who is the agent of Aizen. Though, their fight was still interesting to witness. It reminded her of the time when she fought the Black Goat. Is that so? Well, I guess it can't be helped. Ophis stated. In any case, I will be there. So run along, darkness. She waved off the embodiment of darkness. Oryx kneeled to the more powerful being and disappeared into the darkness. Leaving Ophis alone in her silence. Line break. This time you will lose, old man. Yelled out a demonic voice. Unlikely. You have lost more times than I can count and I only get stronger every time we do this. A calm voice countered. You may have expected some grand battle to be taking place, but you would be wrong. Floating in outer space are 2 men and 1 white squirrel-like creature. One of the men possesses pink hair and the other possesses pitch black hair. That does nothing to dissuade me, Black Dragon. Your words only make you look weak. The pink-haired man shoots back. His red eyes glared at his opponent. The black-haired man snorted as he applied more force. You are insane, Red. You say those same words every time, expecting a rise out of me. If it did not work the first time then it most likely won't work a second time. He said with a shake of his head. The one spectator of this fight could not help but laugh. No matter how many times this happens, it is always hilarious to Cathpalig. Though looking upon them he could not help but sigh. The combination of Sukuna Ryaman and Draegwai Gotch, simply known as Red, does not know when to quit. Elatrian is so far out of his league that it is not even funny. Well, there is a reason he is known as the king of all dragons. It was a moment later when Red's hand slammed into the table between him and Elatrian. Followed by the cry of indignation from Red and a prideful smirk from Elatrian from winning once again. The competition was arm wrestling. A game that has become the bane of the being known as Red. I told you. Your loss was decided the moment you challenged me. Stated the human form of Elatrian. His chest puffed out in pride at winning a child's game. Red fell to his knees in despair. I lost, again. However, this despair was short-living when Red grinned. He then snapped his fingers and destroyed this multiverse. Oh come on. You do this every time you lose. Elatrian complained in annoyance. Red stood up and smirked at him. Lose? I don't seem to recall ever losing. Cath, did you see me lose? He asked. The small creature simply shook his head as he bawled his eyes out. No, I didn't. There isn't anyone else around to testify either. Meaning that it must have been a draw. Primate Murder exclaimed humorously. Elatrian just shook his head at their antics. Cath will side with however he thinks will cause him the most entertainment at the time, so there is no point in arguing. Honestly, he just needs to stop hanging around this too. A second later a pulse of energy washed over them as they tensed up. Each of them having various reactions to the power of Aizen. Elatrian smiled with nostalgia, Sukuna laughed like a maniac, and Cathpalig jumped around with excitement. He's here. He's finally here. I have waited so long. Yelled out Red as he quickly warped away. It's been quite some time. It will be nice to see all of them again. Elatrian calmly stated with a fond smile. Throughout the years the Espada have slowly but surely separated and have gone their own ways. Some of them are in groups like Murden and Morgan, while the others have chosen to go on their own like Oryx, Valley, and Ophis. It was because of this that Aizen decided to set up an event to make sure that the Espada do not fall apart. Every 5 billion years they have to gather. This gives them time to do whatever they want while still meeting up with each other to keep their relationships together. Kath then jumped up onto his shoulder and smacked him on the head with his paw. Hurry up already. I can't wait to see him again. Elatrian chuckled as he grabbed Kath and held him to his chest and warped away with him. Line break. Within a large palace, a dining room can be seen. At the head of the dining table is Aizen Sosuke, who has taken the form of his original appearance. He is currently waiting on his followers to arrive as he rests his head on his hand. This action was interrupted when a pink-haired man burst into the room. Upon laying his eyes on Aizen, he smirked and charged at him. Appearing on the dining table, he launched a punch at Aizen, who simply smirked as Red suddenly found himself embedded in the wall. Red, you haven't changed at all, Aizen commented. The dragon chuckled as he pulled himself out. I cannot say the same about you, Lord Aizen. Your power has reached even higher heights. Red complimented as he took his seat. 2 seats from Aizen's left. A moment later, the door behind Aizen opened, and in walked Oryx as the shadows in the room lengthened. Those shadows retreated when Red flared his aura. The 4-eyed man glared at the 3-eyed monster. Keep those shadows to yourself, fool. I hate them, Red ordered. Oryx ignored him as he walked to his seat that is 3 seats from Aizen's right, manipulating his size to set down in the chair as he stabbed his sword into the ground. Your preferences are no concern of mine, lizard. If Lord Aizen has not spoken about it, then it will not change, Oryx stated simply. At this dismissal, Red's face lit up in fury. He would not let that insult go unpunished, but before he could do anything, another presence entered the room. One that could only belong to the Supreme One. Red turned his head toward the door as he witnessed Valley Lucifer enter. On his shoulder is a small white dragon that looked around curiously until it spotted Aizen and bowed its head. This action was followed by Valley when he reached his seat to Oryx's left, taking his seat with a smile as he turned his attention to his lord. It's good to see you again, Lord Aizen. I and Albion have been waiting for this day, Valley greeted. I know. Also, I have learned of your recent exploits, Vale, and I must say that I am impressed. Multiple people can start the beginning of an omniverse, but to completely design one from scratch is a feat that few have accomplished, Aizen praised. On the outside, Valley looked completely composed, but the dragon on his shoulder was quite the opposite as he spoke to his partner with telepathy. What did I say, partner? What did I say? Albion yelled in excitement while Valley tried to ignore him as he responded. Thank you for your praise, Lord Aizen. It means a lot coming from you, Valley thanked with a bow of his head. Then 2 people teleported in. This being Murden and Morgan, who smiled upon seeing them, walking up to their seats, with Murden taking the seat next to Oryx and Morgan taking the seat at the end of the table. Hello there, everyone, Murden greeted with a wave. This got a grunt from Oryx, who paid close attention to the warlock, causing Murden to hold his hands up in surrender to hopefully show that he was not going to try anything. It was one time, Oryx. One time. I'm not planning to summon an eldritch horror anytime soon. I have learned my lesson, Murden promised. That remains to be seen, warlock. I am keeping my eye on you, Oryx warned. That you should, Oryx. You never know what mess he might create if do not. A voice interrupted them. This caused all the Espada to look over at where they heard the voice from, allowing them to see Elatrian in his seat holding Kath, who jumped onto the table and ran over to Aizen, who raised his arm, scratched the creature under his chin, causing the beast to purr as his tail wagged. It's good to see you, Kath. You as well, Elatrian, Aizen welcomed. Boom. The same to you, Aizen, Primate Murder replied excitedly. That's good to hear. Now, please have a seat. We are only waiting on 2 more, said Aizen. The beast nodded and ran over to his seat across from Oryx and morphed into his Merlin form as he took his seat, a vibrant smile on his face. However, some of the people in the room noticed that Aizen said 2 more, causing them to look over at the seat to Aizen's right, and indeed Ophis was already seated sipping on some tea with a small smile on her face. Seeing this, Murden turned to his wife with a WTF face. Oh, how he would kill for the ability to go unnoticed like that. Just think of all of the fun he could cause with it. However, this line of thought caused a chill to go down his spine when a dark aura enveloped him, making him sit up straight, face away from Oryx in mock embarrassment, hoping that Oryx would leave him alone. Thankfully for him, the last of the Espada arrived in the form of Tobio Accuse and Semiramis Accuse, with Jean trailing them from behind. The dog's tail wagged back and forth as he pranced over to the table. Sorry, everyone. I lost track of time, Tobio apologized with an embarrassed look. Aizen waved off the apology and indicated for them to sit, which they did. He then looked over all of them with a small true smile. He is proud of his Espada. They are everything he wished them to be. Starting to his right you have the strongest and newest Espada, Olympus. During the time since she joined them her power has increased exponentially. She is now the true infinite. The absolute embodiment of the concept of infinity. Making her power rival the likes of the one above all and the presence. Allowing her to live in her void in peace as no one would challenge her for no reason. To Aizen's left, you have the Zero Espada, Elatrian. He has used his time wisely and has become the strongest dragon in existence. Even becoming known as the king of all dragons. His power is at the level of a great old one and with his ultimate move he can even defeat them. He has also taken to staying in his human form which has black hair with red eyes. His large horns are now similar to antlers that he claims are easier to manage. On Olympus's right, you have the Primera Espada, Vale Lucifer. Throughout the Omniverse, he is renowned as the dragon god of supremacy and creation. He has become the embodiment of supremacy and as long as he thinks he is above his opponent he will be. Along the way, he has also picked up creation as a hobby of his that he and Albion enjoy. On Elatrian's left, you have the Segunda Espada, Red. The infamous true dragon of domination and destruction. As the combination of Sukuna and Draig, he is the personification of domination and evil and is feared throughout the Omniverse as the strongest evil dragon. He often picks fights with powerful beings and lowers his power to completely dominate them in every way as he enjoys seeing their despair. On Vala's right is the Trace Espada, Oryx. With his sheer determination and will he has climbed his way up the rankings. Spending almost all of his time testing his blade against others and devouring their power. Even going so far as to devour the darkness between the worlds, allowing him to become the personification of darkness itself. It is because of this commitment that Aizen made him his agent. Increasing his power even further and making him one of the most terrifying forces in the Omniverse. On Red's right, we have the Quattro Espada, Cath Palag. The ultimate beast is capable of defeating Olympus by comparing himself to Aizen, copying his ability to transcend everything. Though it is still inferior to the real thing it allows him to fight the likes of Nyarlathotep for some time. A feat that Aizen is immensely proud of. To Oryx's left, we have the Quinto Espada, Murden Emrys. He and his wife now rule over an entire multiverse. Becoming the rulers they always wanted to be. And at the same time, Murden is known everywhere as the master of mischief for all of the rolling he does. He is now the strongest caster in existence and has even mastered Eldritch magic. Gaining him the title, the God of Magic. Across from Murden we have the Sexta Espada, Tobio Accuse. Originally the Trace Espada, he has fallen down the rankings because of his desire to spend time with his wife over getting stronger. That is not to say that he is weak. During this time he has grown powerful enough to sever an omniverse with his all-cutting blade. Giving him the title, the God of the Blade. At the end of the table on Aizen's right is the Septima Espada, Morgan Le Fay. The queen at the ends of the world. She is the pillar that allows the infinite universes to interact with each other in her multiverse. During this time she has come to truly enjoy life and continues to enjoy it every day with her husband. Across from her is the final Espada, Semiramis Accuse. The wise queen may be the weakest but her hanging gardens are a problem for even Oryx. The protection it gives her alongside her poison and sharp wit makes her a formidable opponent in that even Elatrian avoids crossing. Aizen then created them all glasses of the best wine in existence and raised his glass into the air. Welcome, my Espada. It is good to see you all again. I am sure that we all have much to talk about so let's begin the feast. Aizen said as the table was filled with dishes of the finest of quality. Before we begin, I believe a toast is in order. I'm sure my comrades agree. Elatrian said as all of the Espada grabbed their glasses and raised them into the air. All of them have smiles on their faces. They all have achieved their dreams. Each and every one of them has accomplished their deepest desires. But just like Aizen, they are not satisfied. They will continue to climb higher and higher. And all of this is thanks to one person. The man who brought them all together and achieved the impossible. All of them spoke at once as they cheered. To the Transcendent King. Tiering, 1A, will eventually become 1A+. Name, Aizen Sosuke, the Transcendent King. Gender, male. Age, unknown. Classification, the idea of a higher power. Special abilities, superhuman physical characteristics, soul physiology, reality warping, conceptual manipulation, power modification, teleportation, desire manipulation, reactive evolution, spacetime manipulation, matter manipulation, absorption, fate manipulation, regeneration, high godly, energy manipulation, master swordsmanship, power bestowal, weather manipulation, void manipulation, statistics amplification, higher dimensional manipulation, aura, master hand-to-hand combatant. Transformation, telepathy, telekinesis, acausality, size manipulation, law manipulation, physics manipulation, plot manipulation, genius intelligence and preparation, perception manipulation, illusion manipulation, existence erasure, Danmaku, immortality, and many others. Destructive ability, metaversal level, Aizen Sosuke is on a constant ascension among the infinite layers of reality, with said layers being stacked atop one another and each higher one viewing the lower one as fictional in nature, will eventually become metaversal level plus. After an infinite amount of time, Aizen will eventually rise above the entirety of existence and all of the realities that comprise it, only to transcend himself endlessly even after that as the pinnacle of all pinnacles. Speed, irrelevant, Aizen's true body exists outside of creation and all of its laws, with Avatar he is omnipresent. Aizen has transcended the concept of time-space and now can exist everywhere. Lifting ability, irrelevant. Striking ability, metaversal, and will eventually become metaversal plus. Durability, metaversal, will eventually become metaversal plus. Stamina, irrelevant. Range, irrelevant. Intelligence, omniscient.